Chapter 1675. Major Xia, the all-round soldier king, took advantage of Yi Jian's staggering steps to grab her shoulder with one hand and lift his long leg. His hands and feet cooperated perfectly, and all of a sudden, Yi Jian fell into the snow again. After a bout of dizziness, Yi Jian, whose entire face was covered in snow, could be said to be in the most embarrassing state she had ever been in. It was also the most miserable time she had ever been in. In your current state, do you still have any way to escape from my hands? Are you trying to use your little tricks? Xia Jinyuan, who had thrown Yi Jian into the snow, looked at her coldly. He pursed his thin lips into a straight line and said, "On the battlefield of life and death, do you think your little tricks will work?" He was forcing her to realize the cruelty of war. He was forcing her to experience nirvana through her own blood and tears. Her nose was filled with snow. Yi Jian could only use her mouth to take in deep breaths. Other than enduring the pain in her chest, she could only endure it. It's useless. There's no such thing as little tricks on the battlefield. She answered him loudly. She forced her voice out of her chest and through her throat. It tasted like blood as she answered him. Her answer was not the end. The torture continued. Sensing the hostility and anger emanating from him, Yi Jian knew that this time, Xia Jinyuan was determined to teach her a lesson. In the past, he had seriously and responsibly told her that they were lovers and comrades in arms. If she made a mistake one day, he would never show mercy to her just because she was his lover. On the contrary, he would only be stricter and harsher. If you want to become a real Special Forces soldier, you have to put in more sweat and tears than you can imagine. And the lesson you have learned and the blood you have shed is also more than you can imagine. Before Yi Jian had even entered the Snowfield Brigade, she had already tasted Xia Jinyuan's harsh punishment. You knowingly committed a crime. That's an even bigger crime. Xia Jinyuan shouted coldly. He pulled her up from the snow by the back of her collar. However, before he could do anything else, Yi Jian stood up and resisted again. She twisted her body to one side and grabbed his wrist that was holding her collar. She had realized her mistake and was being punished for it. She accepted it, but it did not mean that she would give up resisting. Right now, the two of them were on opposing sides. She lowered her head and used the flexibility of her waist to slip under Xia Jinyuan's wrist. Then she twisted her body. In this way, it was Xia Jinyuan who tightened his grip. In order to prevent his arm from being twisted, he had no choice but to let go. Xia Jinyuan was so tenacious and strong that he was overjoyed. He knew that his little fox would not give up even in a desperate situation. As long as there was a chance to escape, she would grab it. She had made a mistake and deserved to be punished. He was more than willing to see how she would correct her mistake. "My lover, my comrade, I will watch you carry your gun and leave. I will also wait for your safe return. I will look forward to it and hope for you. I will wait for you to return covered in blood. I will wait for you to appear in my line of sight again covered in smoke. I will hold your hand again and hug you again." Xia Jinyuan watched as his lover struggled to escape from his hands again. A faint smile appeared on his thin lips. Xia Jinyuan, who had not used up too much of his energy, attacked more fiercely each time. In the end, he had one hand on the back of Yi Jian's neck and the other hand clasped Yi Jian's hand behind her back. He cruelly pressed Yi Jian's face against the cold and rough bark of the tree. Then it was the real end. Chapter 1676. "Qin Niao, I told you very clearly that you would become our prisoner." He pressed his hand against the back of Yi Jian's neck and pressed his body against hers. His thin lips were close to Yi Jian's ear, and his voice was cold as he said, "Now, do you still want to run? Do you still have the strength to run? Do you still have the guts to use the same method you used on Bai He again?" The first part of his speech was all to pave the way. The most important part was the last sentence. Yi Jian struggled a few times but was unable to break free. She didn't waste any more energy and calmly replied, "No, I already know that I was wrong." "Qin Niao, you dare to use such petty tricks to deal with Bai He. You've disappointed too many people." Xia Jinyuan didn't loosen his grip, but instead pressed down harder on Yi Jian's neck. Fortunately, Yi Jian was wearing a helmet. Otherwise, his facial features would have been distorted by Xia Jinyuan's pressure. Uncle Chen didn't teach you to do that. Uncle Jen didn't teach you to do that. I didn't do it. The army didn't do it. No one did it. And you could have won against Bai He, but you used such a method. Do you know that on a real battlefield, the enemy loves to send you to your death like this? He was right. She could have won, but she used the stupidest method. This time, he was so ruthless to teach her a lesson. Did I go easy on you just because I know you? Did I go easy on you just because of our identities? No, because I'm a soldier. As long as I'm standing on the battlefield, even if it's father, son, lover, friend, or brother, as long as we're on opposite sides, there's no such thing as mercy. I won't stop just because the other party is testing me. Qin Miao, remember your identity. You're a soldier. He lowered his voice and said each word clearly in her ear. Yi Qian, whose face was in pain from the abrasion of the tree bark, closed his eyes tightly and took deep breaths rhythmically. That's right, when one day the people who were most familiar with each other became enemies, there would be no mercy. There would only be a fight to the death. Yi Qian's chest heaved up and down rapidly as he gasped for air. The cold wind that poured into his dry throat was like a knife scraping through his eyes. His throat was tight with pain. He quietly listened to Yi Qian's lecture and humbly accepted such a strange criticism. Bring out the ruthlessness you showed to your enemies. Major General Liu pressed down on the rim of the teacup with one hand. He used a little too much force, and the rim of the teacup was imprinted on his palm. Qin Miao's resistance is admirable. She persevered in spite of all setbacks, which is what a soldier should have. At this time, even the technical staff's gaze fell on the tenacious and unyielding slender figure. Really, good job. Soldiers should be like this. Yi Qian did not know that her resistance had once again won the favor of the high-ranking military officer. She was calculating the time quickly in her mind. Her body was captured, but that did not mean her brain was captured. It had been 38 minutes since she was discovered. The devil should be progressing smoothly. Unfortunately, she could not delay any longer. There was still some time before the end of the competition, and her physical strength was basically exhausted. For the time being, there was no way she could escape from Q King. If she did not want to become a captive, she could only rest and observe the situation. If there was a chance to escape, she would definitely seize it. You're now a captive, Qin Miao. Enjoy the treatment of being a captive. After he finished lecturing, Xia Jinyuan used a rope to tie Yi Qian's hands from her shoulders to her wrists. He then tied a dead knot to prevent her from removing the rope and leaving. After he finished, he deliberately walked in front of her and turned on the searchlight on his helmet. Looking at the palm-sized face with bruises on the corners of her mouth, his slender fingers secretly clenched. Chapter 1677. Yi Qian also saw the man standing in front of him clearly. His face was also bruised. The corner of his mouth was bleeding from her attack, and the corners of his eyes were also bruised. Seeing him in this state, there was no doubt that he was in the same state. Q King, are you planning to wait here for the higher-ups to finish? Yi Qian looked at him and calmly reminded him. There's not much time left before the battle ends. Fortunately, he was still in good spirits after being beaten up like this. Xia Jinyuan slowly loosened his clenched fists. Then, his thin lips curved slightly into a ferocious smile as he pushed Yi Qian out. His face was already so bruised and swollen. His body was probably even worse, especially since he had not held back at all when he kicked him. Not only was his face bruised and swollen, it was definitely purple. His heart ached. Of course it ached, but he had no other choice. She dared to risk her life. How could she be so reckless? She was so reckless. Training hard was not just for you to go into battle and kill the enemy. You had to come back safely. When the T6 combatant saw that Q King's aura was so low that it was almost at the point of explosion, he could not help but mutter in his heart. He had already caught him, so why was he still so low? He carefully went up to him. Can we go back now? The T6 combatant quickly glanced at the tied-up Qin Miao out of the corner of his eye and felt a little pain in his eyes. Qin Miao was so good at running. Qin Miao was so good at running. Qin Miao was so good at fighting. Something serious had almost happened just now. Fortunately, Q King had noticed it in advance. What do you think? Xia Jinyuan glanced at the T6 combatant fiercely. You've been out for 35 minutes. If you still don't come back, are you going to let the Devil King annihilate all of us? The original plan was to finish off Yi Qian within 30 minutes and then go back to support his teammates. But now, Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Yi Qian. His handsome face was cold. Major Xia could not help but purse his lips again. This time, she wasn't angry because of Yi Qian's mistake. It was time to feel sorry for him. The Snowfield Brigade's wonderful captive plan ended. The Navy commander took off his hat, touched his head several times and sighed, "It's already very good. It's already very good to be able to hold on for 35 minutes." Fighting 1 against 3 and lasting for 35 minutes was the best a male soldier could do. That's right. There's still time before it's over. Although Qing Miao has been captured, she won't admit defeat. As long as she has the chance, she will definitely think of a way to escape. After the Major General finished speaking, he instructed his secretary, "Ask the accompanying military doctor to get ready. Once we're done, we'll immediately examine Qing Miao's body." Xia Jinyuan had never been merciful when teaching his soldiers a lesson. Now that Yi Qian had made such a serious mistake, he was even more merciless. The last few kicks were ruthless. Yi Qian's injuries were probably a little serious. The hunting operation was still ongoing. Li Jinyan looked at the time. 45 minutes had already passed. If Yi Qian had escaped, then Q King should have already returned. However, he hadn't returned yet. This meant that she had been captured. Contact them and exchange the captives. Li Jinyan pursed his thin lips and looked at the captured Snowfield Brigade member codenamed Z7. His eyes were cold as he said calmly, "1 for 1. They had already lost contact with Qing Miao for 45 minutes. Q King had already taught her a lesson. Now that Qing Miao was his, how could he let her fall into Q King's hands? 1 for 1. The captive plan had ended in a draw. Z7 Han Zheng heard this and immediately said, "Devil, you should just kill me." It was too embarrassing. Killing him directly was better than being a captive. Chapter 1678. His request was ignored. Li Jinyan gestured for his team members to tie him up tightly and wait until the end of the hunting operation before carrying out the captive exchange. At the military headquarters, Commander-in-Chief Xia had lost count of how many cups of water he had drunk. Whenever he saw his son beating up Yi Qian so viciously, his heart would pound so hard that he felt like he was going to have a heart attack. Ruthless, ruthless, too ruthless. With such a lesson, wasn't he afraid of scaring his wife away? The captive plan only required them to capture the target, not beat them up. Was this brat's head kicked by a donkey? Why was he so stupid? Commander-in-Chief Xia still did not know that Yi Qian had made a mistake. So when he saw Xia Jinyuan not only ganging up on Yi Qian, but also personally taking part in the fight with his fists and legs, he really wanted to pull out his gun and shoot him on behalf of his future daughter-in-law. This brat. Commander-in-Chief Xia cursed under his breath every time he took a sip of the strong tea. Since the country's top leader was still present, no matter how much he cursed in his heart, Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression remained stern and dignified on the surface. When the country's top leader saw how ruthless the male soldiers were and how tenacious the female soldiers were, he said to Commander-in-Chief Xia after the battle, "I'm very happy to have them in our troops. With such female soldiers in our troops, I can see hope for tomorrow. I'm afraid that the female soldier is injured. When the time comes, the military will have to call her and comfort her. Don't let her be traumatized. When the battle ends, the military will definitely send their condolences." Commander-in-Chief Xia replied with a serious expression. This was a must. That was his family Xia's future daughter-in-law. After being beaten up to this extent, he had to personally call her and comfort her. He also had to give Xia Jinyuan a harsh scolding. He wanted to beat Yi Qian up and make him run away. He was not done with him. The entire competition was nearing its end. In the snowy forest, the two teams began their final battle to the death. Yi Qian and Z7 Han Zheng did not participate in the battle, But as captives, the two of them were not content with their lot and were constantly thinking of ways to escape. Unfortunately, the guards were too strict. Until the end, the two of them did not manage to escape. It was Xia Jinyuan who gave Yi Qian his first captive. The speed at which the red and green dots representing the two teams disappeared increased in the latter half of the night. By the end of the battle, 12 of the 22 members of the Snowfield Brigade still remained, while the Storm Commandos only had 8. The result was obvious. The wireless communication was no longer divided into two groups, A and B, and Major General Liu did not wait for the kings of the two teams to meet and exchange prisoners. He directly cut into the channel and ordered Xia Jinyuan, "Bring Qing Miao to the command center for a physical examination." Family Xia was really ruthless at that time. Qing Miao must have been seriously injured. At this moment, K7, who was guarding Yi Qian, spoke into everyone's ears. "Qing Miao has a fever. She was given a strong antipyretic, but she's allergic to the medicine. There's a rash on her neck and wrist." The two teams' wireless stations went silent. Then Major General Liu shouted, "What are you waiting for? Send her to the hospital." On the other side, Xia Jinyuan ran over like a whirlwind. "Bring her here. Quick." Allergic to the antipyretic. This is going to be serious. Yi Qian did not know that she was allergic to the antipyretic. Before she took the medicine, K7 even specifically asked her if she had any history of allergies to drugs. She answered with certainty, no. She did not have any allergies in her previous life, but she really did not know that she would have any allergies in this life. She originally wanted to take 2 pills, but K7 said that it was not necessary, so she only took 1. Fortunately, she only took 1 pill. If she had taken 2 pills, she did not know what would have happened. Chapter 1679. Allergy to drugs was one of the most common symptoms. Yi Qian's flushed skin was one of the most common symptoms. In her previous life, she had taken antipyretics before, but there were no symptoms. Who knew that in this life, she had never thought that taking antipyretics would cause an allergic reaction. "My head doesn't feel so good." Yi Qian, who was burning up, touched her forehead. She didn't wait for the military doctor to come over. She left K7 this sentence before she fell asleep. She didn't know what was happening in the outside world. K7 later recalled that his mind went blank for at least 3 seconds. He thought Yi Qian had gone into shock due to anaphylactic shock. K7, who had always been cold and aloof, who everyone in the team thought had transcended the mortal world and become immortal, panicked at this moment. Fortunately, he was mentally strong and didn't panic to the point of not knowing what to do. The first thing he did was to check Yi Jian's pupils and report Yi Jian's situation to the team. When the Major General of the Army and the Navy commander heard that Yi Qian's condition was bad, they didn't just send the military doctor over. They immediately contacted the helicopter team to send Yi Qian to the hospital. The members of the Snowfield Brigade and Storm Commandos all had serious expressions on their faces. However, they couldn't all rush to Yi Qian's side. Li Jinyan led the team to the rendezvous point after the competition. Xia Jinyuan, who was running down the mountain, didn't even reach the bottom of the mountain when he saw the searchlights in front of him turn on. K7 was holding his head and his hands were hanging limply. Yi Qian was running from bottom to top, stepping on the thick layer of snow. Yi Qian. This scene made the unyielding Special Forces soldier's eyes burst out in anger. His usual calm expression was like a complete piece of white paper that was suddenly torn in half. He was no longer the elegant and noble young major who always behaved elegantly. K7, who was running with all his might, heard a familiar voice from above that made him lose his cool. His tense expression relaxed a lot. The two of them were much faster. Then he saw the captain, who was usually calm and composed, suddenly stumble and roll all the way down from a high place. K7 pursed his lips. Now he knows how to be anxious. Why didn't he pay attention to Yi Qian's condition when they were fighting? Xia Jinyuan, whose knees were weak, rolled down the mountain in a way he had never done before. He only stopped when the impact slowed down a lot. At this time, Xia Jinyuan was in a mess. Covered in snow, he got up and jumped from the slope. He ran a few meters and stood in front of K7. "Do you want to faint or sleep?" Xia Jinyuan's voice, when he spoke, his voice was cold. Xia Jinyuan was Yi Qian. Was Yi Qian was Yes Yi was Yi Qian's Yi? K7 didn't immediately pass Yi Qian to him. Instead, he walked past him and reminded him coldly, "Pat off the snow on your body." His comrade's reaction made Xia Jinyuan calm down. He quickly patted off the snow on his body and put on his helmet. He rushed to K7's side and carefully carried Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and saw her lifeless face. He then saw the bruises on the corners of her mouth. He pressed his lips even tighter. High fever, allergic reaction to drugs, flushed skin, shortness of breath. Preliminary diagnosis: skin allergy and respiratory allergy. K7 glanced at his captain coldly and said in a deep voice, "Q King, you were really ruthless this time. You must have beaten her up a lot." "Q King, the capture plan didn't say you had to be this ruthless." Even K7 felt that he had gone overboard. Chapter 1680. Xia Jinyuan focused all of his attention on Yi Qian. He carried her and rushed up the mountain again. He needed to reach the helicopter landing point and ensure that Yi Qian boarded the plane and went to the hospital for treatment as soon as possible. Xia Jinyuan did not tell all of his comrades about the mistake Qing Niao Yi Qian made. At that time, he said that his favorite thing was to catch a live Qing Niao. J5 guessed that Qing Niao might have done something wrong. Now, K7 did not understand Q King. J5's voice came from the earpiece. "K7, Q King wouldn't punish Qing Niao for no reason. Ask him what happened later." It seemed that Qing Niao had been punished so badly by Q King that even K7 could not stand the sight of her. For a moment, J5 also had mixed feelings. How was this going to end? If he sent Qing Niao to the hospital, how was he going to face Qing Niao when she woke up? The members of the Snowfield Brigade fell silent because of J5's words. That's right, as the captain, Q King wouldn't punish Qing Niao for no reason. If any of his comrades had been punished by Q King, it must have been a fatal mistake. Then what fatal mistake did Qing Niao make? Everyone thought of this and looked at each other. Then, their gazes fell on the other captain of the entire team. The devil should know the reason, right? Because the communication between the two teams was merged, the members of both teams could hear J5's words. Therefore, the comrades of the Storm Commandos all looked at the devil. They knew that Q King was not a cruel person. Just like the devil, there was a reason for everything he did. Then, why did Qing Niao get punished? This was the common question in the hearts of the 39 members of both teams. They did not get an answer even after Yi Qian was sent to the helicopter. Xia Jinyuan did not say anything, and Li Jinyan did not say anything either. There would be a summary meeting later, and any questions would be answered at that meeting. Major Xia, one of the parties involved, accompanied Yi Qian to the helicopter. In the cold cabin, the accompanying military doctor quickly performed a simple examination on Yi Qian. After removing Yi Qian's helmet, the military doctor could not help but gasp when he saw the bruises on Yi Qian's face that could not be covered. "You beat him up like this. He's going to have a concussion." The military doctor couldn't help but grumble. He wanted to say a few more words, but the young major's cold gaze swept over him, and he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Xia Jinyuan seemed to have calmed down, but his fists were still clenched. When he saw that the military doctor was still in the mood to speak, his gaze turned cold. "Please check the patient before you speak." They were soldiers who walked on the edge of life and death. They always understood when and what was the most important thing. Yi Qian was already in trouble. What he wanted was for the military doctor to take effective measures as soon as possible, not for him to be merciful. His fingers had been pressing on Yi Jian's carotid artery. His fingertips felt the pulse that represented life under the blood vessels, which made him feel at ease. K7 walked over and saw that Xia Jinyuan's eyes were red, and his hands. K7 frowned. He took out a first aid kit from his combat vest. He took out anti-inflammatory medicine, hemostatic powder, and disinfectant gauze. He said to Xia Jinyuan, "I'll hold her. You take care of your hands." Xia Jinyuan stared at the unconscious Yi Qian without even turning his head. "No need." Chapter 1681. K7 was right. If he had been more careful, he would have noticed that something was wrong with Yiqian, but he didn't. He didn't even think about the possibility of her being sick. From the beginning to the end, he had never thought about it. He should have thought about it. She was still on her period. A woman's body would be much weaker during her period. Plus, she was rolling around in the snow with a male soldier. She fought and ran. In the end, she was even surrounded by him. How could she have survived? At that moment, Xia Jinyuan didn't regret teaching Yiqian a lesson. He just blamed himself for not being more careful. K7 saw that he was so stubborn and didn't try to persuade him anymore. His hand was injured when he carried Yiqian on his back. He didn't wear combat gloves when he was boarding the plane. He was in a hurry and his palm was badly injured. It was fine if he didn't want to treat it. This kind of injury was nothing to them. The military doctor listened to Yiqian's heartbeat and pupils. Then he removed Yiqian's combat vest, unbuttoned his combat uniform, and unbuttoned his windproof thermal jacket. He pulled the jacket up to his belly button and checked his back. Although there was a large area of redness, his breathing and heartbeat were still okay. His life was not in danger for the time being. His condition is still okay, the military doctor told Xia Jinyuan after the examination. But we can't rule out any unforeseen events. Xia Jinyuan looked at K7. He nodded slightly when he saw his comrade. Before he said anything, K7 said in a deep voice, "Skin allergic reaction can cause neurovascular edema. In serious cases, it can cause exfoliative dermatitis. She's still in a critical condition." K7 said in a deep voice. The military doctor couldn't help but look over. The military doctor was right. But why did it sound like he was trying to scare the young major? His breathing is a bit rapid. He might have asthma, alveolitis, pulmonary fibrosis, and damage to his nervous system. In serious cases, he might even die. The military doctor was very sure that the officer in charge of medical treatment was just trying to scare him. The female soldier's skin allergy was not wrong, but it was not as serious as he said. Moreover, the rash on the female soldier's neck was much fainter than before. It could be seen that the situation was stable and did not worsen, but it was not ruled out that there would be unforeseen events. He said that just now to scare the young major, because he felt that he was the one who had beaten the female soldier to such a state. After hearing what K7 said, Xia Jinyuan's heart felt like it was being hammered by an iron nail, so much so that his heart stopped beating. The temperature of his blood was still dropping. With the rumbling sound of the helicopter, it finally dropped to the freezing point. If something were to happen to his lover, his little fox, and his comrade, he would lose his life. Because Yiqian was his life. The helicopter arrived at the tertiary hospital in the nearest city at the fastest speed. The hospital did not have a helipad, so Xia Jinyuan carried Yiqian on his back again and tied him up with a rope. He carried the feverish Yiqian down the swaying rope ladder step by step. The doctors in the hospital were already on standby. They placed the unconscious Yiqian on a stretcher. Xia Jinyuan, who was running with the doctors, did not have any intention of stopping. He almost rushed into the emergency room along with the hospital. The nurse quickly blocked him. "You can't go in. You can only wait outside." Xia Jinyuan, who was braking, watched the emergency room door close. He stood there as if his feet were rooted to the ground. He could not move even half a step. Chapter 1682. K7 caught up from behind and saw the figure that was usually as tall as a mountain and the lighthouse in the hearts of all his comrades. Now, he was standing so straight that a few nurses who passed by had to take a detour with a nervous look on their faces. "The resuscitation will take some time. Sit down for a while." K7 walked over and stood beside him. He looked at the red light above the resuscitation room and reminded him again, "Your hands were injured twice. If you don't treat them now, do you plan on touching Yiqian's face with your blood again?" Xia Jinyuan raised his hand, looked at his palm, and finally moved. When he sat down on the cold plastic chair, he looked at K7 weakly. Under the light, his clear forehead was covered in sweat. He asked, "Are there any sequelae after the resuscitation?" "There are plenty." K7 kept his words short and simple as usual. He handed over the medical items in his hand. "Bandage them yourself." "Huh, let him worry a little more." Why did he hit her so hard? If he knew this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? Xia Jinyuan could tell that his comrade was not in a good mood. Coincidentally, he was the same. He took the medical items and did not ask any more questions. He was not even in the mood to talk. It did not matter if there were sequelae. He just wanted her to live well. He just wanted his life to live well. Why did you beat her up? K7 could not hold it in. He asked her angrily, she was beaten up by you. What were you thinking? What was he thinking? What was he thinking at that time? He thought of his comrades who had sacrificed themselves. He thought of his comrades who had never come back. He thought of his comrades whose bodies had not been found. That was what he was thinking. Do you still remember R2? Xia Jinyuan's injured right hand was wrapped around his injured left hand. He looked down and said bitterly, she followed in R2's footsteps. That's why I'm scared. R2's footsteps. K7's body trembled. His fingertips were already trembling slightly. In order to hide his attitude, K7 took the bandage from Xia Jinyuan's right hand and wrapped it around his left hand. He did not say another word. R2 was their comrade who had sacrificed himself overseas 2 years ago. He was not the one who had gone on that mission. He had requested to go. He said that the man used to be his best friend, and he wanted to personally take care of his best friend to give the country an explanation. He had died in the hands of a brother who used to be so close that he could trust each other with his back. News came back from the front line that before he sacrificed himself, he asked his best brother if he could turn back from the cliff and turn himself in if he died by his gun. The man said, if he's dead, he'll definitely turn himself in. R2 tested his former brother and used his own life to test him. In the end, it was gone. He really lost his life in the test. The members of the Snowfield Brigade, who came up from the side door of the hospital and then took the fire escape stairs, immediately sensed the strange atmosphere. Xia Jinyuan, whose hands were bandaged, rested his head against the cold wall and expressionlessly closed his eyes. K7, who was sitting on the plastic chair opposite him, had his head lowered. Chenga had no idea what he was thinking. The two of them didn't communicate, but the atmosphere between them was heavy and oppressive. What was going on? Could it be that he was Qin Yao? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They quickened their steps and walked over with a cold aura. J5's expression was heavy. He asked in a low voice, how's the situation? Chapter 1683. The sound of approaching footsteps made the two people who were sitting in a daze move their bodies. Xia Jinyuan, who was still leaning his head against the wall, turned his head and saw his comrades, who had changed into jungle combat uniforms and combat boots, appearing in front of him one by one. They didn't bring their combat backpacks and rifles, but instead changed into jungle combat uniforms and combat boots. They're here, he said with a hoarse voice. He turned his head and continued to wait without moving. Only 10 minutes had passed, but these 10 minutes were so long that 1 second felt like an hour. After a long and silent wait, Xia Jinyuan looked at the closed door of the resuscitation room and gently closed his eyes. Waiting on the battlefield and waiting in the hospital were two completely different moods. On the battlefield, he could be calm and collected, waiting for the right moment to arrive. But waiting in the hospital was so long, and he felt that life was so fragile. The smell of disinfectant was like the smell of death. It was everywhere and there was no way to escape. This kind of waiting was filled with helplessness, but it was also filled with hope. At the same time, it was also filled with panic. Xia Jinyuan thought that he would never like a place like the hospital in his life. If he stayed in the hospital for too long, it would torture a normal person into a psychopath. The red light was still on. Even if he stretched his neck, he still couldn't see what was going on inside. His beloved, his life, was still lying inside and had not come out. Xia Jinyuan chose to ignore the gazes of his comrades. He didn't want to say anything. His heart and mind were only filled with his lover. Major Xia, who was emitting a hostile aura, made his comrades take a few more glances at him. Then, they shifted their gaze to K7, who was standing up. Let's talk on the rooftop. K7 put his helmet under his armpit and walked towards the fire escape stairs with his long legs. It was already dawn. K7, who was standing on the rooftop, took in a deep breath of the cold wind. Facing his comrades who were all concerned about how they came back, his usually cold and thin face had a hint of coldness. His gaze swept across his comrades' faces, which were still covered in paint. Just when everyone thought that he needed to think for a while, K7 suddenly opened his mouth. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was as if he threw two grenades. One was a killer grenade, and the other was a chemical grenade. First, everyone was stunned. Then they were all stunned. Qing Miao took the same path as her too, K7 said. That was what K7 told them. With just a few words, everyone's eyes sharpened, and they pressed their lips together. Because of their change, the north wind that blew over seemed to be filled with lead. It was heavy and full of pressure. The rooftop was cold and windy. It was a day where there was no sun and no snow. The only thing that could be seen was the gloomy sky. The figures standing on the rooftop were like white poplars facing the wind and snow. No matter how strong the wind was, it couldn't bring down their tall figures and straight backs. This was a group of soldiers who fought on the front line and used their lives to protect their country. They were a group of soldiers who were loyal to their country. They had shed too much blood and suffered too many injuries. Some of them even almost died in foreign countries. The road they took was too difficult and too hard. Each of them was a brave warrior who walked on the tip of a knife. They cut through all obstacles and sang a long song while bathed in blood. It was so hard, so difficult, but they didn't shed a single tear. At this moment, there were already tears in the corners of some of their eyes. The unyielding Special Forces soldiers secretly wiped away their tears and gritted their teeth, forcefully suppressing their surging emotions in an incomparably savage manner. Chapter 1684. So, that's how it is. J5 nodded lightly. His voice was dry and dry, probably because he had been exposed to the cold wind for a long time. Qing Miao has indeed committed a grave mistake this time. After he finished speaking, he rubbed his face and scrubbed the paint on his face into a ball. Only his sharp eyes were shining with a dim light. This time, I support Q King's decision. Putting aside Qing Miao's gender, she is a soldier like all of us, a soldier who puts her life on the line. Now that she has violated the principles of being a soldier, it is normal for her to be punished by Q King. This time, I stand on Q King's side. He did not do anything wrong. I will send you all away and wait for your return. Brothers, this is the team motto passed down by word of mouth in the Snowfield Brigade. Our two's sacrifice is a wake-up call for us. We will never allow something like this to happen again. J5's words made the members of the Snowfield Brigade nod slightly. Putting aside their emotions and using the logic of a soldier to deal with the problem, Q King was indeed not wrong. This was because they did not want to see their comrades leave only to be met with the grievous news of being separated forever. How is Qing Miao's condition? Did the doctor come out and say anything? Pigeon asked in a low voice. He had watched the entire process of Qing Miao being beaten up. At that time, Q King's ruthlessness had made him a little scared. Kick after kick, punch after punch, he did not hold back at all. He used all of his strength. He even suspected that there were signs of fractures or fractures. Her skin is allergic due to the fever medicine. Her body is flushed. Her breathing and heartbeat are normal, except for the high fever. K7 only wanted to scare Xia Jinyuan. Facing his comrades' questions, he answered truthfully, it shouldn't be a big problem. After he finished speaking, he remembered that he had not told Q King the truth. Hearing that it should not be a big problem, the members of the Snowfield Brigade sighed in relief. Then they heard K7 say, but I was a little angry at that time, so I scared Q King. Now, I'm afraid that he still thinks that Qing Miao is in big trouble. After a few seconds of silence, his comrades in jungle combat suits gave K7 a thumbs up. Good job, brother. Well done. We're very angry too. Since you scared Q King, you've helped us vent our anger. The T6 combatant had just expressed his agreement when he remembered that he would also be part of the team that would deal with Qing Miao. He suddenly felt his vision darken. It's over. It's over. He had yet to win in Jiasen's heart, but in the end, he had beaten up her best friend. This matter had to be kept a secret. For a moment, T6 felt like he was in an abyss of suffering. He was worried that something would happen to Yi Qian, but he was also worried that the girl he was chasing would ignore him because of this. T6 felt tormented standing in the cold wind. Another team member was also worried. Han Zheng from Z7 sighed softly as he looked at his comrade, who was relieved to know that Qing Niao was fine. After Qing Niao made a mistake and was taught a lesson by Q King, his comrades all expressed their understanding and agreement. But, brothers, don't you know that the two of them are now in a relationship? As her boyfriend, Q King had beaten up his girlfriend until she was hospitalized. What if his girlfriend woke up and wanted to break up with him? What should he do? What should he do? What should he do? Commander-in-Chief Xia was also very worried about this problem. After listening to Baihe's report from the Snowfield Brigade, Commander-in-Chief Xia finally understood why his son had been so ruthless in dealing with his future daughter-in-law. Chapter 1685. After thinking about it for a while, Commander-in-Chief Xia decided not to think about it anymore. From a soldier's point of view, his son did not do anything wrong. But from the perspective of his family and his future father-in-law, this matter could really be serious. Commander-in-Chief Xia felt that his son would have a headache over this matter if his girlfriend, his future wife, was sent to the hospital. Let him have a headache then. When his future daughter-in-law woke up, he would call her to ask about her. He would also tell her that since that kid was so ruthless, she should not spoil him. She could do whatever she wanted with him. But there was a condition: don't mention anything about breaking up. Commander-in-Chief Xia was afraid of this matter. His son had to understand more about it. After all, his relationship with his ex-wife had affected his son's views on marriage. He used to say to him, "If worst comes to worst, I'll just be a general without an army and never get married." Now that there was finally a girl that his son would stick to like a piece of plaster, if they broke up, he was really worried that his son would be single for the rest of his life. Moreover, he had a very good impression of Yi Qian. He did not want there to be any twists and turns in their relationship. He did not want others to take advantage of the situation and steal his future daughter-in-law away. As both a father and a mother, Commander-in-Chief Xia was worried sick at this moment. He made up his mind to call Yi Qian as soon as she woke up and put in a few good words for his son. At this moment, Xia Jinyuan was a little confused. His gaze swept back and forth between his four comrades, T6, K7, G3, and Z7. He held a tissue in his hand and wiped off the last bit of paint on his face before saying, "No way, it's not that serious, right? Are you guys trying to scare me and avenge your personal grudge?" The four of them were in the bathroom removing the paint on their faces. When their faces were revealed, Z7 voiced out their worries. "You're so ruthless. What if your girlfriend wakes up and wants to break up with you?" Major Xia was dumbfounded when he heard this. He did not even think about this. Z7, Han Zheng, was a playboy before he joined the team. He was in the 5th grade of primary school and fell in love until he went to military school. Based on his more than 10 years of love experience, this was very possible. There's nothing impossible, only things you can't think of. Q King, you have to be mentally prepared. Based on his past experience, Han Zheng looked sympathetic. "I've been in love more than 10 times, so I'm considered half an expert. Everything I say can be used as evidence." T6, K7, and G3, who had never been in love before, looked at Z7, Han Zheng, who a view. What did he just say? Been in love more than 10 times? Did he want to be beaten up by the few of them who had never been in a relationship before? Could he? Of course. Xia Jinyuan didn't believe it. He had grown up in the same compound as Han Zheng. When Han Zheng was wearing open-crotch pants, he always wanted the female soldiers in the compound to hug him. He talked about his glorious history every day and bragged about how many women he had had. How could he be in a relationship with those casual women? Being in love cost him money to buy a house within the 2nd ring road of Beijing. He was using money to buy fun. How could that be considered being in love? When Han Zheng saw his expression, he knew that he did not believe him. However, he was not angry. Instead, he chuckled and gloated. "Don't doubt me. I've been in love so many times and had so many girlfriends. Which one of them hasn't been doted on and spoiled like a princess?" Chapter 1686. You, on the other hand, beat her up until she was hospitalized. I think Yi Jian must have been frightened by your ferocious and merciless attitude. She must have gotten a high fever from fear. Bro, you should be mentally prepared. T6 added appropriately, although I don't have the experience of harming more than 10 girls like he did. Watch your words, Han Zheng interrupted. What did he mean by harming more than 10 girls? He had never harmed girls before. Everything he did was consensual. Although I don't have the experience, I have to admit that Scourge has a point. Other people spoil their girlfriends like princesses, but for you, you beat her up until she was hospitalized. Bro, if I were your girlfriend, I would also throw up my sleeves and quit. I'm scared. When Han Zheng heard that he had been called Scourge again, the corners of his mouth twitched. Forget it. What was there to be calculative about with a group of virgins who had never been in a relationship before? It was purely personal jealousy. K7 and G3, who were shooting daggers out of their eyes, only retracted their gazes when they saw that Han Zheng had become obedient. Wasn't he Scourge? More than 10 brothers combined might not have as much experience in love as he did. Xia Jinyuan, whose heart trembled, turned his gaze to his 2 comrades who knew about his relationship with Little Fox but had yet to express their opinions. What about you two? What do you think? Major Xia Jinyuan, who had only kissed one girl and had 0 experience in love, was also a little flustered at this moment. I don't have any experience either, but I agree with what Scourge said. As for you, you are the first boyfriend I've met who can beat his girlfriend to the point that she had to be hospitalized. G3's words were pertinent. This matter was not going to be resolved so easily. We heard from K7 the reason why you taught Qin Yao a lesson. As a soldier, logically speaking, we agree with what you did. Xia Jinyuan heaved a sigh of relief. He nodded with a cold expression and said, as her comrade in arms, I have to make her remember that it is stupid to use her own life to test the enemy on the battlefield. Yes, if it were us, we would definitely do that, but... G3's gaze was sympathetic and his tone took a 180-degree turn. But you're still her boyfriend. If you really want to teach her a lesson, you should let us do it instead of doing it yourself. That's your mistake, K7 concluded calmly. Major Xia, who was used to having a strong heart, felt that he could not stand the words of his comrades. In short, if she wants to break up, I'll think that it's normal. As his comrade, the T6 combatant continued to stab him. Since he had already stabbed him so many times, it did not matter if he stabbed him one more time. Stabbing him in advance was equivalent to injecting him with a tranquilizer in advance. Faced with his comrades stabbing him left and right, Major Xia took a deep breath of the ammonia gas that every bathroom must have. He suppressed the panic in his heart and said calmly, "You're right. It's indeed my mistake. I shouldn't have done it myself. You guys should have done it instead." At that time, he only thought that since she dared to do this, he would let her have a taste of her own medicine and make her pay a certain price for her foolish actions. He was happy that she came, so how could he bear to see her leave? He brought her step by step to the path he was on, hoping to advance and retreat hand in hand with her. How could he bear to see her leave in advance? If he had to choose again, he would still choose to teach her a lesson. Chapter 1687. He wanted her to always remember that petty tricks and thinking too highly of herself were taboo on the battlefield. The slightest carelessness would result in nothing left. However, he did not expect that she would end up in the hospital because of him. He did not regret teaching her a lesson. He had once said that they would not only be lovers in the future, but also comrades. As the team leader, he had the duty and responsibility to make sure that his comrades suffered the consequences of her mistake. Although I was successfully intimidated by you guys, I still believe that Qin Yao won't break up with you. Major Xia, who was a little flustered, would not be defeated so easily. He turned on the tap and washed his face with cold water. After changing into his jungle combat uniform, he stood in front of his comrades and looked into their deep, cold eyes. His gaze was as cold as an unsheathed ancient sword. He said calmly, "Although I believe that Qin Yao won't break up with me as her boyfriend, I still have to apologize first." The corners of G3's mouth twitched. Looking at his expression just now, he thought that he would never apologize to Yi Qian and say that he regretted teaching her a lesson. The next second, the all-round soldier king bent over for love. The comrades guarding outside saw their team leader walk over with his head held high. Although the corners of his mouth were swollen, he looked very calm as he walked over. There's no need for all of you to stay in the hospital. Go back and reorganize. Captain Li will lead you to the second training base. The hospital was not the army. It was already 7 in the morning, and there would be more and more people in the hospital. It would be too eye-catching for a group of people to wear their combat uniforms. They would become the target of everyone's attention, so they had to leave immediately. When Yi Qian wakes up, I'll let you know immediately. I'll also convey your concern to her. Everyone, stand at attention. A minute later, the team left. Han Zheng walked forward and patted his good friend and comrade on the shoulder. He said earnestly, "Lower your head and apologize properly. At times like this, you have to pretend to be a coward. Don't be stubborn. Be careful that you don't lose your girlfriend and let your brothers take advantage of you." Looking at how Qin Niao was acting, if she was not his brother's girlfriend, he would have pursued her. T6 was even more devastated. Jiasin is her good friend. My heart is bleeding right now. Why did I agree to go with you to hunt down Qin Niao back then? Am I stupid or not? At the very least, Q King was in a relationship and had even held hands and kissed her before. But as for himself, he had not succeeded in his revolution and was still working hard. Whenever he thought of this, the T6 combatant felt his heart bleed. Seeing this, Xia Jinyuan kindly comforted her. "Don't worry. If you don't get it, you won't lose it. Why are you hurting my heart? Scram as far as you can. Stop trying to scare him. He wasn't that easily frightened." Yi Jian did not know that Major Xia's heart was churning violently at this moment. She, who had fainted from the fever, gradually regained her clarity. The second she felt as if something was about to touch her, she, who was lying in the emergency room, suddenly opened her eyes. At the same time, her right hand gripped the nurse's wrist tightly. The nurse who was about to insert the needle into Yi Qian was so shocked that she almost dropped the syringe in her hand. She subconsciously looked up and was once again shocked by the coldness in Yi Qian's eyes. The trembling syringe in her hand did not escape the fate of dropping and fell to the floor with a thud. When the doctor heard the commotion, he turned around and saw that the patient had regained consciousness. He did not even have time to take off his sterile mask and walked over to the bed. He smiled at the female patient and said, "You're awake so soon? Do you feel better?" Chapter 1688. Her skin allergy wasn't serious, but she had a high fever and fainted. After a series of examinations, a skin test, and a normal anti-allergic fever medicine, the patient woke up in less than 3 minutes. He was indeed a soldier with a strong physique. Yi Qian blinked her eyes in a daze. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she seemed to confirm where she was. She gently closed her eyes and let go of her hand at the same time. She fell into a deep sleep again. The frightened nurse patted her chest and picked up the syringe. She had to refill the medicine. The lights in the emergency room turned from red to green. Xia Jinyuan rushed over immediately. Yi Qian was lying on the hospital bed and being wheeled out by the nurse and doctor. All he could see was Yi Qian. He saw that his beloved lover's lips were abnormally red. It was the color of lips that only appeared when the fever had not completely subsided. There was a shocking bruise at the corner of her mouth, and there were small scratches on the left side of her face. These injuries were all caused by him. They were all caused by him. Her pale face, bright red blood, and snow-white quilt. The bright colors made Yi Qian look as fragile as a porcelain doll that would break at the slightest touch. His heart felt as if it had been gouged out. It was so empty that it made him panic. When he saw the foredrip and the doctor's expression, Xia Jinyuan felt as if he had really come back to life. The doctor and nurse looked at the young soldier in front of them. Their gazes swept past the wound at the corner of his mouth. How did he get injured like this? The female soldier lying on the bed was examined. There were more than 10 bruises on her body, especially the first 2 bruises on her back. These 2 bruises were the most obvious. The subcutaneous tissue was severely congested and had turned black. Fortunately, the bruises had avoided important areas such as the back and did not hurt any vital parts. The male soldier also had bruises on his face. He guessed that his body was not much better. Xia Jinyuan asked in a low voice, "Doctor, how is the patient? Is she out of danger?" He was not in a hurry and spoke very slowly. However, the doctor could hear the urgency in his voice. It was as if he did not allow him to speak nonsense. "It's not a big problem. Her condition is very good. The patient has a strong will. She woke up groggily 2 minutes ago. She will be fine after she wakes up naturally." The doctor condensed a few sentences into one sentence. He picked what the other party wanted to hear and did not beat around the bush. He said that he still needed to observe and did not rule out the possibility of changes. Xia Jinyuan's professional intuition told him that if he really said that, the soldier would not have the patience to ask him. With the hospital's words, Xia Jinyuan felt that his cold blood was finally warming up. He said, "Thank you," politely and pushed the bed into the ward that had been arranged earlier. The doctor followed Xia Jinyuan all the way to the ward. He said to Xia Jinyuan, "Contact him if anything happens." Then he left with the nurse. This was a special ward. After the hospital received the call, several doctors were on standby. Fortunately, the situation caused by the drug allergy was not serious. She only needed to reduce the fever. Now that the flush on the patient's body had subsided, her condition was stable. After the door closed, the room was so quiet that only the sound of breathing could be heard. Xia Jinyuan sat by the bed. His hands were clenched tightly. His gaze was fixed on Yi Qian. She was lying quietly on the bed with her eyes closed. Her face was particularly pale because of her poor complexion. Chapter 1689. He gently touched the wound at the corner of her mouth with his hand wrapped in gauze. The young major's eyes were no longer as cold as they were during the competition. Instead, they were as gentle as water. "I'm sorry, little fox." He got up and slowly bent down to gently touch her lips with his similarly injured lips. He didn't dare to use too much force as he was afraid that he would hurt the corner of her mouth. He only kissed her lightly and then left. He carefully adjusted the corner of the blanket before sitting back down. Xia Jinyuan quietly looked at her sleeping face under the influence of the medicine. He couldn't help but purse his lips slightly. He quietly watched, guarded, and accompanied her. There was no one to disturb him or make any noise. It was so quiet that he could hear their breathing intertwining. Only then could he feel at ease. After an unknown amount of time, the phone in his pocket rang and broke the silence. Xia Jinyuan frowned and immediately took it out and quickly picked it up. At the same time, he got up and walked to the balcony of the single ward. The sliding door gently closed. He stood outside the glass door and stared intently at Yi Qian on the hospital bed. He said, "Dad, speak slowly. Don't lose your breath. You're quite capable. You beat up your girlfriend and sent her to the hospital. Aren't you usually quite shrewd? What's wrong? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey and become an idiot?" Commander-in-Chief Xia on the other side of the phone mocked his son. He was definitely a father and wasn't afraid of Xia Jinyuan hanging up the phone. "I think it's a compliment to call you an idiot. Yi Qian should be punished for what he did, but you can't beat up your girlfriend and send her to the hospital. Now, his girlfriend is in the hospital. I have a feeling that this future daughter-in-law, who has already passed the family Xia gate, is going to withdraw her foot and prepare to run away. Xia Jinyuan, if you scare your daughter-in-law away, go back and explain it to old madam and old master. I'm not going to scold him with you. I'll give you 2 words, serves you right." Why did Comrade Little Xia and Comrade Old Xia not see eye to eye? That was the root cause. When Shirley's son committed a crime outside, he would never comfort him. His words were always the same. It had never changed from the past until now. Comrade Little Xia was already used to it. He had already accepted such a unique fatherly love. Was it so difficult to say a few words of concern? Do I have to mock and ridicule you to feel better? What was there to be comfortable about? The more he spoke, the angrier he got. Xia Jinyuan rubbed his temples and said, "Dad, I'm thinking about how to make my girlfriend change her mind." "What a coincidence that you called." Xiao Yi really wants to break up? Commander-in-Chief Xia's voice seemed to be a little higher, but she didn't sound worried. That's right. You beat someone up and sent them to the hospital. Any normal girl would think so. You should apologize properly. You didn't make Xiao Yi change her mind. Don't go home this year. Spend the new year alone outside. He was definitely his biological father. He actually heard a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. Xia Jinyuan snorted. Don't laugh too early. Huh, I'm not laughing too early. You should think about this matter carefully. Daughter-in-law, I only acknowledge Xiao Yi as my daughter-in-law. You can't change it to someone else. Commander-in-Chief Xia could tell that his son didn't give up because of this. He was determined to stick to the basic path and continue to cling onto Xiao Yi. He immediately felt relieved. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was relieved, hung up the phone very quickly. He didn't give Xia Jinyuan any time to mentally prepare himself. Xia Jinyuan could only sigh about this phone call. He sat down by the bed again and held Yi Qian's hand. He whispered, "Little fox, you mustn't break up with me. If there's anything, we can talk about it calmly. Just don't say anything that will hurt our relationship." Chapter 1690. My dad is panicking. I heard that he told old master and old madam about it. He even said that I'm going to make you disappear and that I can't even go home. Major Xia started racking his brains to think of a way to apologize. This was the first time he had to apologize after punishing his comrade. He had no experience at all. No matter, he would explain the whole story to his usually reasonable little fox first, then apologize properly. Remember, he definitely could not say things like, "I hit you for your own good." He also had to remember that when his little fox woke up, he would obediently do whatever she told him to do. G3 said that if a woman was willing to follow them in their line of work, it was definitely because he had done good deeds in his previous life that he was able to find a good girl in this life. His girl, his little fox, was one of a kind in the world. He had chased after her for so long, so how could he give up now? It was undeniable that his comrade's words had affected his mood, but if he had to choose again, his little fox, he would still choose the same. Any training in the army was to prepare for war. It was tense, serious, and filled with danger. Once they were divided into factions, it meant that they were in the middle of a battle. Your every move will be the key to whether you can survive or not. He brought her all the way here not to see her sacrifice herself for his mistake one day, but because he wanted the two of them to walk side by side and live well together. He wanted the two of them to live well. When Yi Jian woke up, there was no more foredrip. Someone was lying quietly on the right side of her. His bent back was like a cheetah hiding in a tree. As long as there was a slight movement, he would immediately wake up and show his sharp claws and teeth. His hand moved slightly, and the highly vigilant man suddenly raised his head. At the same time, his gaze locked onto Yi Qian's face. 3 hours later, his little fox finally woke up. She had slept very soundly, and there was color on her face. Her seductive red lips were much lighter, and it was obvious that she was much more energetic after waking up. "I'll go get a glass of water." He let go of her hand and carefully placed it under the blanket. When he got up, he lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. "Lie down properly. Drink some water before we talk." Yi Qian blinked and watched as he poured her a glass of water, tested the temperature of the water, and waited for her to come back with the glass. He served her like a baby, and even held her from behind to feed her water. Yi Jian's throat was indeed dry from the fever. After enjoying his meticulous service, she stared at him with her dark and obvious eyes without blinking. She immediately informed the nurse and the doctor. After that, she sat down again and said softly, "Lie down properly and wait for the doctor to come and examine you." "Captain Xia, you seem a little strange." Yi Jian was keenly aware of his cautiousness. She could not help but ask, "Don't tell me you have some big move waiting for me?" Hearing this, Xia Jinyuan held his breath. She was really scared. The doctor knocked on the door. He said in a low voice, "Let's wait for the doctor to finish his examination and leave. And don't think too much. You need to rest well now." The doctor rushed over and asked the nurse to take Yi Qian's temperature. Then he checked her arms, neck, back, and other areas to see if the rash had subsided. After the examination, he smiled and said, "The rash on your body is gone, and your temperature has dropped. It seems like you only need to rest for a day." Chapter 1691. While the doctor spoke to Xia Jinyuan, the nurse helped Yi Qian straighten his clothes and said softly, "There are many ruptured capillaries in the subcutaneous tissue. You can use ointment and massage to promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. There are 2 serious injuries on your back. Use ointment as soon as possible." The nurse was reminding him out of kindness. Yi Qian didn't think much of it, but Xia Jinyuan felt a little awkward. The injuries on his back were caused by him. Xia Jinyuan asked the doctor if there were any taboos and if there was anything else he needed to pay attention to. After confirming that there were no more questions, he sent the doctor away. After the doctor and nurse left, the ward became quiet again. Xia Jinyuan, who was locking the door, paused slightly on the handle. He sighed softly and turned around. It made him feel like he had died a heroic death. It was exactly 11 o'clock p.m. Time for lunch. Xia Jinyuan poured a glass of warm water and placed it at the bedside. He said softly to Yi Qian, "You must be hungry. What do you want to eat? I'll go to the cafeteria to get some takeout." He was indeed hungry. Yi Qian smiled and said, "Something light, like porridge or something like that will do." "What else do you want to eat?" "Steamed buns and dumplings are all fine." Xia Jinyuan felt that his words lacked confidence. He had lived for more than 20 years, and this was the first time he had been so careful. He was afraid of angering the girlfriend he had spent so much effort to pursue. This kind of cautiousness mixed with an indescribable sweetness and faint anticipation made his emotions so complicated that he didn't know how to sort them out. But there was one thing he was sure of. At this moment, he had to be honest. If his girlfriend said she wanted the stars in the sky, he definitely couldn't take the moon and bring it back. Major Xia, who had 0 experience in love, excelled in his EQ and IQ. Without anyone teaching him, he learned the correct way to behave as a boyfriend when he angered his girlfriend. Seeing him like this, Yi Qian felt even more uneasy. He had a feeling that he still had a big trick up his sleeve. He shook his head and said, "The corner of my mouth hurts a little. Let's just eat the porridge. I can swallow it without chewing." Upon hearing this, Xia Jinyuan felt his heart skip a beat. The corner of his girlfriend's mouth hurt. Because of him. The major, who was starting to feel guilty, quickly said, "Okay, I'll go down now." Then, he took out his phone from his pocket. "If there's anything, feel free to contact me. Or, press this bell and ask the nurse to come over." Yi Qian watched him stride out of the ward with his phone in hand. His suspicions grew. He really felt like there was more to come. The match had already ended, and the Storm Commandos had lost due to the disadvantage of having 4 members. Could it be that the loser was going to be punished next? And as a captive, would he be punished even more severely? Running with weights? Jumping off a tall building? Capture the king cobra alive? Crawling on the uneven rocks while wearing a short-sleeved shirt? That shouldn't be the case. The second training base wasn't even close to the sea. Yi Qian went through almost all of the cruelest training in her mind. As she thought about it, she felt her lower abdomen tighten. Her bladder was so full that she needed to go to the bathroom. Yi Qian, who was covered in injuries, could totally get out of bed on her own. When she reached the bathroom, she was still thinking about what kind of punishment was waiting for her. She had persevered through all of the cruel training that flashed through her mind. Another punishment wouldn't be too much of a problem. At most, she would feel a little tired. Chapter 1692. But there was something wrong with Captain Xia. He was being too careful with her, as if he was trying to make up for something. Yi Qian, who was washing her hands with her head lowered, did not realize that Xia Jinyuan was being so careful because he was afraid that she would break up with him in a fit of anger. After all, she had never thought in that direction. She also did not think that his actions during the competition were wrong. She was indeed wrong. She had used her cleverness to win and used her own life as bait. That was no ordinary mistake. It was only right for her to be taught a lesson by Xia Jinyuan, who was the team captain. Yi Qian, who was deep in thought, looked up and saw herself in the mirror. Her face was bruised, and the corners of her mouth, eyes, forehead, and the left side of her face were all injured. It was a little scary. She raised her hand and gently pressed the corner of her mouth. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw the light on the phone beside her flashing. Then the phone vibrated. Someone was calling. This was Xia Jinyuan's personal phone. Yi Qian hesitated for a moment, but still reached out to pick up the phone. When she opened the phone, Yi Qian's heart started to beat faster. The caller ID was Old Man Xia. Old Man Xia was Commander-in-Chief Xia. Commander-in-Chief Xia was calling. Should she pick it up or not? She really wanted to not pick it up, but wouldn't it be bad if she did? After a moment of hesitation, the call ended. Yi Qian, who was inexplicably relieved, had not put down the phone when it flashed again. The caller ID was still Old Man Xia. Hello, Commander-in-Chief Xia. This is Yi Qian. In the end, Yi Qian still picked it up. She stood upright in the bathroom and answered the call as if she was being inspected. Commander-in-Chief Xia heard the voice and the name. He quickly looked at the number he had dialed. That's right, it was his son's number, and he did not have Xiao Ye's phone number. Commander-in-Chief Xia moved the phone away from his face, turned around, and cleared his throat. Only then did he speak to his future daughter-in-law. Xiao Yi, are you feeling better? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Is Xia Jinyuan with you? With so many questions at once, Yi Qian quickly composed himself and answered seriously, Thank you for your concern, Commander-in-Chief. There are no more problems. Captain Xia went downstairs 3 minutes ago to get the Chinese food for me. When he comes back, I'll ask him to call you immediately. Yi Qian really wanted to hang up. She did not know why, but when she took Captain Xia's phone and answered the call from the Commander-in-Chief, she felt extremely guilty. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not hear what Yi Qian was thinking. Since his son was not around, it was easier for him to talk. It's okay. I just wanted to ask him about your situation. Now that you're talking to me directly, I don't need to ask him anymore. Since the person who answered the phone was himself, Commander-in-Chief Xia had to criticize him. His tone suddenly became serious as he said in a deep voice, I already know what happened to you. This time, as a soldier, you made such a big mistake which really shocked us. Whether it's me, the Army Major General, or the Navy Commander, we can't accept your low-level but extremely serious mistake. Yi Qian stood upright and accepted the criticism from the military leader. Her expression was cold and she did not resist at all. Even though her body hurt all over, she still stood upright and accepted the criticism seriously. Sacrifice has always been something that we try to avoid as much as possible. We all know that there will be sacrifices in battle. But knowing and accepting is the biggest difference between reason and emotion. As your comrades, they are already prepared to sacrifice themselves for each other. But one day, when they find out that their comrades have sacrificed themselves because of their own misjudgment, Yi Qian, do you know what kind of impact this will have on your comrades and the battle commander? Chapter 1693. It's self-blame that you'll feel day after day, perhaps even for your entire life. Your comrades will blame themselves for not discovering it earlier, and your commanders will blame themselves for not strengthening your training. You sacrificed yourself, but you left behind more pain for your comrades. Is this what you want to see? Yi Qian clenched her teeth and took a few deep breaths to suppress her emotions. She kept her voice steady as she replied, No, this is what I don't want to see the most. Yi Qian was completely shaken, and the corners of her eyes were red. How could she be willing to do this? Very well, remember what I said, and remember who you are. You're a soldier who will carry a gun and fight against death at all times. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not fly into a rage. He believed that with her intelligence, she would be able to understand. After he finished criticizing her, Commander-in-Chief Xia's voice suddenly softened. The first part was a conversation between a military leader and a soldier who made a mistake, and the next part was a conversation with his future daughter-in-law. In an instant, even his voice became much gentler. Then let's talk about you and Xia Jinyuan. About her and Captain Xia? Even though the Commander-in-Chief's voice had become much gentler, Yi Qian did not relax at all. Go ahead. After a few words, Commander-in-Chief Xia could tell that his future daughter-in-law was a little uncomfortable talking to him. He sighed and said, Xiao Yi, putting aside my position in the military, I'm actually your elder. You have to admit that, right? You have to admit that, right? His change in status was too sudden. Yi Qian was so shocked that she almost dropped her phone into the sink. Admit it, to admit it. Don't be too restrained. Just treat me as your father. A father is talking to his daughter properly. Commander-in-Chief Xia not only heard Yi Jian's uneasiness, but also heard her faint estrangement. The commander-in-chief, who knew her background like the back of his hand, did not get angry because of this. Instead, he was very considerate and comforted her very carefully. In the future, if you have any grievances, just call me. This is my private phone number. Remember it in your heart. Yi Qian. She seemed to know why Captain Xia was sometimes a little unreasonable. It was probably hereditary. Commander-in-Chief Xia had become a father without her noticing. On the other end of the phone, Captain Xia continued kindly, I don't have a daughter, only that brat Xia Jinyuan. I'm very strict with him because he's a man, and as a man, he has to take responsibility and be responsible. And you're a girl. Which girl wouldn't dote on you? But you're also a soldier. I can't really treat you like a delicate daughter, but I'll definitely treat you like a daughter who needs my care, who needs me to stand up for you when you're wronged. Yi Jian, who was originally in a state of panic, heard this and her eyes turned red. She hadn't called him Dad in a long, long time. Hearing Commander-in-Chief Xia's kind voice, Yi Qian could only bite her lower lip to stop herself from crying. She didn't have any family love in her previous life, but in this life, God seemed to want to make it up to her. She was so lucky in this life. Xiao Yi, Xia Jinyuan was ruthless this time. I hope you don't blame him. Your identities are destined to be different. The path you walk, the hardships you suffer, and the sufferings you suffer are also destined to be different. As a Special Forces soldier, you need to be agile, resolute, brave, hardworking, and have self-discipline. Chapter 1694. The crime you committed this time can be said to be a big mistake, and it's a big taboo for a Special Forces soldier on the battlefield. Xia Jinyuan did not do anything wrong as a captain and a soldier. Xiao Yi, do you understand his painstaking efforts? After Commander-in-Chief Xia finished speaking, he quietly waited for Yi Qian's answer. He knew that no one would feel good if something like this happened to her. She was beaten to the point of being hospitalized by her boyfriend. Sigh, only his son could do something like that. The two young people were both soldiers and Special Forces soldiers. Even if they were on the battlefield, they could still fight side by side. Such a marriage was really one in a million. As a father, although he usually ridiculed his son, how could he sit back and do nothing when it concerned his lifelong happiness? Besides, he really admired Yi Qian. For a female soldier to be able to come this far, she was one of the best in the army. He could not bear to let such a good girl fall into his family. He could only communicate with her in advance and let her understand Xia Jinyuan's actions. Only then could they continue to be together. Yi Qian patted the corners of her eyes with cold water. After taking a deep breath, she replied softly, Commander-in-Chief, I don't blame Captain Xia, and I understand his painstaking efforts. I made a mistake on my side, so I should be punished. It was just a coincidence that I was hospitalized. I had a fever and I was allergic to drugs. I couldn't take it, so I was admitted. It has nothing to do with Captain Xia. Commander-in-Chief Xia was relieved by her words. He felt more and more that Yi Qian was an honest and open-minded girl. With a smile on his face, he sighed and said, You have too many restrictions and too many helplessness. You are both comrades and lovers. You can be more casual in life, but when you are in the army and on the battlefield, you have to be careful. The slightest carelessness will lead to big mistakes. So, I hope you can understand his actions. Yi Qian listened carefully and accepted the criticism. Even through the radio, she could feel Commander-in-Chief Xia's concern and a father's hope for his daughter's happiness. Therefore, she answered more sincerely and did not try to pander because of the Commander-in-Chief's identity. You're right. Captain Xia did make a move this time because I made a big mistake. If he didn't remind me, I might not have realized my mistake so deeply. Understanding each other, the two of you can live a good life. Then, Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had changed his identity to father, showed concern for Yi Qian's health. He also asked how badly she was beaten. He also heard that she had injuries on her face. He said kindly to Yi Qian, "Don't worry, remember this debt." Calm. Commander-in-Chief Xia added, "Now that the two of you are in the hospital, you should order him around. Don't give in to him, and don't tell him that you don't blame him. This kid is taking advantage of the situation. Listen to me. Show some authority and put down his arrogance. Order him around as much as you can. Let him do all the laundry and feed. Let him learn his lesson." Yi Qian was no longer surprised by the commander-in-chief's behavior. She had seen it before. She listened to the commander-in-chief's advice very seriously. However, she first needed to know what kind of punishment she would have to receive. As for the commander-in-chief's words, she could indeed consider them. Chapter 1695. Xia Jinyuan took 2 bowls of porridge and saw that Yi Jian was not lying on the bed. He put the porridge on the table and opened the bathroom door. He saw his girlfriend looking at the wound on her face in the mirror. Her eyes were slightly red. This scene shocked him so much that he sucked in a breath of cold air. A few words flashed through his mind. "I'll settle the score later. Something big is going to happen." He quickly thought of what else he needed to do. He had to do it perfectly. He had to show his little fox how sincere he was when he apologized. He had to make her forget that he was the one who caused the wound on her body. Yi Qian saw him in the mirror and saw the wound on his face. He looked at himself in the mirror again and thought of Commander-in-Chief Xia's words. He could not help but lower his head and smile secretly. Commander-in-Chief Xia only cared about how badly she was injured, but he never asked about Captain Xia's injuries from the beginning to the end. She disfigured her boyfriend's handsome face, especially the bridge of his nose, which was swollen. It was rare to have a girlfriend as fierce as her. She seemed to have hit him with the handle of a dagger. Now that he thought about it, he regretted it. What if she hit his eyes? Yi Jian held the mentality of, "I'll be stabbed no matter what." When the major sitting next to her spooned porridge to feed her again, Yi Jian raised her hand to block it and asked decisively, "Captain Xia, what punishment is waiting for me next? Just tell me directly." Xia Jinyuan felt his knees go weak. "Finish the porridge first, then we'll talk about other things." Punishment? He did not dare. He was afraid that she would punish him. Seeing this, Yi Qian, who liked to cut the Gordian knot, took the bowl of porridge from his hand, tilted his head back, and drank it all like drinking water. She handed the bowl back to him. "Okay, you can talk now." Major Xia wanted to cry but had no tears. He wanted to feed her the porridge and take the opportunity to apologize, but his girlfriend did not give him the chance. She did not even need to feed him and directly finished the porridge. He lost another chance to perform well. Major Xia, who had always handled things calmly and gracefully, put down the empty bowl in his hand. "Let's start." He had to finish it early so that he would not feel uneasy. "There is no punishment, little fox. The competition is over and the plan to capture you has also come to an end. You have also paid the price for your actions and received punishment. I believe that after this lesson, you will remember that even if you meet an acquaintance on the battlefield, as long as they are enemies, you must not test them." His voice was low and very serious. Yi Qian listened carefully and did not miss a single word. He had done a lot for her and she remembered it all. He was a man who was responsible for his personal life and had the tenderness of a soldier. "I learned a lot this lesson. I won't forget it for the rest of my life." Yi Qian laughed. As she spoke, she raised her eyebrows slightly and joked, "I don't want to be beaten up by my boyfriend again and have to lie in the hospital. It's enough for me to go through this once." The corners of Xia Jinyuan's eyes twitched as he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. His dark eyes were full of affection as he gently held Yi Jian's hand with both hands. He lowered his eyes and kissed the back of her hand with his thin lips. Then, he slowly raised his head and gazed at Yi Jian affectionately again. His voice was low and he spoke in an exceptionally gentle voice, "I need to apologize to you. I only want to apologize to you because of my identity as your boyfriend. I didn't take good care of you and didn't protect you. This is my fault. I shouldn't have done that." Chapter 1696. The more he spoke, the smoother he became. Major Xia was a man who dared to take responsibility for his actions. Since he was going to apologize, he had to do it properly. He couldn't just brush it off. Whatever he wanted to say in his heart, his mouth said whatever he wanted to say. He didn't even need to draft his words as he continued to speak naturally. As a man, I should take good care of my girlfriend. I should support the sky for you, shelter you from the wind and rain, and not let you get hurt at all. I'm sorry, little fox. This time, I didn't fulfill my responsibilities as a boyfriend. It's my fault. If you're unhappy with anything, feel free to vent. I promise to accept it all. Yi Qian instantly understood why Xia Jinyuan was so careful. It turned out that he had hit him and was afraid that she would be unhappy with him. Looking at Xia Jinyuan, who was so careful and anxious, Yi Qian didn't feel proud. Instead, he felt a little heartache. For her, such a high and mighty man had lowered himself and apologized so carefully just to not make her angry. Yi Qian, oh Yi Qian, you're lucky to have met him. How could you bear to scold him? Yi Qian sighed softly, his heart aching. He had his own position and responsibilities. As the team leader, he was the commander of the entire team on the battlefield. He led his comrades on the battlefield, used the correct strategy and techniques to achieve victory, and successfully completed the mission assigned by the country. At the same time, he had to ensure the safety of every comrade and minimize unnecessary sacrifices. How to ensure the safety of every comrade didn't mean that he had to keep an eye on them all the time on the battlefield. Instead, he had to be serious and strictly supervised during training. He also had to lead by example and train together with his comrades. As the team leader, Captain Xia had to work harder than his teammates. He had to work harder than his teammates. He had no choice. He was the brain and core of the Snowfield Brigade and played a decisive role in battle. During training, he had to restrain himself and manage his comrades. He had to know everything accurately, and know everything quickly. In this way, as long as he found out that someone had made a mistake as the commander, he had no choice but to punish that person to ensure that he could bring his comrades back safely during battle. Captain Xia apologized to her so carefully. Yi Jian knew that she really felt sorry for him. She felt very sorry for him. Hearing her sigh, Xia Jinyuan mistakenly thought that she was considering whether to forgive him. Feeling a little nervous, he tightened his grip on Yi Qian's hand. There was still something he wanted to say, but he had to say it all. As your boyfriend, I didn't fulfill my responsibility to protect you. But little fox, as a soldier, I have to treat your mistakes seriously and severely. This is punishment, and it's also the punishment you deserve. As your comrade and your captain, I must be strict with you. Once you find out that you've made a mistake, you must not show mercy to me just because I'm your boyfriend. Yesterday, they said that my biggest mistake was to teach you a lesson with my own hands. After thinking about it, I'd rather do it myself than let someone else do it. We're comrades in arms and lovers for life. How can I let someone else teach you a lesson? I want the two of us to be together for a long time. We can support each other for the rest of our lives. I don't want either of us to let go of the other person's hand halfway and let the other person continue on alone. Chapter 1697. And the same mistake has already happened once, and we were taught a lesson by the Grim Reaper. Yi Qian, you made the same mistake this time, and I have to punish you severely because I can't accept the fact that you died one day when I send you away. His grip on her hand slowly tightened, and she could feel his muscles gradually tightening as he spoke. Yi Qian looked deeply at the man who was shouldering the responsibility of his country. She looked at the iron-blooded soldier who was respected the most as long as he was on the battlefield. She looked into his dark eyes and asked softly, "In the past, who else made the same mistake as me?" R2, a Special Forces soldier in the Snowfield Brigade. He was only 28 years old when he died. He had a beautiful and kind wife at home who was about to give birth. If there were no accidents, he would have gone home on leave after completing his mission to accompany his wife until she gave birth. At the mention of his fallen comrade, Xia Jinyuan's voice even dropped a few pitches. It was low and heavy, and there was a sadness that could not be erased. No one could accept it. Even though 2 years have passed, we still can't accept it. Xia Jinyuan's lips were pressed tightly together, and there was a hint of viciousness in them. His expression instantly made Yi Qian's heartstrings tense, and his voice became colder and colder. In the end, it was filled with thick hostility. Later, the person who R2 thought was his brother sent an email from abroad to R2's private email. He knew that we would organize R2's email, and the email was full of provocation. He mocked R2 for his foolish probing behavior and told him to kill his enemy effortlessly. His former acquaintance turned into his current enemy. Even the criminals knew this, but R2 didn't recognize it. For this, he paid the price with his life. It also became a pain in the hearts of all our comrades in the Snowfield Brigade. They couldn't accept it, but they had no choice but to accept it. Yi Qian completely understood why he was so cruel to himself last night. He was so cruel that even the T6 and pigeons couldn't stand it, but he still insisted on teaching him a lesson. It turned out that there was such a sad story. I'll remember this, Captain Xia. From now on, I'll never do it again. She said slowly and solemnly, I will never make such a low-level mistake that could cost me my life at any time. She didn't blame him at all, nor did she fear him or reject him because of this. She was still as kind as before, showing him a gentle smile with her bright eyes. The corner of his mouth was also swollen. It must be very painful. Xia Jinyuan replied softly. He lowered his head and kissed her hand. Hiding the ruthlessness in his eyes, he gazed at her lovingly. As your boyfriend, I apologize. But as your comrade, I'm sorry, little fox. I can't apologize to you. But now, I accept all the punishments you've given me. It's because I didn't take good care of you. I will perform well and strive to make you forgive me for neglecting my duties as your boyfriend. It was only right for a man to be at his girlfriend's beck and call. She wasn't angry at all when she was surrounded and beaten up by him. Now that she understood so much, it was even more impossible for her to be angry. However, looking at Captain Xia now, she couldn't help but want to tease him. Who asked him to like teasing her in the past? Chapter 1698. Yi Qian's eyes flickered. He smiled calmly and said, Do you think I'm that easy to order around? Could it be that during the training he would take revenge on him? After all, you're the captain of this training. I don't dare to offend you. It's a pleasure to serve my girlfriend. Xia Jinyuan said sternly and took out a tube of medicinal oil from his pocket. When I came up, I went to the pharmacy to get a tube of medicinal oil for promoting blood circulation and dispelling blood stasis. Lie on your stomach and I'll use the medicinal oil to rub your wounds. I'll start with your body. When the doctor checked her back, he saw the 2 large bruises that were so deep that the tissue beneath her skin was covered with dark purple blood stains. He couldn't bear to take another look at it. Yi Qian grabbed the medicinal oil. He raised his eyebrows and said with a faint smile, As a soldier, I'll definitely forgive you for what you did back then. But as your girlfriend, Captain Xia, I'm not that easy to coax. It's here. The more you're afraid of something, the more likely it will happen. Major Xia, who had already gotten over the initial apprehension, looked at Yi Qian lovingly and sighed. Come on, what do I have to do to make you forgive me? Yi Qian thought of the kneeling on the keyboard, and kneeling on the durian, in the future. Her eyes flickered and she said mischievously, Verbal apologies are nothing new. I don't see sincerity. Why don't we try something else? Major Xia, who had always been sensitive to such matters, suddenly had a bad feeling. He sat up straight and said, Try something else? Captain Xia, why don't you try kneeling on the bullet? Point the bullet downwards and the flat end upwards. Captain Xia, kneel on the bullet for 10 minutes. How about that? Yi Qian blinked his bright eyes and looked at him seriously. I think we can see Captain Xia's sincerity through this. It was a very original suggestion. Xia Jinyuan, who was opening the packaging of the medicinal oil, paused. He then stood up and began to unbuckle his belt. Yi Qian was dumbfounded. Xia Jinyuan, why are you taking off your pants? He couldn't keep up with him at all, nor could he figure out what he was going to do next. The young major's mouth curled up slightly. Although his handsome face was destroyed, his temperament was still there. He was still that noble and elegant young major. It's easier for you to check if I take off my pants. Also, don't you think it's more challenging to kneel in front of bullets with bare arms and legs? That's a good idea. I've never thought of this before. Next time, when my brothers make a mistake, I can use this move. All of you, kneel before the bullets. Major Xia, who had taken off his pants, was wearing a pair of warm pants issued by the army. When he saw Yi Qian about to throw him down with a pillow, he couldn't help but chuckle. I'll pay attention to my image in the hospital. I won't do anything impolite. He pulled up the combat pants that he had taken off and said, "My pants are tucked in. It's easier for you to see the wound on my calf if I take it off." Little Fox, after you kicked me a few times, the T6 combatant asked me if my bones were fractured. At that time, I stubbornly said that I was fine. So now I'm here to see if I'm all right. Oh. When Yi Qian saw that he was still wearing a pair of pants, he calmed down. Then he raised his eyebrows and said with a half-smile, "Captain Xia, are you saying that you want me, your girlfriend, to apologize?" Something was wrong. He needed to take immediate emergency measures to quickly stop what he was doing at this moment. Xia Jinyuan, who felt a sense of crisis, quickly put on his combat pants as if he was on an emergency mission. He unbuckled his belt and pulled on his jacket. His clothes were neat and tidy, and he looked dignified. Absolutely not. It's just that I felt a little hot after running all the way here, so I wanted to get some steam off. Chapter 1699. He had almost angered his girlfriend again. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly enough. Otherwise, not only would he not have been able to clean up the mess, but he would have also ruined the current atmosphere. No, he had to be more careful. He absolutely could not anger his girlfriend. "Come, lie down on your stomach. I'll rub your back. It might hurt a little, but bear with it." With a quick-witted and smart girlfriend, the boyfriend would be treading on thin ice if he angered her. Major Xia's conclusion was, when your girlfriend is angry, you have to follow her wishes no matter what you say or do. Yi Qian held back her laughter and said, "Boyfriend, take good care of her. When it's over, remember to prepare all the bullets. I've never seen anyone kneel before bullets. Let's see if you can kneel before them. This is also an experiment. When you succeed, we can promote it to the team, right?" Yes, Little Fox has a point. When it's over, I'll definitely gather all the bullets. Do you have any other instructions? Feel free to tell me. I sincerely want to atone for my mistakes. Yi Qian felt that even chatting with him was full of joy. There was a visible smile on her face. Even if the corner of her mouth hurt, it could not stop her from wanting to laugh. They were soldiers. They were responsible for the sacred duty of protecting the country. They were comrades. They needed to help each other, rely on each other, and improve each other. They were lovers. They held each other's hands and gave each other their hearts. They were like this and they were like this. Yi Qian, whose lips were slightly curved, looked at the major who was accompanying her. The smile in her eyes deepened. "Captain Xia, I'll remember this. We're not in a hurry. There's plenty of time to settle the score. Okay, I'll be waiting." As long as there was no mention of breaking up, there was nothing to be afraid of. As long as the person was still his, he was willing to settle the score. Who was his girlfriend? Han Zheng was right. He had to pamper her like a princess. However, Yi Qian did not want him to rub her back. She held his bandaged hand and frowned in confusion. "How did your hand get bandaged? It shouldn't be both of your hands." She did not know how the wound on his palm came about. "It's nothing. I accidentally scraped myself when I was hugging the tree and scraped my skin. I was afraid that you would get angry when you woke up, so I quickly wrapped it with a piece of gauze and pretended to be pitiful in front of you," he said shamelessly and even clapped his hands to show that his palm was fine. Yi Qian believed him when he saw this. She said, "I almost believed you. I'll give you a massage later. I know I kicked you a few times." Then she lay on the bed and waited for him to massage her. She wasn't used to having others push her around. It was better to let her boyfriend do it. Xia Jinyuan lifted her shirt and saw 2 palm-sized bruises on her snow-white skin. He tightened his grip on the glass bottle and his eyes darkened. These 2 kicks were indeed ruthless. He removed the bandages from her hands and looked at her palms. Xia Jinyuan poured the cold medicine on the back of her hands and rubbed them with the back of his hands until they were hot. Then he placed the back of his hands on her and said gently, Bear with it. The area is a little big. We need to push the bruises away. Okay, I can take it, Yi Qian said disapprovingly, but it made Xia Jinyuan's heart ache. He was the one who was ruthless, but in the end, he was the one who felt sorry for her. He had not fully adapted to the switch between being her comrade and boyfriend. Chapter 1700. Yi Qian, who was lying on her stomach, pursed her lips and smiled. He was indeed very, very good to her. Having lived 2 lives, she understood what it meant to be insincere and what it meant to be sincere. In her previous life, Ying had played a game of cat and mouse with her. Instead of ending her life, Ying had teased and oppressed her. Every time she found a job, Ying would find ways to make her suffer. Sometimes, she wouldn't even get her salary and had to pack her luggage and leave. She had met many bad people and many good people. Because of this, she knew how to be grateful and grateful. She also knew the value of sincerity. She knew that Captain Xia blamed himself, but she wasn't angry. It wasn't because she was magnanimous or giving in, but because she understood. She had never loved anyone and didn't know how to love, but people needed to understand each other and put themselves in their shoes. His identity, her identity, as soldiers, they needed to understand each other even more. However, if he dared to lay a finger on her in real life, it wouldn't be as easy to talk to as it was now. However, she agreed with the commander-in-chief's words. Captain Xia was indeed someone who climbed up the ladder. They couldn't let him off so easily. How could they punish him? Other than kneeling on a bullet, she couldn't think of any other good ideas. During training, Captain Xia had helped her wash her clothes. Every time after training, he liked to tell her in front of all his comrades that he had something important to tell her to look for him. When she found him, he would pull her to a more secluded place and immediately become extraordinarily gentle. He would be busy massaging her legs and shoulders. He put his sincerity in front of her. To her, it was so precious that she couldn't bear to trample on it and take it for granted. As he pushed the ointment away, the pain from the kick gradually turned into a burning sensation. Slowly, her entire back began to heat up. As he pushed with the back of his hand, the heat from her back began to flow to her limbs and slowly gathered in her brain. Yi Qian closed her eyes in satisfaction and muttered, "I want to sleep for a while." "Sleep. Have a good sleep." Major Xia, whose eyes were dark because of the injuries on her body, lowered his head and his thin lips landed an extremely gentle kiss on her slender and sexy waist. "I'll always be here. I'll always be by your side. Sleep well, my baby." With Xia Jinyuan by her side, Yi Qian felt at ease. She even fell asleep peacefully. Even with her eyes closed, her expression was relaxed. She fell asleep in less than a minute and slept exceptionally soundly. Xia Jinyuan, on the other hand, could not calm down for a long time. He could not even forgive himself. His comrades in the Snowfield Brigade still did not know that their captain had overcome the great calamity. T6 was asking the experienced lover Han Zheng, "Will Qing Niao really break up with Q King? I'm not completely sure. After all, Qing Niao is different from other girls, but it's possible." Han Zheng analyzed based on his experience. "Based on my experience, it's 50-50. She couldn't resist Q King's delightful mouth. With how naive Qing Niao was, she would probably be coaxed into changing her mind." When T6 heard that, he heaved a sigh of relief. Jiasun was also a well-mannered girl. If she found out that he had hit Yi Qian, there would definitely be a 50% chance that she would forgive him. With that thought, T6 immediately relaxed. He even relaxed as he leaned against the back of his seat. That's good, that's good. Let's see how Q King performs." As long as Q King coaxed Yi Qian, his matter would not be a big deal anymore. Chapter 1701. Something doesn't seem right with you. You looked like you had a lot on your mind ever since you came out of the hospital, but now you don't look like anything's wrong. But are you that afraid that Qing Niao will dump Q King? Han Zheng was puzzled. Shouldn't he be like K7, G3, and himself, all waiting for the day when Q King would be dealt with by Qing Niao instead? T6 looked at this scourge, who had already ruined more than a dozen girls, and said coldly, "A well-fed man doesn't know the suffering of a starving man. You've already had more than a dozen girlfriends, and your taste is so wide that even a virgin like me can only look on in your dust." As soon as he finished speaking, a team member sitting in the aisle of the plane gasped and stared at Han Zheng. More than a dozen girlfriends. That's a little too capable. None of us have girlfriends. It's true that I've never had a girlfriend before. T6 was not afraid to expose his veteran status to show off how fickle his scourge comrade was. I'm not ashamed of it. In fact, I'm proud of it. Han Zheng chuckled. Damn, this was not a topic he should be talking about, not a topic he should be talking about. In the future, he would definitely not talk about such topics. It would only cause public anger. Keep up the good work. Spring is coming, and so is your spring. Across from Han Zheng, his comrade patted T6, who had never been in a relationship before, and comforted him very righteously. When you get a girlfriend, you can proudly tell her that she's your first love. T6 nodded. He was already prepared to fly over to find his future girlfriend after this training session. As for how Q King and Qing Yao were getting along, T6 did not want to think about it. He should focus on his marriage instead. G3, who was sitting 2 seats behind, said to K7, I don't think it's likely that Qing Yao will bring up a breakup. She's very calm when dealing with matters and won't alienate Q King because of this. She'll understand Q King's intentions. Qing Yao is rational, while Q King is rational. If there's any misunderstanding, they'll sit down and talk it out. A breakup is not going to happen. K7 said expressionlessly. He glanced at G3, who was analyzing seriously. Also, what I said in the bathroom was just to scare Q King. Don't take it seriously. G3 was stunned. K7? Was the person sitting next to him still K7? Was he a K7 that didn't eat the food of mortals and lived a merciless life like a deity? Not only did he bluff Q King once, he even tried to bluff him a second time. And then he actually believed him. So, K7 put the cap on his face and ignored his stunned comrade. Under the cap, K7's lips curled up. After the Qing Yao days, life in the military was finally a lot more interesting. The matter of Major Xia dealing with Qing Yao seemed to have come to an end just like that. Only the people involved knew. The settling of accounts after autumn had yet to begin. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was on the phone with his future daughter-in-law, was finally relieved. His future daughter-in-law was reasonable and didn't argue with his son. He wasn't worried that his future daughter-in-law would run away. There was still a month of training left. With his son's intelligence, he would probably make up for his mistakes and perform well. He wouldn't give up such a good girl. Commander-in-Chief Xia was relieved that his daughter-in-law didn't run away. Commander-in-Chief Xia couldn't be blamed for being worried. It was mainly because Major General Liu mentioned that the Navy commander wanted to be a matchmaker and introduce Yi Qian to Li Jinyan. He even said that the two were a match made in heaven. This old dong really knew how to poach people. He even tried to poach his own family Xia. Li Jinyan, the captain of the Storm Amphibious Frogman Assault Team. He was young, promising, talented, and capable. He was calm and strategic. He was a young major with the potential to be a general. If he really became Xia Jinyuan's love rival, he would be a formidable opponent. Chapter 1702. A girl like Xiao Yi was extremely rare. If he didn't seize the opportunity, she would be snatched away by someone else. He had no choice. For the sake of his family Xia and his son, he could only thicken his skin and become the father of his future daughter-in-law. Fortunately, Xiao Yi didn't reject him. Otherwise, he would have personally run over and tied Xia Jinyuan up with a rope and forced him to apologize to Xiao Yi. Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't even think about whether his son had been taught a lesson by Yi Qian. To him, Xia Jinyuan was thick-skinned. Even if Yi Qian hit him, he wouldn't be hurt too badly. It had to be said that the commander-in-chief had foresight and made preparations in advance. At this moment, the commander-in-chief was talking to Li Jinyan, who was sitting next to him. Xia Jinyuan beat Xiao Yi until she was hospitalized. Jinyan, your chance is here. You have to seize it, okay? Xiao Yi is such a good female soldier. She's so capable and likable. She has a good personality and is a good person. She's not worse than the male soldiers in all aspects. You're not young anymore. It's time for you to start a family. I won't introduce other female soldiers. They can't handle the messy matters in your family. Xiao Yi is good. She's from the special forces like you. If anyone in your family dares to be rude to her, we'll settle it with force. Let's see who dares to be impudent. And you don't have to worry. You're not afraid that your wife will be bullied. Don't tell me that you don't like Xiao Yi. I don't believe that you won't be tempted by such a beautiful female soldier standing in front of you. After saying a bunch of things, the Navy commander felt that he had reached the main point. He was just waiting for this soldier, who was excellent in all aspects, to answer him. He looked at Li Jinyan with a serious expression, as if he had to hear an accurate answer. The members of the Snowfield Brigade sat in front of him with stern expressions. Fortunately, they were separated by their own people. Otherwise, with the Snowfield Brigade's hearing, they would have heard the Commander-in-Chief's words clearly. They wouldn't talk to him in front of him, but they would tell Xia Jinyuan about it. Stealing someone else's girlfriend was a big deal. Xia Jinyuan regarded Li Jinyan as his brother, a brother who would risk his life for him. For the sake of his brother, he would not do such a thing. Another important reason was that he really admired Yi Qian. His feelings for her were also very subtle. Sometimes, when he saw her smile, he felt happy in his heart. It was as if the more she smiled, the happier he would feel. This feeling, Li Jinyan, who was deep in thought, couldn't help but frown. Then, a faint smile flashed across his eyes. If she really did have a good impression of Yi Qian, then with Xia Jinyuan's appearance, that impression of him that she couldn't grab hold of had disappeared without her noticing. That night, when Yi Qian arrived on the island with the supplies, he saw the secret interaction between her and Xia Jinyuan. Xia Jinyuan, who had always been calm, even specially went into the sea to welcome her. At that time, he thought he was seeing things. Now that he thought about it, he was very sure that Xia Jinyuan really did kiss Yi Qian at that time. Later, when the two sat together, even though there was a certain distance between them, the atmosphere between them was obviously not something that outsiders could interfere with. Later, Xia Jinyuan even came to find him at midnight that night and said, "I want to repay you for your efforts in training Yi Qian." Now that he thought about it, this sentence was actually a declaration of sovereignty, and at the same time, it also told him about their relationship. Yi Qian was sent by the military to train with the Storm Commandos. What did it have to do with Xia Jinyuan? As long as he thought about it carefully, he would know why he said that. Chapter 1703. Because Yi Qian was Xia Jinyuan's girlfriend, he was thankful that he had trained Yi Qian strictly and did not treat her carelessly just because she was a female soldier. Now that he had confirmed their relationship, even if he really had any thoughts about Yi Qian, he had to give up. He could not bully his friend's wife. This was the bottom line of being a person. As a soldier, how could he touch it? Moreover, when he found out that they were lovers, he was not sad at all. Instead, he felt that their relationship was normal. Now, he was very sure that he really only admired Yi Qian and did not have any other thoughts. Even the slight feeling of seeing her smile made him happy was definitely not because he had feelings for her. It was not that he had never been in a relationship before, and it was not that he had never had feelings for someone. How could he treat the admiration between comrades as feelings between a man and a woman? It was just that he did not understand why he liked to see Yi Qian's smile so much that it made him feel happy. This was his own private matter, and he did not want to talk about it. Now, he had to talk to the commander. How should he say it? He had to think about it for a while, string some words together, and make it clear to the commander all at once. Li Jinyan did not like to talk much. His personality was as cold as the expression on his face. In addition, he was usually a man of few words. During training, there was no need to talk much nonsense. He was not used to talking a lot. If he could, he really only wanted to tell the commander, "You're thinking too much." But he could not. If he did not say a few more words this time, he was afraid that he would not be able to dispel the commander's thoughts. If he directly talked to Xia Jinyuan and said that he wanted to introduce Yi Qian to him as his girlfriend, then it would really be a big problem. Thinking of this possibility, Li Jinyan felt that he had to, immediately clarify this matter with the commander. He was still thinking about it when the commander of the Navy became anxious. "Li Jinyan, are you still a man? How can you be so hesitant? Is it that hard to give me a definite answer? Or are you too embarrassed to tell me? Do you want to be alone? The cabin was very quiet. The Navy commander raised his voice slightly, and the comrades of the storm commandos in the front rows could hear him clearly. They were all shocked by the commander's words. Li Jinyan, are you still a man? Whether or not the Demon King was a man, they knew best. It was definitely a man. He was a very, very impressive and majestic man. Commander, what are you talking about with the Devil King? Why does it sound so awkward? I don't know. They even talked about whether or not the Demon King is a man. Cough, I can prove that the Demon King is definitely a man. Listen, what do you want to hear? I think it's quite interesting. The comrades in the front row remained motionless, but there was no obstacle in their communication. One by one, they were speculating with great interest. Sitting in the row in front of Li Jinyan were Prawn and Whale. Sitting across the aisle were the scouts in the team. Their hearing was excellent, so they could hear it even if they didn't want to. Only the three of them knew what the commander and the Demon King were talking about. Pursuing Qing Niao Yiqian was something that they would definitely support. The two of them cooperated well in battle. It was not at all obvious that this was their first battle. The two of them stood together very well. Qing Niao was tall and slender, and the Demon King was tall and straight. In addition, they were both very good-looking. If they really were to be together, it would indeed be a joyous occasion. Chapter 1704. Li Jinyan, who was prepared to give a long speech, first swept his gaze over the scouts sitting side by side. When they received his gaze, which was as cold as a knife, the three scouts moved in unison. They twisted their necks and turned their heads in unison toward the window. The Devil King had discovered that they were eavesdropping. After shocking the scouts, Li Jinyan said in a low voice, "Commander, I know you're doing this for my own good, but I really don't have any romantic feelings for Yi Qian. I admire her very much, because a female soldier like her is a rare existence in the army. Every male soldier who sees her will be amazed by her ability and appearance. I'm a man, the most normal man. I can't avoid this. I also have to admit that Yi Qian is definitely a very suitable girlfriend for us soldiers. Because she wears the same military uniform as us, carries a gun, and fights for the country, the people, and her family. She's so outstanding. Once she enters the army, she's like a fairy descending to the mortal world. It's inevitable that the male soldiers will be tempted. Even the great mermaids tease that if Yi Qian had entered the army a few years earlier, he would also be tempted to write her a love letter. You know, even the great mermaid's children are a few years old. When the commander heard this, he still felt that there was hope. He pulled a long face and said, "Since you can't avoid this, then it's fine. As long as you get along well, you'll eventually develop feelings for each other." Just like my generation, what did we rely on to get married? It was all about matchmakers. The matchmaker came to talk about the situation of both parties' families. The parents' opinions were not bad. They didn't even ask for our opinions and directly decided. You still don't know what the person you're marrying looks like. When you get married and get together, all feelings will come after a long time. At least you've met each other and understand each other. Furthermore, you admire Yi Qian. You have all the conditions, so why are you still dawdling? When it's time to make a move, you have to make a move. If you miss this village, there won't be another shop. When the time comes, where will you go to find a girlfriend as good as Yi Qian? Li Jinyan had intended to say everything in one breath. Now that he was interrupted by the commander, who thought that he and Yi Qian could develop, why was it getting more and more confusing? Li Jinyan raised his hand and rubbed his temples. He reorganized his words and decided to make it short. I'll tell you this. I don't have any romantic feelings for Yi Qian. Similarly, Yi Qian has no romantic feelings for me. After talking for so long, she was still talking about feelings with him. Talk my ass. If he didn't have feelings for her now, wouldn't he have feelings for her after they got married? Why didn't he understand what he meant? The Marine commander only felt that his heart was suffocating. I told you to pursue her first, and then slowly cultivate your feelings. Did you not understand, or are you deliberately playing dumb with me? Commander, by the commander. Your era is different from ours, so there's no way to woo someone first before talking about feelings. Li Jinyan was also helpless. He had clearly told the commander that he had no romantic feelings for Yi Qian. Why didn't the commander believe him? Li Jinyan suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Could it be that he had done something to make the commander misunderstand and think that he had romantic feelings for Yi Qian? Or did he say something that made the commander misunderstand? If he did, wouldn't Xia Jinyuan also misunderstand? He quickly went through everything in his mind, recalling some of the things that he and Yi Jian needed to talk about during their training. After going through everything, Li Jinyan was very sure that he really didn't do anything that would cause a misunderstanding, nor did he say anything that would cause a misunderstanding. Chapter 1705. After confirming that he had not done or said anything that could be misunderstood, Li Jinyan lowered his voice and said, "Commander, Yi Qian and I can be comrades in arms, but friends can't be lovers. Are you trying to make me so angry that I want to jump off the plane?" When the Navy commander thought about how the two of them looked so compatible, and how Yi Qian was able to deal with the Li family, he wanted to set them up even more. "Why can't you two be lovers? Don't tell me you don't like Yi Qian?" Li Jinyan sneered. "Commander, why don't you think about it? Maybe Yi Qian doesn't like me? There are millions of men in the world, and there are many who are better than me. She has the ability and education. She can definitely find a better boyfriend. What do I have? I don't have anything right now. Why would she want me? Commander, you can't just ask me to pursue her. You have to get Yi Qian's approval. Moreover, I really only admire her. It has nothing to do with romance. I don't have the time to talk about romance either. You've already made a military pledge to the military to train our storm commandos into the strongest naval special forces. We'll be able to compete with the naval special forces of the Western countries. You also gave me an order to hold me accountable if we don't achieve results. Commander, the important task now is not to find a girlfriend, but to lead our team to become a Marine Special Forces team that can reassure the country." This time, Li Jinyan finished speaking in one breath and did not give the Navy commander a chance to interrupt. "Stop thinking about it and don't mention it again. It's impossible for Yi Qian and I to be together. There's no chance." He could not tell the Navy commander that Yi Qian already had Xia Jinyuan by his side. It was obvious that their relationship was still confidential. Even if he knew, he could not casually say it out loud. He could only tell his Navy commander this. The Navy commander frowned at his resolute and unnegotiable tone. He looked at him with sharp and dignified eyes. "You really don't want to pursue Yi Qian? Really? If there's a girl I like one day, I'll definitely make a move and I'll definitely tell you." Please don't tell me. I only admire female soldiers like Yi Qian." The Navy commander waved his hand disheartenedly. He instantly lost interest in the personal feelings of his beloved general. After a slight pause, he said, "I just wanted to keep Yi Qian in our Navy openly. In the end, you didn't want to do it, so there was one less possibility. By the way, did you ask her? Have you considered staying? She clearly told me that her goal was to enter the Snowfield Brigade. She only wanted to be a member of the Army Special Forces. She didn't consider the Navy." Li Jinyan didn't hide it anymore. Since the commander asked, he would answer truthfully. It was better than thinking about it. He didn't want to have any misunderstandings with Xia Jinyuan. Now that everyone was at peace, he wanted to make things clear in advance that might hurt each other's feelings. He wanted to get rid of any bad things that might happen between them. No misunderstandings, no indifference, and in the future, they would still be comrades who could put their lives in each other's hands. The Navy commander sighed repeatedly. This wouldn't work, and that wouldn't work. There really wasn't a single possibility. Old Yang, I really admire you. I really admire you." Seeing this, Li Jinyan changed the topic. "Next up is the desert training and altitude training. Commander, I'm worried that the members will suffer from altitude sickness. I plan to prepare more altitude-red medicine. We also need to carry oxygen tanks with us just in case." Chapter 1706. When it came to training, the Navy commander no longer cared about the things that made him feel regretful. Instead, he discussed with Li Jinyan the detailed arrangements for the upcoming training. Xia Jinyuan, who was accompanying Yi Qian, was also making detailed arrangements. Training in the desert was actually more dangerous than training in the high altitude. The biggest problem was the scarcity of the source of life, water. As for the lack of a compass, Xia Jinyuan didn't think it was a big deal. There wasn't much water, and the only food that filled the stomach was a few packets of pickled vegetables, some compressed biscuits, and some red pepper. There was already a serious shortage of water, and the supplies that were given actually had to be swallowed by large gulps of water. Needless to say, this was a deliberate arrangement by the military. Cold, heat, thirst. These were all necessary training for a special forces soldier. Xia Jinyuan had no objections to this, and he had no right to raise any objections. In the quiet ward, there was no other noise except for the occasional sound of paper being flipped. Yi Qian was still sleeping. She had been overloaded with training during this period, and after 5 consecutive days of competition, Yi Qian was on her period. Even though she had good physical strength, her body was still in a state of fatigue. She needed to recover her energy in order to better participate in the upcoming training. She slept from noon until 5 in the afternoon. When she woke up, the sky was already dark and night had begun to fall. Yi Qian, who opened her eyes, didn't disturb Xia Jinyuan, who was working. He was so focused that he didn't notice that she had woken up. He kept his head down and held a pen to write and draw on a piece of paper. He was making careful and detailed arrangements for the upcoming training, including the route of every place, the campsite, the tasks to be completed every day, the distance to be traveled, what to pay attention to, and so on. All of these needed to be arranged and deployed in advance. This was the responsibility of a commander. The entire team was under his control, and the team members listened to him and obeyed him. Then, as the commander, he had to shoulder the responsibility of the entire person. There could not be the slightest mishap. Modern warfare had already begun. From the era of cold weapons to the era of information technology, war had also become a science. It required scientific operations, reasonable arrangements, and strict organizational procedures and operational mechanisms. As the core of the Snowfield Brigade, Xia Jinyuan had put in much more effort than any other member. Although Yi Qian hadn't officially joined the Snowfield Brigade, she knew how hard Xia Jinyuan worked. He was always at the most dangerous places, always at the forefront of the most difficult and tiring tasks, advancing and retreating with his comrades. He didn't have any special treatment because he was the captain. She was fascinated by this serious and responsible Xia Jinyuan. Perhaps he had encountered some difficulties, his originally handsome face suddenly, his side profile, which made him look even more like a soldier's dignified. The heater was turned on in the ward. He had taken off his combat uniform jacket and was only wearing a close-fitting long-sleeved shirt. The hem of his shirt was tucked into his waist pants, and the tight leather belt outlined his beautiful and sexy waist. From her side profile, she could see the beautiful texture of his strong chest muscles. Just by looking at them, she felt that it must be very safe to lean on such a chest. Yi Qian, whose face was a little hot, couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. He quickly looked away and sideways to look out the window. It was unknown when it started to snow outside the window. The heavy snowflakes were like goose feathers. They were like fairies given by the heavens to the earth, which could drive away all the darkness and all the evil, and bury all the unfortunate and painful things in the pure white snow. Chapter 1707. It was such a quiet ward. It was so quiet that both her body and mind were completely relaxed. Her mind was empty of all distractions, and her mood was tranquil and distant, far away from all her worries. Yi Qian, who was smiling, did not see the man, who was working seriously, look up. His deep, dark eyes were filled with a gentleness that could make one sink into it. He gazed deeply at her, pressed his lips together, and then lowered his head to continue with his work. Snowflakes fluttered outside the window, but the ward was as warm as spring. One of them was sitting and the other was lying down. Neither of them disturbed the other, but they were both thinking about each other. They enjoyed the tranquility of the winter and spent the rare time alone together. Time ticked by. Yi Jian, whose neck was a little sore from twisting, once again looked at the man who was still working seriously with his head lowered. She saw that the corners of his mouth, which had been pressed tightly, had lifted, revealing a naturally elegant smile. His smile was so infectious that even Yi Qian could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. The man holding the pen suddenly smiled and sighed. He turned his head and caught Yi Qian's gaze. He raised his slender eyebrows slightly and revealed a dangerous yet elegant smile that Yi Qian could not be more familiar with. "Little fox, I can't concentrate on my work when you look at me like that. It seems that my appearance has won the favor of the little fox. She's mesmerized by it for a while, then mesmerized by it for a while. How is it? Are you satisfied?" Yi Qian, who was caught red-handed, did not feel awkward. He imitated him and raised his eyebrows, nodded, and answered seriously, "Not bad. You're handsome enough. Most importantly, you have a classy aura. You're a feast for the eyes. Being handsome on the outside is one of my strengths. I'm also very handsome on the inside, but you'll have to dig deeper to discover that." The thick-skinned major accepted the compliment without hesitation. He did not forget to add a few more layers of gold. "Handsome on the outside and handsome on the inside. Are you satisfied with a boyfriend like me?" His mouth was full of nonsense. He could go as far as the sky. But it was also very interesting. Yi Qian liked this kind of lively, and intimate conversation very much. Only in this way did he feel that his life was so fresh and full of inexhaustible vitality. After her fever subsided, Yi Qian's pink lips curled into a smile. Her bright eyes sparkled like spring water as she looked at the young major who was just as happy as she was. Yi Qian said, "I'm quite satisfied for now, but I've neglected my duties from time to time. It's okay, boyfriends all need to be trained slowly. I'll train Major to be the person I like." "That would be my pleasure." Xia Jinyuan was a male chauvinist, but not the kind of feudal male chauvinist who had to respect her husband. Rather than saying that she had trained him, it was more appropriate to say that he had willingly changed himself for her. It was a joyous thing to change oneself for the people one loved. Seeing this, Yi Qian hugged his quilt and laughed even more happily. Her sparkling eyes sparkled like a sly fox, which made Xia Jinyuan feel that even her hair was so cute. She didn't have the guts to train a major. She was so happy that her eyes curved into crescents. Xia Jinyuan felt as sweet as honey in his heart. He raised his hand to look at his watch and couldn't help but frown. It's already so late. He hurriedly tidied up the papers and notebooks on his feet and said to Yi Qian, "You must be hungry. I'll go to the cafeteria to get some barley porridge, longan, and red date porridge. The doctor told me that you can only have porridge today. I'll add more rice, oil, and salt tomorrow." Chapter 1708. High fever caused the metabolic enzymes in the body to become inactive, which led to a loss of appetite. Only porridge and soup did not cause nausea, and could stimulate the patient's appetite and increase their intake of nutrients. Xia Jinyuan followed the doctor's instructions strictly. At the same time, he also accompanied Yi Qian to eat porridge. He packed up the papers and notebooks. Yi Qian's gaze fell on his hands, and his brows furrowed. His hands had been replaced with new sterile gauze. If it was really as he said before, that it was just a few small cuts, they did not need to be bandaged at all. Also, Yi Qian seemed to have thought of something, and his originally relaxed expression suddenly tensed up. Also, when he used the ointment to massage her back, he used the back of his hand, not his palm. Thinking of this, Yi Qian pulled the blanket away and got out of bed. Xia Jinyuan was faster than her. She had just grabbed the corner of the blanket when he walked over with his notebooks. "Don't get out of bed. We'll leave the hospital at 11 tonight and head to the second training base. Lie in bed and rest for a few more hours." The fever had subsided, and the redness caused by the drug allergy had also subsided. If there were no problems after 12 hours of observation, she could be discharged. They did not have much time to waste. The training schedule could not be changed because of personal reasons. If Yi Qian was not allergic to drugs, they would not have sent a helicopter to the hospital for emergency treatment. Being sick during training was a common occurrence for them. Yi Qian grabbed his wrist and looked at him with clear eyes. "It's very serious, isn't it?" "A little. I didn't wear combat gloves when I was climbing the helicopter ladder, so I got abrasions from the rope. Looking at her expression, Xia Jinyuan knew that he could not continue to hide the truth, so he told her how he got injured. Yi Qian was relieved when he told her the truth. It's very hot to train in the desert. You need to treat it as soon as possible to prevent it from festering. Don't worry. Lie in bed obediently. I'll go to the cafeteria. He lowered his head and kissed the tip of her nose gently. I'll be back soon. Take these notes with you. I'll get the doctor to take a look. Put the notes under your pillow. All the training materials were classified as military secrets, and all the itineraries were classified as military secrets. Apart from the relevant personnel, no one else was allowed to read them. Yi Qian counted a total of 16 sheets of paper. There were diagrams, notes, and detailed deployments. There were also 2 notebooks and a map of the desert. With a rough idea in mind, he hid all the information under his pillow. Seeing this, the smile on Xia Jinyuan's handsome face deepened. She had always been very meticulous, and it was very reassuring to let her handle things. After Xia Jinyuan left the ward, Yi Qian, who was wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown, immediately got up from the bed and took out his military backpack from under the bed. He untied the rope and took out his combat clothes. If she were to leave at 11 o'clock at night, she would have to pack up and leave at around 10 o'clock. However, she liked to prepare in advance, so she could pack up now. The doctor who came in with 2 nurses saw that the patient who was supposed to be lying on the bed was wearing the same uniform as the male soldiers. She stood by the bed as straight as a pine tree, looking valiant and spirited. It was impossible to tell that she was still sick. When the 2 nurses saw Yi Qian in her military uniform, they felt that it was very rare. In 1999, female soldiers were still rare, and it was the first time that the 2 nurses had seen a female soldier like Yi Qian, who was as beautiful as Hong Kong and Taiwan celebrities. He's so handsome. He's so cool. He's so spirited and good-looking. His facial features look like they've been painted. He's so beautiful. Chapter 1709. The 2 nurses covered their noses as they whispered to each other. They looked at Yi Qian with starry eyes. The more they looked at him, the more excited they became. Their faces were flushed. The doctor turned his head and signaled the nurses to be more reserved with his eyes. He then said to Yi Qian, "Are you ready to be discharged?" "No, you still have 4 hours of observation. You can only be discharged after 4 hours." "Thank you, doctor. I'm just tidying up. I feel much better after a day of sleep. I don't feel as heavy as before. My body feels very light." Yi Qian sat by the bedside and said to the doctor who was listening to his heartbeat, "I want to ask if I'll be allergic to fever medicine in the future." In her previous life, she had been in medical school for a long time. She was on par with medical students in her specialization courses, so she more or less knew about drug allergies. Usually, if a person was allergic to drugs, the body's reaction to the allergic substance would not change. Once the body was allergic to the substance, it would stay with the body for life. But she found it unbelievable that he was allergic to fever medicine. After a simple examination and seeing that the rash on his body had subsided, the doctor couldn't help but smile. "You're recovering well. Your physique is better than normal people's. Your fever is more than 39 degrees. A normal person would need at least 2 days to gradually recover. You've recovered in less than 12 hours. Your physique is very good. As for your allergy to fever medicine, your comrades said that you've all taken strong fever medicine. You haven't taken it before, have you?" Yi Jian was about to answer when one of the nurses put the medical tray with cotton swabs, alcohol box, and thermometer on the bedside table. Then she reached out to pick up the pillow. Yi Jian, who had her back to the nurse, turned around and pressed the pillow with her hand naturally, as if she had eyes on the back of her head. She smiled and said, "You can just stand and take the temperature. You don't have to lie down." Oh. The nurse didn't think much of it. She was a little embarrassed that Yi Qian suddenly spoke to her. Yi Qian smiled at the nurse again before answering the doctor, "No, it's my first time taking it. Is it because the medicine is too strong?" She frowned as she tidied up her clothes. If she was allergic to fever medicine in the future, it would be a little troublesome. It wasn't the first time she had a high fever during a battle. It might happen again in the future. Xia Jinyuan pushed the door open and entered. He heard the doctor speaking to Yi Qian with a gentle smile. Don't use it too much in the future. You don't have to use strong drugs. Traditional Chinese medicine will do. Excuse me, is my comrade having a fever again? He didn't even put down the bowl of porridge in his hand. He walked directly to Yi Qian's side and stood there like a guardian angel. His brows were furrowed, and there was a hint of worry in his expression. Even as a doctor, he could not handle talking to two soldiers with strong auras all of a sudden. He quickly said, I'm still taking his temperature. Yi Qian said, I'm asking if I can still take fever medicine in the future. The doctor suggested that I could drink Chinese medicine to reduce my fever. Think of something good. You don't have to take medicine randomly. Xia Jinyuan gently knocked on her head and said politely to the doctor, Thank you for your hard work today. You're welcome. It's what we should do. The doctor also said politely. He took the thermometer from the nurse and glanced at it. His temperature is normal. He can be discharged in 4 hours. Yi Qian didn't like hospitals, and neither did Xia Jinyuan. After receiving the doctor's confirmation, they looked at each other and smiled. Even if they couldn't be discharged tonight, they would still be discharged. Chapter 1710. After eating porridge for dinner, Xia Jinyuan took out the documents he had hidden under his pillow and said to Yi Qian, Come, little fox, take a look at the upcoming desert training. You went to the desert with Uncle Chen for sniper training. This time, it's going to be a little more difficult. Understand the entire training plan first. As for the difficult parts, you have to persevere even if it's difficult. There's no way to change it. Yi Qian had already skimmed through it. He took out a document and asked, Anti-war, anti-annihilation, anti-ambush, and breakout. These 4 are all team training. I've already discovered my weaknesses. I can do individual combat, but I can't find my place in team combat. I always want to rush up and solve the problem alone. It was the same every time. Just like when she was working with the devil, she also wanted to rush up and solve the problem alone. In short, she was not used to team combat. Maybe it was because she was used to being alone in her previous life. Although she had changed a lot in this life, every time she felt a sense of crisis, she wanted to face it alone and solve it alone. But she did not intend to tell anyone about these reasons, not even Captain Xia. Xia Jinyuan said, It's normal because you haven't received any systematic training. All these years, your training has been focused on individual training. You're not used to being in a team, so your subjective thinking is more serious. As an individual, all of us are like that. The military is a furnace that can correct your shortcomings one by one. It will allow you to be reborn and become a real soldier. He had discovered this problem earlier than Yi Qian. Otherwise, he would not have suggested for her to major in command. Not only did he want to solve this problem, but he also wanted to cultivate Yi Qian's leadership skills and lay a good foundation for her future development. Hearing this, Yi Qian felt that what he said made sense. She had indeed not received any systematic and professional team training. Whether it was training with Grandpa Zhen or Uncle Chen, she had only trained as a single soldier. Anti-war, anti-annihilation, anti-enemy ambush, and breaking out of an encirclement. These 4 aspects can improve your team awareness. Also, you can see how the Infernal King leads and deploys his troops, and how he arranges every soldier to the correct position. Seeing, thinking, and observing will greatly improve your combat skills and team coordination. More importantly, these are things that the school cannot teach you. That was indeed the case. Therefore, when she found out in school that she had to go overseas for pre-match training, her heart was filled with anticipation. The desert we're entering this time requires us to pass through the border, and there's also the Gobi Desert combat training. We'll have to cross a total of 8 provinces. Once we enter the border, we'll start moving. We'll walk and train along the way. You should pay attention to your body and report back if there's anything wrong. Once they entered the desert, they couldn't let anything happen to their bodies. If something did happen, it would be quite troublesome. We don't have a compass, and we don't have many supplies, so we have to take care of our bodies. Xia Jinyuan reminded him again. Then, he took out the list of supplies and pointed at one of them with a smile. The good news is that with the exoskeleton power equipment this time, even if we enter the Gobi Desert, we will be able to move as fast as flying. This was a type of equipment with a modular design. Each module could be stacked in a standard individual protective kit. The height could be adjusted, and it was suitable for individual soldiers of different heights. It was convenient to wear, and it didn't even take 30 seconds to put it on and off. Chapter 1711. Yi Qian had never heard of it before. She couldn't help but ask, "What's the difference between this and our current combat backpack?" She had never seen or heard of it before. She didn't understand it at all, nor did she have a basic understanding of it. When Xia Jinyuan saw this, he picked up a pencil and began to draw on a piece of paper. Our current combat backpack has a large capacity, so the load is also large. This time, we're carrying 25 kilograms of combat equipment. I'm sure you'll have a hard time. But this exoskeleton power device is different. This is a human equipment fusion device. Its booster device has the function of combining biological, mechanical, and artificial intelligence. It can withstand a load of more than 100 kilograms. The average speed of marching is no less than 300 meters per minute, with a maximum speed of 400 meters per minute. Its self-contained energy can last for no less than 24 hours. At the same time, it detects the individual soldier's muscle activity through sensors distributed at the shoulder, waist, knee, calf, and other parts of the body. It generates force, movement, and other parameters and outputs them to the control system. When she heard this, Yi Qian was dumbfounded. This kind of equipment was like alien equipment to her. It had sensors and could detect. Just listening to it made her feel like there was a high level of science and technology involved. Seeing her shocked expression, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but raise his hand and affectionately scratch the tip of her nose. He smiled and said, "I haven't explained everything yet and you're already so shocked. When I'm done, won't you be so shocked that you'll think that this kind of equipment doesn't exist?" "I wouldn't think that this kind of equipment doesn't exist, I just think it's very rare." Yi Qian looked at the simple drawing he made. She looked left and right, but couldn't see anything special about it. Xia Jinyuan sneered. "I'm also surprised every time I see it. But this kind of equipment isn't only secretly researched by our country. It's the same for Western countries as well. This batch of equipment is the first batch we'll use. After we're done, we still need to write a report to list the areas that need to be improved. It'll take at least that many years for the technology to mature." He waved his bandaged hand in front of Yi Qian. His slender fingers made a number, which made Yi Qian hold her breath. "It'll take at least another 10 years. That's too long. Hasn't it already been developed? A missile or a man-made satellite doesn't take that long." Yi Qian couldn't believe it. How was it possible that a device would take 10 years to mature? In her previous life, when she entered the 21st century, the US revealed many secret weapons in their wars against Iraq and Afghanistan. It would take at least 10 years for a piece of equipment to mature. Xia Jinyuan, who was tapping the paper with the tip of his pen, smiled and sighed. For a long time, the development of infantry has been based on improving the individual combat ability through mobility, defense, and attack. But now, it's no longer possible. We need to add information power. With the increasing number of combat equipment, there are countless weapons that can be carried by individual soldiers. Each of them has its own specific function and adaptable combat environment. Take grenades, for example. According to their uses, they can be divided into anti-personnel, anti-tank, incendiary, smoke-emitting, illuminating, anti-riot grenades, as well as practice and training grenades. Anti-personnel grenades can also be divided into two types: defensive, fragmentation, and offensive, explosive. Projectiles can also be divided into two types: hand-thrown, gun-fired, and multi-purpose, hand-thrown, gun-fired, and grenade launchers. Chapter 1712. All of these will need to be used once we enter a large-scale battle. How to make it easier for the infantrymen to carry them has always been the main research direction that the equipment experts have been working on. Think about it. As the environment continues to evolve and the variety of weapons continues to increase, the experts at the Equipment Research Center can't only research one type of equipment that is suitable for the present. They need equipment that can adapt to the present, the future, and the future. This is actually a trial version of a semi-finished product. During the process of using it, we need to carefully observe and familiarize ourselves with each function. At the same time, we need to provide our own opinions. After all, this is specially developed for the mobility of the infantrymen. Our opinions are very important. More than 10 years of research on one type of equipment. Yiqian, this is the process of storing military strength. Once the technology is successful and put into use by the entire army, it will be a huge leap in our individual combat capabilities. Yiqian fell silent after hearing this. The gap between her and Captain Xia was constantly reflected. Her analysis of the national situation and military strength was far behind his. Even though her sniping skills were now better than his, her overall ability was still not on par with his. If she wanted to catch up to him, there was just too much she needed to learn. She was also glad that she had his company. Because of him, she didn't become complacent. Because of him, she always knew what she was doing and understood that there was no end to learning. Then he went on to talk about some of the essentials of the desert training in detail. As he slowly spoke in a low voice, time passed little by little. They talked until it was almost 10 o'clock before Xia Jinyuan put down the pen in his hand and began to destroy the papers on the hospital bed. The dozens of papers had to be torn up piece by piece. As Xia Jinyuan tore them up, he asked Yiqian with a smile, "Do you have any thoughts on the desert training? Or why do you want to do desert training?" Yiqian thought for a while and said, "In the 9th chapter of Sun Tzu's Art of War, it is mentioned that the combat areas are divided into scattered areas, light areas, and intersecting areas. It is believed that the army can only effectively carry out combat operations if they master the combat methods in different environments. As a tri-amphibious special forces unit, the Snowfield Brigade must be familiar with different combat areas and environments. When we were rescuing K7, I noticed that everyone was very familiar with the terrain of the highlands. Although there were people leading the way, you were the one who suggested the direction to go a few times. The right time, the right place, and the right people are indispensable. Without any of them, we will lose without a doubt. The battle environment can be summed up in the right place. The environment has a great impact on the combat ability of the entire army. In the West, take Napoleon as an example. His army was stopped in the cold winter of Russia. In the Battle of Red Cliff, the army led by Cao Cao suffered a huge defeat because they were not familiar with naval warfare. These heroes could have ruled the world, but they were defeated because they were not familiar with the environment. On the other hand, the British Army went straight to the Atlantic Ocean without any pre-battle training and actually won the Falklands War. This was because they had been undergoing difficult and high-intensity training in the complicated sea conditions all year round. In the end, they won when no one was optimistic about their chances. Grandpa Jen once told me, "Training in the desert is easy, training in the desert is hard, but training in the desert is hard. Training in the desert is tough, but the better we adapt to the extreme environment, the better we can deal with all kinds of complicated environments." I think this is the ultimate goal of the military's arrangement. It's to tell us that there are no shortcuts to combat experience, combat standards, and combat techniques. Only through hard work can we not be defeated. Chapter 1713. Uncle Jen taught Yiqian how to deal with people, and Principal Chen taught Yiqian all sorts of skills. In that case, Xia Jinyuan taught Yiqian how to reach the top. As long as the two of them were together, Xia Jinyuan would guide Yiqian very seriously, meticulously, and tirelessly. He broadened her horizons, made her look further, and refined her mental state over and over again. Xia Jinyuan loved Yiqian, there was no doubt about that. But his love was not just to take Yiqian under his wing, but to hold her hand and tell her how dangerous the outside world was. He would teach her how to face and deal with danger. What he hoped for was actually very humble. He only hoped that every time his lover left, she would return to his side safely. Yiqian had a clear mind. The more time she spent with him, the more she could understand Xia Jinyuan's thoughts. Therefore, she would listen to everything he said very carefully and remember every word he said, because she knew that what he said was what he taught her, and what she needed. It was exactly 11 o'clock p.m. when they left the hospital. With their sense of time, they would rather leave earlier than later. When Xia Jinyuan contacted his team, the members of the Snowfield Brigade and the Storm Commandos happened to be collecting supplies. He contacted Li Jinyan and did not ask about anything else. He directly asked where the two teams were. Li Jinyan was standing next to the Navy commander. He suddenly turned sideways and moved the phone from his left ear to his right ear. This was because the Navy commander was standing on his left. "We're at the transit station. We're waiting for the two of you to gather and head to the border." "A call from Xia Jinyuan? Ask him how Yi Qian is doing." The Navy commander, who did not notice the little trick, was still concerned about Yi Qian's health. Although this was just a selection, he really hoped that Yi Qian would be able to participate in the competition. "Tell Xia Jinyuan to take good care of Yi Qian. Don't send him to the hospital again." Well, this incident had almost become Major Xia's dark history. Everyone knew that he had beaten up Yi Qian and sent him to the hospital. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but touch his forehead when he heard the Navy commander's words from the other end of the phone. There was really nothing he could say. Yi Qian's condition is very good. His fever has subsided and his symptoms of allergy to medicine have disappeared. Just in case, the hospital prescribed 2 boxes of traditional Chinese medicine for fever reduction and 2 boxes of cold medicine. Li Jinyan was just about to relay Xia Jinyuan's answer to the commander when he saw the commander wave his hand to signal for him to pass the phone to him. For some reason, Li Jinyan tightened his grip on the phone, and even his thin lips tightened a little. "Commander, you already know what I mean. Don't disturb the morale of the soldiers," he said in a low voice before passing the phone to the commander. The commander took the phone and smiled at him, then waved his hand to signal for Li Jinyan to go away and not disturb him. Li Jinyan took a deep breath of the cold air and suppressed the urge to snatch the phone back. He turned around and left. Xia Jinyuan was about to hang up when he heard the stern voice of the Navy commander. "Pass the phone to Yi Qian. I want to talk to him and ask him about the situation." "Commander, you want to talk to me?" Yi Qian pointed at himself. After Major Xia nodded, he took the phone from the commander. It was very cold at 11 o'clock at night. It had been snowing for a few hours, and the sidewalks on both sides of the road were covered in thick snow. The faint yellow light shone on the white snow, like tiny diamonds sprinkling on the ground, giving off a faint golden glow. Yi Qian stood under the lamppost and listened to the stern lecture of the Navy commander. It was not because of anything else, but because he was criticizing her for bringing about her own destruction. Chapter 17:14. The nature of this matter is extremely serious. If you are officially enlisted, the punishment that awaits you is not just a day in the hospital. You will definitely be trained for 10 days to half a month. Let's see if you still dare to act so recklessly. Yi Qian did not say anything unnecessary. This was also the first time she had received such severe criticism. After the commander finished speaking, Yi Qian replied seriously, "Don't worry, I will never make the same mistake again. One mistake, one lesson, is enough for me to remember." "That's good. You are still young, and the youngest of the two teams. It's good that you can learn from your mistakes and realize the seriousness of your mistakes. I hope that you can remember and remind yourself at all times." After the commander of the Navy finished speaking, he asked again, "When we arrive at the border, Major General Yang and I would like to see how you complete your shooting. Prepare yourself and give them a lesson when the time comes." Yi Qian naturally did not have a problem. The one who had a problem was Xia Jinyuan. He took the phone from Yi Qian and looked at his picturesque face under the light in the snow. He sighed and said, "Dark history, a dark history that can never be erased. When our relationship is made public in the future, I'm afraid that I will become the target of everyone's crusade. I beat up my own girlfriend until she was hospitalized. I am the only one in the two teams." His elegant and handsome face had a hint of hidden bitterness. His expression was synchronized with his tone. When he spoke, he even deliberately lowered his voice. He was a bit like a large abandoned dog, so pitiful that one wanted to pat his head and take him home with a soft heart. Yi Qian smiled until his eyebrows curved like the crescent moon. "Captain Xia, when the time comes, I don't have to settle the score. I think my comrades and Father Xia will stand up for me. Father. Father Xia? The Father Xia you are talking about can't be my old man Xia, right? Major Xia asked with trepidation. He had a bad premonition and the surging waves of the Qiantang River made his heart tremble. Other than that, there shouldn't be another Father Xia. Yi Qian stood on his tiptoes and gently patted the large dog's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Yes, the Commander-in-Chief said that it was too polite for me to call him Commander. It would be more intimate if I called him Father. He also said that I am his biological daughter and that Captain Xia was adopted by him. If you treat me badly in the future, I will teach you a lesson. Don't be polite." Yi Jian didn't say the words, "I'll teach him a lesson in the future." She was afraid that Captain Xia's heart would not be able to take it. When did his girlfriend become father and daughter with his father? As her boyfriend, he actually didn't know at all. He said a lot. At least 10 minutes. Yi Qian pretended not to notice the dangerous glint in his eyes. Under his gentle gaze, he continued to smile and said, "But I can't tell you." Major Xia was speechless. His little fox was getting more and more difficult to fool. She was getting more and more cunning. As a boyfriend, he felt more and more pressure. The north wind whistled past. The two figures standing in the snow were so mighty and tall. The atmosphere between them was so warm. Even when they looked at each other, there was affection in their eyes. Chapter 17:15. Until the jeep sent by the local army stopped in front of them, the lingering feelings seemed to have been cut off by an invisible giant pair of scissors. The two maintained a certain distance and got into the jeep one after the other and left. The winter in Chuan Province seemed to be slightly colder than Nan Province. The sun had been shining in Nan Province for 2 consecutive days. The warm sunlight melted the snow on the roadside. The speeding cars, bicycles, and motorcycles splashed the snow and stained the originally white snow that had not melted yet. Lu Tuan and Commissar Yen jumped out of the jeep and hurriedly entered the Provincial People's Hospital. An officer standing in the hospital building saw the two of them and immediately greeted them. "Stomach bleeding. He's still in the emergency room. We don't know the specific situation yet. Is there anyone guarding upstairs?" Lu Tuan strode forward and asked the company commander who came to greet them. "Who's the doctor? Have you informed the hospital? It's all arranged. The hospital sent a professor who's famous in the country. I've arranged 2 soldiers to guard upstairs. I guarantee that they'll be there 24/7. Someone was guarding, and the doctor the hospital sent was a famous professor in the country. Then they could only wait." Commissar Yen said, "Don't inform little Yi for now. Old Chin is a man made of iron. He won't fall so easily." Stomach bleeding. Sigh. Old Chin has been tired recently. His old illness can't be controlled and suddenly broke out. "Company commander, you don't have to guard here. Go back to the army and send 2 more soldiers. Lastly, send 2 soldiers who know medicine. Go back to the company and continue training. Don't delay the training progress." Company commander Yu represented the army to support Yi Qian when he was in junior high school. 2 years ago, he was transferred to the provincial army from Fujian town. Hearing this, he said, "Okay, I'll go back to the army and arrange for the soldiers to come over immediately." "Okay, you don't have to send us upstairs. We know how to go. Go and arrange your things." The elevator had not arrived yet, so Lu Tuan simply asked him to leave. He said, "You seem to have been in contact with little Yi. You don't have to tell her about this. We have our own plans." Little Yi was not on vacation yet. The military school's discipline was the same as the army's. She could not easily ask for leave. Since old Shen had passed the danger, there was no need to worry her. Gastrorrhagia was one of old Chen's old problems. He had had it for a long time, but this time, it was a little more severe. The 2 elevators arrived at the same time. Lu Tuan and Political Commissar Yen entered the elevator on the left quickly, while a couple with gloomy faces walked out of the elevator on the right one after another. The man suddenly turned his head and looked at the army green that flashed past him on his right. "That old bastard is really shameless. He wants me to serve him? But she's not worthy. It's already good enough that I didn't force her to drink a bowl of medicine. You want me to take care of her? Dream on. Sun Dongqing cursed as she walked. After taking 2 steps, she realized that her husband, Yi Jifan, was not following her. She turned around and saw that her husband was still standing there. She said unhappily, "What are you looking at? It's already past 11 o'clock. It'll be past 12 o'clock when we get back." Yi Jifan did not move. Instead, he looked at the floor numbers displayed on the elevator panel. The elevator stopped when it reached the 8th floor. After a few seconds, it descended. The 8th floor was the emergency room. Who was Regiment Commander Lu visiting in the emergency room? Who was in the army doing emergency treatment in the emergency room? Go to the car and wait for me. I'll go take a look. Yi Jifan did not turn his head and ordered Sun Dongqing to go back to the car. He waited for the elevator to come down. He still wanted to build a good relationship with Regiment Commander Lu. He did not want to lose face because of Yi Qian. Chapter 17:16. Sun Dongqing thought he was going back to the ward. She sneered, "You really know how to pretend to be a filial son. I'm not going to accompany you. Ying will call later. Watch your time." She didn't even bother to look at Yi Jifan. She gathered her coat and left the hospital without looking back. She wanted to go over? She didn't care about his reputation in the government. Why did she accompany the old woman until so late every Saturday? Why didn't she stay at home and look at her computer when it was snowing? Ever since Yi Ying went abroad to study, Yi Jifan and Sun Dongqing had less and less interaction. They didn't even have a normal conversation. Living under the same roof was worse than being strangers. They didn't even exchange a word of courtesy. Yi Jifan would rather talk to Yi Ying than talk to Sun Dongqing, who had been brainless all her life. He didn't know anything about the outside world either. He was afraid that Sun Dongqing would drag him down. His wife left without looking back. He also walked into the elevator without looking back. Regiment Commander Lu came to the Provincial People's Hospital so late at night. It was obvious that the leader of the military was in the emergency room. He had to go up and greet him. What was he waiting for? Opportunities were never just for you. If you didn't take the initiative, you would never be able to stand out. Just like his niece, Yi Qian. After she found out about Uncle Jen's identity, she immediately found a way to move back. She caught the old man's attention and soared to the sky in 5 years. Even he couldn't touch her for the time being. Yi Jifan's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. He adjusted his coat and patted the non-existent dust off it. He walked out of the elevator as the door opened. There was a resuscitation room and an operating room on the 8th floor. The resuscitation room was on the left and the operating room was on the right. Yi Jifan thought about it and walked towards the operating room. As he walked through the quiet corridor, he saw Regiment Commander Lu with his back facing him. There was a tall figure standing beside him. He looked familiar. Did the professor say anything before he went in? Did he need us to do anything? Lu Tuan's voice was low and cold, revealing a chilling might, which made the soldiers who were being questioned feel a little nervous. This was a new recruit, and he had a certain amount of respect for his superior. He quickly replied, "Before the professor went in, he only asked us to wait outside for the operation to end. He didn't say anything else. Commander, you went through the hospitalization procedures and paid the fees in advance. Then, he ordered the 2 of us to stand guard outside and report to him if anything happens." Political Commissar Yen saw that the recruit was so frightened by his old friend that his voice was trembling. His voice couldn't help but become gentler. "Thank you for your hard work. When the people from the team come, you can go back and rest first. If there is a need, I will call you over. Hurry up and go. Captain Lu and I will guard this place." It was useless for them to guard the place. They couldn't make any decisions if anything happened. It was better for him and old Lu to guard the place. If the situation changed, they could deal with it immediately without wasting any time. After the political commissar spoke, the recruits secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone said that the regiment commander played the bad cop, while the political commissar played the good cop. Sure enough, it was like this. His legs felt weak when he talked to the regiment commander, but when he talked to the political commissar, his heart did not tremble as much. Yi Fan, who was standing at the back, heard this and knew that his guess was right. Sure enough, it was an important leader who was in the middle of an operation. His condition was probably not good, so he needed someone to guard the place. Chapter 1717. Lu Tuan and Political Commissar Yen did not notice Yi Jifan until they heard a surprised Lu Tuan behind them. They turned around and saw Yi Jifan striding towards them with a surprised expression on his face. Why is he here? And why did he come to the operating room? Does he know that old Qin is not feeling well? Lu Tuan and Political Commissar Yen looked at each other secretly. Their expressions were slightly restrained, and they showed some coldness. They did not have a good impression of Yi Jifan. He probably knew it himself. How could he be so thick-skinned to greet them? This Director Yi was really a talent. Yi Jifan had already recognized the familiar tall figure. He was even more certain that the person lying in the operating room was a military leader. Lu Tuan, Political Commissar Yen, why are the two of you standing outside the operating room? Is there a leader who is not feeling well? After being an official for so many years, Yi Jifan's skin was really thick. He could already tell that the two people standing in front of him did not welcome him. But what could he do? One would not hit a smiling person. They were soldiers and they were in the hospital. What could they do to him? All he needed to do was to let them know that he really wanted to mend their relationship, so that they could chat and have a meal together in harmony. You tell him. Lu Tuan did not want to talk to him at all. He directly said to Political Commissar Yen, I am relieved that you are the one handling this kind of thing. Just say a few words and send him away. He will not be an eyesore standing here. Old Qin does not like him. We have to send him away before Old Qin comes out. Lu Tuan said and nodded slightly at Yi Jifan. He then turned around and said to the two recruits who were preparing to leave, Go back to the camp. When you see Company Commander Yu, ask him to bring him here as soon as possible. Yes, Regiment Commander. The two recruits stood at attention, saluted and left in an orderly manner. Yi Jifan did not care about these conscripts. He purposely stood to the side and smiled at the two recruits. When they walked past him, he said to Political Commissar Yen, The soldiers that you two brought are really different. They don't look like recruits at all. They look like veterans who have been in the army for a few years. He was good at making friends, but it depended on whether Political Commissar Yen was willing to be polite with him. Unfortunately, Political Commissar Yen didn't have a good impression of Yi Jifan. If it were someone else, he would still be polite, but he didn't have that kind of patience when facing Yi Jifan. Hearing this, he smiled and said, Director Yi, is there anything I can help you with? If you have something to do, Chief Yi, please go ahead. Old Lu and I still have to deal with some things. This meant that they were chasing him away. Yi Jifan, whose eyes were slightly dark, was a little annoyed. Wasn't he just a political commissar? How dare you put on airs in front of him? After becoming the bureau chief, Yi Jifan's temper had also improved a lot. He had heard a lot of flattery and was praised and respected by his subordinates. How could he take this lying down? But he also wanted to build a good relationship with the local troops, so no matter how angry he was, he had to hold it in. Then he said, It's nothing. My old mother suffered a stroke and has been recuperating in the hospital. When she was about to leave, she accidentally saw Regiment Commander Lu entering the elevator. I thought of coming over to say hello. The person in the operating room is their leader and friend? I have some friendship with the director of the hospital. Why don't I give the director a call and ask him to take care of you? Political Commissar Yen sneered in his heart and said slowly, A friend, the matter of the digestive tract is a small matter. Director Yi, you should go and accompany the old woman. Chapter 1718. Regiment Commander Lu said coldly, Director Yi, I have something to discuss with old Yen. It's not convenient for me to talk to you. Regiment Commander Lu was much more direct than the political commissar. Even so, Yi Jifan did not show any anger on his face. He still maintained his composure and said, It's my fault. I'm sorry to disturb you. See you tomorrow. After he finished speaking, he walked away. Regiment Commander Lu stared at his back and sneered, I really don't know where he got his confidence from. He really thinks he's someone important. Huh, he can even be so cruel to his own niece. I don't see how this kind of official is worthy of respect. He's a villain. You don't have to get close to him. But you don't have to make things too ugly. The more you want to make things worse, the more it will show that he's magnanimous and doesn't care about you. Regiment Commander Yan's personality was soft but firm. He could soften people's punches and hit back fiercely. So, he was the political commissar while Regiment Commander Liu was the regiment commander. Regiment Commander Yan was too soft to control the situation. He could still stabilize the morale of the soldiers by showing a stern face. Regiment Commander Liu had always listened to the political commissar's opinion. When he heard what Regiment Commander Yan said, he replied coldly and changed the topic. I'm afraid old Chen can't work anymore. He has too many old illnesses. If something happens, how can we explain it to little Yi? When he's out of danger this time, let's arrange for him to do something easier. We can't let him guide the new soldiers in the army anymore. He's so serious that I'm a little scared. They did not know old Chen's identity in the past. They could not find out anything and had never heard old Chen mention it. But one thing was for sure, old Chen's identity was not simple. It was impossible for a retired soldier like him to enter and leave the army normally. For example, old Uncle Jen, who retired from the army as a first-class sergeant major, was a national treasure. Even if he retired from the army, he was still valued by the army. Regiment Commander Yan agreed and sighed, I don't have any objections. But it depends on whether old Chen is willing to do it or not. Regiment Commander Yan raised his head and looked at the operating theater with the red light on. His expression was slightly serious. I'm afraid it's difficult. When the time comes, let little Yi persuade him. With her persuasion, it will be easier. The two of them did not pay attention to Yi Jifan anymore. They did not expect him to go and find out who the leader in the operating theater was. Chen Dongfeng? When they found out who it was, Yi Jifan was quite surprised. Chen Dongfeng was a high school principal, yet he was still remembered by the military. Even when he was sick, he could still get a regiment commander and political commissar to help him. He had to think carefully about this. Can you find out Chen Dongfeng's identity? He used to be the principal of my daughter's junior high school. I have some friendship with him. Now that he's sick, I want to see if I can invite his wife and children over so that they won't make a fuss with him over the past. Once you get older, you'll want someone to accompany you. Even if it's just a chat, you'll feel comfortable. It's also good for recovery. He was talking to a hospital manager to see if he could find out Principal Chen's identity through the medical records. When the manager on the other end of the phone heard this, he smiled and said, That's easy. I'll ask for you. It's rare for you to call me personally to investigate something. I have to take care of it for you. When Yi Jifan heard this, he smiled and apologized. He was indeed refined and courteous. He had the dignified bearing of an official and had a somewhat amiable attitude. Chapter 1719. However, what he did not expect was that the hospital did not register much of Principal Chen's personal information. The person who signed off on the surgery was a soldier with the surname Yu. The surgery registration only had his name and age. Other than that, there was no other information. The more this was the case, the more Yi Jifan suspected that Principal Chen's background was not simple. However, as the chief of a bureau, he did not have the authority to investigate military matters. However, since he guessed that he had a background, then this relationship. Yi Jifan could not help but narrow his eyes. He had to think carefully about how to repair it. How to repair it? He had to put in some effort. When he returned to the car, Yi Jifan was deep in thought. He did not start the car immediately. Instead, he took out a cigarette and lit it. He took a puff slowly, completely ignoring Sun Dongqing, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. Sun Dongqing, who had just finished talking to her daughter, could not take it anymore. Seeing this, she asked sarcastically with a cold face, What's wrong? What did that old fart say to you again? Ha Yifan, if you've heard half a sentence from her, then you're really a fool. Chen Dongfeng is undergoing surgery for gastric bleeding. Go back and prepare some tonics. I'll come to the hospital to visit him tomorrow. Yi Jifan seemed to have thought of how to repair their relationship. He said directly to Sun Dongqing, I remember that there are still 2 boxes of caterpillar fungus. Take them out for me. Sun Dongqing, who was already annoyed, immediately became angry and shouted, You're crazy. You can't even bear to eat it yourself, and you're giving it to Chen Dongfeng. She shouted a little anxiously and coughed a few times. She coughed until her neck turned red, but she did not forget to glare at her husband. Chen Dongfeng has some background. If we want to bring down Yi Qian, I'll try to start with him first. Yi Jifan looked at his wife coldly. He started the car and slowly drove out of the hospital. Since we can't do anything to Yi Qian now, we'll start with the people around her. Sun Dongxing could accept this reason, but after thinking about it, she felt that it was not very likely. You really dare to dream. It's not like you don't know how important Yi Qian is to him. You still want to start with him? You must be dreaming. I'm finally going to give it a try. Yi Jifan didn't have much in common with his wife, so he lost interest after a few words. Sun Dongqing knew what he was thinking. She snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. He could go wherever he wanted. Those things were given to him by others. For the couple to have reached this stage, it was obvious how thin their relationship was. If Yi Ying hadn't been there to adjust things from time to time so that Yi Jifan could still remember the hardships Sun Dongqing had suffered when she was young, with his current situation, he could have divorced her. It was now night time in southern province, and there was a cold moon hanging high in the sky. It was snowing heavily at a military airport in Sichuan province. Xia Jinyuan pulled Yi Qian onto the helicopter and immediately patted the snow off her shoulders. We'll meet up with them in 4 hours. Cover yourself with your coat and have a good night's rest. It would only take them about 4 hours to reach the border from here. However, the speed of the floating snow helicopter would be slightly slower, so it would take them at most 4.5 hours. After the helicopter met up with all the team members, the two of them did not rest. They had to immediately move and set off for the Gobi early in the morning. Yi Qian had slept all day, so she was not sleepy at the moment. She was quite energetic, but she knew that if she didn't sleep, Xia Jinyuan would accompany her, so she decided to take a nap so that he could get some rest too. Chapter 1720. Xia Jinyuan was indeed a little tired. With his head resting on the cold cockpit of the helicopter, he fell asleep not long after. They had been competing for 5 days without rest. Along the way, they had to make arrangements for battle deployments. After entering the hospital, they had to accompany Yi Qian the entire night. During the day, they had to immediately make arrangements and plans for the military training. In particular, the 4 major training subjects of the desert training, anti-war, anti-annihilation, anti-enemy attack, and breakout, were all under the control of the combat commander. The schedule was so tight that there was no extra time for Xia Jinyuan to rest. When Yi Qian opened his eyes, Xia Jinyuan, who had not even taken off his helmet, immediately fell into a deep sleep with the rumbling sound of the helicopter propellers. When Yi Qian saw this, he was worried that the turbulence of the helicopter would wake him up. He moved his body so that Xia Jinyuan could lean on his body and sleep soundly. When one was so tired that they could fall asleep even in a smelly ditch, let alone in a helicopter. Although the sound of the propellers was loud, it did not affect his sleep at all. After sleeping for more than 4 hours and 15 minutes, Xia Jinyuan woke up. He saw his lover, who was originally about a palm away from him, leaning close to him. No, it should be said that he leaned close to her and put all his weight on her. No wonder he slept so comfortably. It turned out that his little fox did not rest at all and was carefully taking care of him. Still pretending to be asleep? Did you think I didn't notice? The noise was too loud. Xia Jinyuan used his finger to write on Yi Jian's palm. Every stroke was like a musical note dancing in the sunlight. Every stroke made Yi Jian's smile deepen. Without opening her eyes, she secretly wrote on the outside of his thigh with her finger. So what if I found out? I didn't bully you. She didn't want to bully him, but now. Xia Jinyuan's thin lips curled up slightly as she wrote again. But now I want to bully you. I want to bully you in a special way. She even dared to write and draw on the outside of his thigh. This casual teasing was the most innocent and harmless, but it was the kind of teasing that could make a man's heart sway. However, his little fox was still unaware of it. However, when Xia Jinyuan said that he wanted to bully her in a special way, Yi Qian reacted. After interacting with him for so many years, Yi Qian's understanding of certain matters could already keep up with his footsteps. If it had been in the past, she would have foolishly replied, "How are you bullying me?" Now she knew how to tease him back. She pursed her lips and smiled as she continued to write on the outside of his thigh. If you want to bully me, you have to look at the time. Right now, Captain Xia, you'd better keep your perverted guts to yourself. Her slender fingers were writing on the outside of his thigh, caressing him like a feather and tickling him like a small hook. That feeling. Xia Jinyuan felt that his years of special training had been in vain. Nothing had happened yet. She was just drawing on his body with her finger, and he actually felt a little restless. If this went on, his rationality would be thrown aside like a rag in disgust. He didn't even want to pick it up and use it. Grabbing her deliberately mischievous hand, Xia Jinyuan leaned forward slightly and tilted his head. There was an elegant smile on his handsome face as he looked at her with a hint of mischief. He used his eyes to tell Yi Qian, "Move again and I'll eat you up." Chapter 1721. Yi Qian did not take this threat to heart. However, Major Xia's manly features were too outstanding. His features were elegant, and his dark eyes contained a faint smile that naturally made a woman's heart flutter. When he looked at Yi Qian with such deep affection, Yi Qian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. His delicate lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something. Xia Jinyuan was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he smiled. His thin lips curled up, like a noble gentleman who was sitting elegantly by the window and tasting tea, and accidentally found the most beautiful flower. His smile suddenly bloomed, and his natural noble temperament quietly bloomed. Wearing a combat uniform, he was actually able to portray the noble, elegant, and arrogant temperament of a noble young master. He had really grown up and become more daring. He was so daring that he could even tease her. Yi Qian said, "Such a manly face is really pleasing to the eye." With 15 minutes to go before the border, Yi Qian successfully made Xia Jinyuan behave himself. He no longer dared to use his eyes or words to tease her, so as not to reap what he sowed. The border was very cold in December. At night, it would be around -10 degrees Celsius. The helicopter arrived at the military airport at 5 a.m. The howling northern wind was completely different from the Chuan province forest. The northern wind in the border could directly pass through all the layers of protection against the cold, and with the most ferocious force, it could scrape into your bones. In an instant, even your bones would be frozen into fragile icicles that could not withstand a single blow. After Yi Qian put on his backpack and got off the helicopter, he felt as if the blood in his body had stopped flowing. Even his heart was cold. Gather with them and change equipment. Xia Jinyuan had already transformed into a wild wolf that walked through the border. He was not affected by the northern wind at all. In the blink of an eye, he was already several steps ahead of Yi Qian. Yi Qian adjusted the straps of his backpack, braved the northern wind, and chased after Xia Jinyuan's tall and straight back. The members of the Storm Commandos and the Snowfield Brigade were already preparing their equipment. Half an hour later, everyone was ready to set off for the Gobi Desert to begin their 15-day training. The Gobi Desert in the northwest had entered winter. It was quite comfortable during the day, but at night, it was unbearably cold. If the cold protection measures were not taken well, they would not be woken up by the cold at night. Instead, they would unknowingly fall into an eternal deep sleep. All of the team members were checking all of their equipment to prevent any problems. Not only would they drag themselves down, but they would also drag their team members down. The training in the desert this time was still a practical training. The focus was on the water demons of the Storm Commandos. It could be said that the training to improve the strength of the Storm Amphibious Frogman Commandos did not only require them to fight on their own. They also needed to expand their combat range so that everyone could fight in more complicated environments. The desert they entered this time was the second largest desert in the country, covering an area of 45,000 square kilometers. The name of the desert meant, the place where wild boars roam. What was even more amazing was that the desert landscape here was unique. Looking down from the sky, the desert looked like a picture of tree branches. It was very spectacular. When Yi Qian followed Xia Jinyuan into the campsite, Li Jinyan was sending the plan, contingency plan, and risk assessment he had made the night before back to the military headquarters. The Navy commander was the first to see the two of them enter. "Xiao Yi, clean up your equipment first." We have 20 minutes to gather and leave. Time was of the essence. The Navy commander did not even ask Yi Qian about his physical condition. He had to complete the most important task at hand first. Chapter 1722. Yi Qian immediately organized her equipment. Because it was a new set of equipment, she had to put it on under the guidance of her comrades. This was also Yi Jian's first time seeing such equipment. From the back, she could not see any difference. She only felt that the backpack was much smaller. However, when she looked at the front, she could see that this equipment was very different. After looking at the drawing paper and listening to Xia Jinyuan's explanation, Yi Qian didn't have much of an idea about this set of equipment. After putting on the equipment, she strapped on the sensor armor around her legs, then put it on her waist and back, and put on the backpack. She could really feel the difference in this set of equipment. Just from the weight alone, it was a lot lighter. General Electric started developing kinetic skeletons as early as 1960, but they only developed one hand at that time. In 1983, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology also started research. Our country developed it later than them, but now that the trial period is over, we have entered the improvement and finalization period. During the march, if there is anything that you think is not reasonable enough or needs to be changed, Qing Yao, you have to write it down. De Sha was in charge of putting on the equipment for her. It took him less than 2 minutes to put on the entire set of equipment. After putting on the equipment, Yi Qian put on the helmet. De Sha took 2 steps back and nodded with satisfaction. He smiled and asked Yi Qian, "Have you seen an American sci-fi blockbuster? You look a bit like an actor in this blockbuster." He told her the title of the movie. It was a sci-fi blockbuster that was released in the second half of 1984. Yi Qian knew she hadn't seen it before, but she had seen other sci-fi blockbusters, so when De Sha mentioned it, she felt the same way. "I haven't seen the movie, but now that you mention it, it does feel a bit like it." "You can see the age gap between the two of us," De Sha joked. Then he said, "But ours is more complicated than the T-600 and requires more technology. We are the first batch of soldiers to use it, so our suggestions are very important. You have to pay attention at all times during the march." Yi Qian was never a careless person, so she was even more cautious when it came to the country's military power. While Xia Jinyuan was discussing the training with the Navy commander, they had already changed their equipment. Following the rapid whistle, the members of the 2 teams walked out of the barracks at the fastest speed to complete the assembly. The 2 teams are divided into groups AB and AB. There are a total of 4 groups. Line up and board the vehicle. The armored vehicles were already in place. With the order of the Marine commander, the 2 teams quickly formed a 4-team formation. In the slogans of the comrades at the front of each group, they carried their rifles and boarded the vehicles. The armored vehicles would only send the 2 teams to the periphery of the Gobi Desert. After that, they would have to enter the desert on foot. At 5:30, it was still pitch black on the border. The camp they were staying at was located in the suburbs, so there was not a single bit of light around. Yi Qian was the first to jump onto the armored vehicle and sat in the innermost part of the vehicle. Then, a few strong figures jumped onto the armored vehicle one after another, and the 4 groups of comrades finished pedaling at the same time. Li Jinyan and Yi Qian sat across from each other. After getting into the vehicle, he turned on the night light on his helmet and handed a set of training materials to Yi Qian. "There are 15 days of training arrangements. Finish reading them before we arrive at the periphery of the Gobi Desert. If you have any questions, ask them as soon as possible." Yi Qian took the training materials from Li Jinyan and only read the first page. His eyes narrowed slightly. The more he read, the more serious his expression became. At this moment, she was really thankful for the brand new equipment she was wearing. How could she outrun well-trained military dogs with a few dozen kilograms of weight? That's right, on the first day they entered the Gobi Desert, they would have to go through 2 days of being tracked and searched by military dogs. Chapter 1723. Military dogs were all highly intelligent and had undergone special training. Yi Qian happened to be afraid of dogs. Looking through the entire training plan, no matter how difficult the latter parts were, they were not as frightening as the military dog tracking and search section on the first page. It was said that once bitten by a snake, twice shy. This saying was true. The difference was that it was not a snake that bit her, but a dog. When she was 6 years old, Ying had taken a fancy to a puppy from the neighbor's house. The neighbor's wife did not have a good relationship with Sun Dongqing. The more Ying wanted the puppy, the more the family refused to give it to her. Sun Dongqing could not bear to scold her own daughter, so she scolded the neighbor for being stingy. The neighbor's wife was also a shrew. When she heard that, she scolded back, saying that Ying could not bear to see other people's good things. She wanted everything back when she saw it. Her heart was as sharp as a needle, and she did not give or make a fuss. She had no manners at all. How could Sun Dongqing, who had always been protective of her family, allow Ying to be scolded? She took a broom and rushed up to fight. The two families even fought over a puppy. The two families completely turned against each other, but Ying did not stop. Sun Dongqing could not appease her, so she thought of a way. As the car swayed, Yiqian touched the outside of her thigh, and the corners of her mouth tightened. When she was young, she was afraid of Sun Dongqing. She was so afraid of being beaten that she listened to Sun Dongqing's orders and stole a puppy from the neighbor's house for Ying. In the end, she had just picked up the puppy when a female dog rushed out from the side and bit her leg. From then on, she was afraid of dogs. She was afraid of dogs until now. Yi Qian, who had secretly adjusted herself, handed the training plan back to Li Jinyan. She smiled bitterly and said, "I'm a little worried. I'm afraid of dogs. And the military dogs this time are large dogs. I haven't even started yet, but my palms are already sweating." It was more than -10 degrees Celsius, and there was a thin layer of sweat on her palms. Li Jinyan was not surprised. He looked at her and said calmly, "See, Anemone was afraid of dogs. He was so afraid that no matter what kind of dog he saw, even if it was a pet dog, he would avoid it. But now, after becoming a scout, he is no longer afraid of dogs. Are you as scared as he is?" He didn't think it was a big deal. Everyone had things that they were afraid of. Some people could choose not to touch the things they were afraid of, but some people had to face it until they won. Yi Qian belonged to the latter category. As a soldier, she had to face and win. Yi Qian's bitter smile deepened as he sighed, "I'm almost as scared as sea anemone. I'm scared of both big and small dogs. I was bitten when I was young, and I'm still scared." He didn't think of hiding it. This kind of thing couldn't be hidden even if he wanted to. Moreover, he would have to face it soon, so he needed to report it to his captain in advance. Psychological trauma? Li Jinyan, whose gaze had been calm all this while, said indifferently, "Just as well. Let's see if we can overcome it this time. Just follow me, there's nothing to be afraid of. Military dogs have received professional training and will not bite you directly. They will only track and search. Also, the more scared you appear, the more closely the military dogs will follow you. Relax and just think about how to avoid being tracked and searched." She could only do so now. If she was really targeted by military dogs, she wouldn't panic. The year she came back, when she went to look for Uncle Jen, the Tibetan Mastiff, Haiga, pounced on her and put its forelimbs on her shoulders. At that time, her reaction was quite calm. Chapter 1724. Thinking of this, Yi Qian calmed down a lot. When that time came, she probably wouldn't have the time to think about whether she was scared or not. Instead, she would be thinking about how to get out of this predicament. After some mental preparation, Yi Qian gradually calmed down. Li Jinyan didn't take it seriously either. She wasn't the only one who was afraid of dogs. If she was bitten by a dog when she was young, she would more or less be afraid when she grew up. She just had to overcome it. Back then, sea anemone was so afraid that it only took her half a day to deal with it. When Yi Qian first joined the Storm Commandos for training, she went through the C-02 test. She could even pass the test that tortured her body and mind. It wasn't difficult for her to overcome her fear of dogs. During the 3-hour break, Li Jinyan went to look for Xia Jinyuan and told him about it. To his surprise, Xia Jinyuan didn't know about it. "You didn't know that she was afraid of dogs? You never noticed before?" Xia Jinyuan, who heard it for the first time, frowned slightly and answered with certainty, "No, I've never heard her mention it. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. Old man Jen had a Tibetan Mastiff. She wasn't even afraid of the Tibetan Mastiff, So why would she be afraid of dogs? I'll keep an eye out. Li Jinyan didn't ask any more questions. He came over to find out how afraid Yi Qian was. Xia Jinyuan looked around and found Yi Qian moving her limbs. He asked, how did she react when she saw the training plan? Did she have a big reaction? I didn't notice any reaction. She only mentioned to me that she was afraid of dogs after reading the entire training plan. I'll keep an eye out. They only had 10 minutes to rest and adjust. After saying a few more training-related words, Li Jinyan led the team to the car. Yi Qian was still in the same car as him. She didn't mention that she was afraid of dogs all the way to the destination. After 6 hours of driving, they arrived at their destination. It was the Zhuosting Ilisen Desert in Beijiang. It was surrounded by high mountains and the terrain was isolated. Choosing this place to complete the training was mainly related to the terrain. There were mountains, hills, alluvial gravel gobi, hidden basins, and sandy deserts. The two teams first completed their training in the gobi before entering the desert to complete their training. They set off at 5:30 in the morning and rested for a total of 20 minutes on the way. At 10:30, the armored vehicles arrived on time. The members of the two teams, who were already prepared, jumped out of the vehicles and quickly assembled. The 4 team leaders led the teams into the Gobi Desert. Without a compass, they only had a satellite tracker. This was to make it easier for the helicopter to provide quick backup if any of the team members were to meet with an accident. Let's have the first group explore and see what's waiting for us inside. The other group will cover up the pathfinding group in the dark while the other 2 groups will advance from the left and right. Xia Jinyuan was in charge of the 2 teams. After entering the Gobi, the 2 teams did not immediately move forward. Instead, he arranged the deployment. All the military dogs are excellent military dogs selected from the military dog base. Every military dog has a special person in charge. They are only responsible for tracking and searching. As for who will deal with us after we are found, the military has always liked to keep it a secret, so I am not too sure. So, brothers, take it easy. Do not walk alone. Dogs have a strong sense of smell and hearing, especially trained military dogs. Although they won't bite us, if we are targeted by them, our physical strength will be depleted faster. The purpose of entering the desert for training was to strengthen the combat capabilities of the special forces. The military would definitely not just arrange for military dogs to chase after them. There must be a big move. Chapter 1725. All the team members agreed with this point. Faced with such a complicated environment, how could the military only use a few small tricks? However, the plans that were written in the training plan were all small tricks, while the ones that were not written in the plan were all big tricks. The eyes of the water demons of the Storm Assault team were all shining. This was the closest, longest, and most extensive training that they had gone through. The conditions, environment, and program were harsh. The more they could discover their shortcomings, the more they could improve their combat abilities. Since we're here, we'll just wait for the military to use their big tricks. They're still not happy to give us some small tricks. The large whale grinned. Only the set of white teeth on his tanned face stood out. They were eerie, like the fangs of a beast. The other water ghosts nodded. They were already rubbing their fists and preparing to enter the training. The 2 teams were divided into 4 groups, with 2 people in each group acting as partners. Once there was a mission that required 2 people, they could take turns moving forward. Yi Qian was naturally still in the same group as Li Jinyan. Their military boots stepped on the gravel of the Gobi Desert as the dry, cold wind blew. They walked closer to this desolate land that was so desolate that it made people feel awe. This was a place where even the colors were monotonous. The sky was blue, while the ground was gray. The remaining hills and low ridges stood between heaven and earth, constantly being eroded by the wind. Yi Qian could not help but tread even more lightly as he walked in. Yi Qian, who was moving forward with his spear, switched places with Li Jinyan and signaled to the team members behind to quickly pass through. She and Li Jinyan were in charge of scouting ahead to see what was waiting for them. It had been 2 hours since they entered the Gobi Desert. From 10:40 a.m. to 12:40 a.m., they had not discovered anything along the way. The more it was like this, the more nervous everyone became. It was as if there were countless eyes staring at them from behind the low ridges that looked like broken rocks. No matter where they went, the eyes followed them like shadows. There was a faint smell in the clean snow wind. Yi Jian, who was at the front, suddenly narrowed her eyes and made a gesture to disperse. The team members behind her all dispersed with a hula sound. Woof 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 woof. The sound of dogs barking could be heard. Following that, several military dogs that were running so fast that their limbs were covered in dust ran over in an awe-inspiring manner. They actually came from the front. There were a total of 12 military dogs. After they ran to where the team members were scattered, they lowered their heads and sniffed around. 2 of the military dogs were so excited that they wagged their tails and roared all the way to the side. The soldier in charge of taking care of the 2 military dogs saw this and immediately reported, "Target found. All right, keep a close eye on the target. Let's see how far they can run." An extremely stern voice came from their wireless communication. It was the voice of the Army Major General who had arrived in the Gobi ahead of time. Soon, the other 10 military dogs also found the target and began to spread out in all directions, chasing after it with all their might. Yi Qian and Li Jinyan were running very fast. They needed to shake off the dogs as soon as possible, widen the distance between them, and let the wind blow away their scent. They also needed to break off the dogs' scent detection. With the new device, running speed would indeed increase, and it wouldn't be affected by the combat equipment. "We're being watched. Brothers, let's go." The voices of the Snowfield Brigade members came from their earpieces. They were being watched by another group of military dogs. There are numbers on the military dogs. The one that's chasing us is number 24. Fuck, don't tell me that this is the 24th dog. If that was really the case, the military was really ruthless to send out so many military dogs at once. Chapter 1726. Immediately after, another 2 team members contacted their comrades while panting. "The one chasing us is number 17. It's very likely that he's a numerical number. He's very fast. We're now in a race with them." Although they had already dispersed, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense. Because no one could guess what the military was planning. They couldn't figure it out at all. Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan were the same. They couldn't guess what the military was planning to do either. The only thing they were sure of was that there was definitely a big move, and it wasn't just any big move. Dozens of military dogs were deployed, and they happened to be in a team of 2. Even if there were only 24 military dogs, there would only be 22 people in a team with 44 team members. Each of the 24 military dogs would be chasing 2 people, so there would still be 2 left. Yi Qian thought about it in his mind and whispered to Li Jinyan, "Is the military planning to split us up? Do they want to test the storm commandos?" As soon as she finished speaking, Li Jinyan narrowed his eyes slightly. He crouched on the gravel and contacted his comrades nearby. "All teams, take note. After splitting up, there's no need to look for each team member. Head straight to the final assembly point." Since they couldn't figure out the military's plan, they could only take one step at a time. Their goal was to reach the final assembly point and deal with the first day of training in the Gobi Desert. Mix the 2 teams. Demon King, send me your coordinates. Xia Jinyuan, who also couldn't figure out what the military was planning, immediately voiced his opinion. "Based on my past experience, there's a 90% chance that we'll enter the Gobi Desert for hunting and long-distance assault training. It's not appropriate for the storm commandos to head to the assembly point in pairs." There was no time to be tactful. Xia Jinyuan directly voiced his opinion. As for whether they believed him or not, it was up to Li Jinyan and the others. Yi Qian looked sideways at Demon King Li and said softly, "King Q and the others are from the Army Special Forces. They have much more experience than us. Demon King, I think we can mix them up. All teams, send your coordinates and quickly complete the mix." Li Jinyan's consideration only took the time for Yi Qian to say one sentence. After giving his instructions, he said to Xia Jinyuan, "King Q, if we're going to use elimination points this time, there's a high chance that you'll be disqualified if you mix with us." The military had already made it clear to them that the quota for next year's overseas tournament was quite limited. Whoever could go overseas to fight for glory would depend on whether their results were good enough. The Shuiyu team was part of the special forces, and they had a huge advantage in training in the highlands, deserts, and Gobi. If they wanted to fight for a spot, the Storm Commandos had a very low chance of qualifying. It would be considered a high probability if 3 to 5 of the 22 members could qualify. Xia Jinyuan located Yi Jian's position. After hearing the Demon King's words, his thin lips curled up slightly. The pair of dark eyes under the black goggles flashed with a smile. Demon King, our 2 teams are now 1 team. It's normal to have mixed teams. It's not normal to have mixed teams. Why did he say that? Because there would be members from both teams going overseas next year. It definitely wouldn't be just the members of the Snowfield Brigade. Otherwise, there would be no point in combining the 2 teams for so long. Li Jinyan reacted quickly and understood why Xia Jinyuan wanted to mix them up. Thank you for the reminder. Demon King, who didn't realize it earlier, immediately apologized and ordered his team members again. Complete the mix and advance quickly. Report any situation immediately. No matter what happened along the way, reaching the destination was their goal for the first day. Chapter 1727. For the military headquarters, it was also a challenge to send all 44 special elite soldiers to the desolate Gobi Desert. However, achievements were obtained through repeated challenges. How could they shoulder the responsibility without experiencing the ups and downs of life? The command center of the 2 teams soon received the news. The tense expression on the Major General's face finally eased a lot. If the 2 teams were to continue operating separately, he would temporarily put the training aside and give them a good political lesson. The Navy commander, who arrived later, had a gloomy expression on his face. However, he was still slightly colder than the Major General. It was obvious that the Snowfield Brigade's Q King was the one who proposed the mixed team, and the Storm Commandos only implemented the mixed team after they realized it. Q King's ability to fight on the spot is very outstanding. He has very sharp judgment and is able to complete combat adjustments quickly. After so many days of observation, the Navy commander had a very good impression of Xia Jinyuan. He should have already realized that this training has been integrated into the mountain competition and has added a mixed mode of completing the training while fighting at the same time. The mixed team is undoubtedly the best choice for the 2 teams. For the Storm Commandos, it's an even better choice. When the 2 teams completed the training together, they naturally had to learn from each other's strengths and overcome their own weaknesses. If the 2 teams moved forward separately, they would lose the purpose and meaning of the joint training. The reason why the 2 senior generals had a bad expression was because the 2 teams actually moved forward separately after entering the Gobi, instead of moving forward as a mixed team. The 15-day training in the Gobi was to improve the combat skills of the Storm Commandos, who were used to fighting on the water in an unfamiliar environment. Secondly, it was to strengthen the cooperation between the 2 teams. After all, once they went abroad, they would no longer be divided into 2 teams, but soldiers representing the country. They would be comrades in the trenches. The training range was large, so the command center could only determine the specific location based on the positioning signal device on each team member. Seeing that the red and green teams were being mixed, the Major General gave the first order. The mixed team is in progress. All military dogs are to be deployed. Once there's any movement, immediately send people to capture them. This order was obviously not given to the 2 teams that were completing the mixed team, but to a special forces team that had completed their training here. Roger. A figure wearing a desert camouflage suit moved slightly. Then, he quickly lowered his head and pointed the black gun in his hand to the front. His eyes were cold and sharp as he stared straight ahead. Yi Qian, who had finished mixing, suddenly stopped running. Even though there were faint barks behind her, she did not stop running. Something doesn't feel right. There are military dogs behind me and there are ambushes in front? She stopped talking and looked at Li Jinyan. Then, she looked at Xia Jinyuan, who had finished mixing with them 10 minutes ago. She wanted to see how they would react. Both of them had cold expressions on their faces. Yi Qian's intuition had always been accurate. Now that she had said that, they had to be more careful. Fighting in the Gobi Desert is your weakness. It's not impossible for the military to join the combat program. Xia Jinyuan was the first to speak. His voice was so cold that every word seemed to be wrapped in the dry wind of the Gobi Desert, as cold as ice. Military dogs tracking, searching, and then hunting. This is the style of the military. Chapter 1728. Li Jinyan had already spread out the topographic map of the entire Gobi Desert. After finding their current location, he fixed his gaze on a certain spot on the map. 5 kilometers ahead is the remaining hilly terrain, which is suitable for an ambush. Xia Jinyuan took a look and his eyes darkened. Attention, everyone. Attention. Move forward with a carpet search. 5 kilometers ahead is the remaining hilly terrain, which is suitable for an ambush and capture. We have to take care of these military dogs first. Otherwise, if we search from here and the military dogs follow us from behind, we won't be able to do anything. The members of the Storm Commandos were panting after being chased by the military dogs. They could only continue moving forward after taking care of the military dogs. They had run at least 10 kilometers by now. If they ran another 5 kilometers and encountered an ambush, as long as the military dogs were still behind them, they would be sitting ducks waiting to be captured. Guys, I agree that we should take care of the military dogs first. Running consumes too much energy and we don't have enough food and water. Once we run out of food, we'll end up in a worse state. The members of the Snowfield Brigade voiced their opinions. Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian. You're afraid of dogs. Are you ready? He wanted to take care of the military dogs first. Just enough time, Yi Qian answered. We're 5 kilometers away from the hills. Before we enter, take care of the military dogs behind you. Xia Jinyuan ordered. He wanted every team to take care of the military dogs behind them before moving forward. All the team members immediately took action upon receiving the order. Yi Qian was asked to take care of the military dogs alone while the rest of the teams secretly protected her. Yi Qian did not have any objections to this arrangement. She really needed to get rid of her fear of dogs. It was just a shadow left over from her childhood. Now that she had lived 2 lives, how difficult would it be to get rid of it? The important thing was whether she was willing to face it and solve it. The military dog was right in front and behind it was a soldier in desert camouflage. When the soldier saw a figure suddenly jump out from behind the boulder, he immediately ordered the military dog to stop and confront it. Then Yi Qian's footsteps moved slightly and the soldier ordered the military dog to approach. It was a German Shepherd. It was tall and strong and had a strong attacking ability. However, it was still inferior to the Tibetan Mastiff. Haga facing the dog, Yi Qian clenched his fists and asked the soldier, how can this be considered a military dog? Take off the serial number on its body. I'll leave with the soldiers. It's very aggressive, but its mouth is covered, so you don't have to worry about being bitten. The soldier explained. After that, he shouted to the military dog named Big Soldier, Go, Big Soldier! The muscular military dog barked all the way and directly pounced on Yi Jian. Its speed was extraordinarily fast. It was like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Yi Jian's eyes. Yi Qian used the rifle in his hand to block the dog's attack. Because he couldn't bear to hurt the dog, he used the rifle horizontally to block the dog's attack. Yi Qian didn't use his leg to kick the dog. Instead, he pushed the rifle forward and pushed the dog away. The military dog let out a low whimper and jumped lightly onto the boulder. Then, it pounced on Yi Qian again. This time, its target was Yi Qian's calf. A dog's attack was much more flexible than a human's. Yi Jian didn't have much time to hesitate. When the dog was about to bite her calf, she held the dog's head with both hands, and then kicked up with both feet. She actually did a saddle jump, and her body was as light as a swallow as she jumped from the top of the dog. Xia Jinyuan, who was secretly protecting her, only saw the slender figure flying across the blue sky like an eagle avoiding the enemy's attack. When she landed on the ground, she knelt on one knee. Her posture was so beautiful that he focused all his attention on her. Chapter 1729. The military dogs had quick reflexes. If it wasn't for Yi Qian, they could have easily subdued a criminal. Yi Qian, who had just landed on one knee, did a few somersaults forward to avoid the dog's attacks. These German shepherds that had come out of the military camp had been trained by the soldiers so that every time they pounced, there would be a murderous aura. Attacks from the back were more dangerous than attacks from the front. Yi Qian dodged quickly and fiercely. She knelt on the uneven gravel and supported herself with one elbow. After a technical roll, she used the momentum to do a few more rolls. Even so, she still couldn't avoid the dog's attacks. A violent barking sound came from behind her, and the unique smell of the beast rushed directly to the back of her head. Yi Jian, who felt a chill in her heart, knew that it was impossible for her to avoid it, nor did she have time to stand up. Her eyes suddenly darkened, and she turned her body around. This action made Xia Jinyuan, who was secretly on guard and protecting her, hold his breath. The little fox was going to fight the military dog's head on. Li Jinyan, who had a cold expression on his face, clenched his fists. He glanced at Yi Qian and quickly looked away. He was in charge of guarding the front, so he couldn't keep an eye on her for too long. "I can't feel that she's afraid," Li Jinyan whispered to Xia Jinyuan, whose back was facing him. "If she hadn't said it in advance, you and I wouldn't have noticed." Yi Qian was very thoughtful. At the age of 20, she had already reached the realm of not showing her emotions. As she grew older and more experienced, she would become even more unfathomable. Xia Jinyuan, who was looking forward, nodded gently. "She's been like this since she was young. It's hard to tell if she's afraid or not. She's very calm and won't let others easily discover her flaws." The environment she grew up in didn't allow her to be afraid. He thought that there was no fear in her dictionary, only facing it. No matter how tough, tiring, or difficult it was, she had to face it. Li Jinyan didn't look anymore. With Xia Jinyuan watching closely, he wouldn't let anything happen to Yi Qian under his watch. They didn't show up, not because they couldn't, but because they wanted her to overcome her psychological trauma. The comrades of the Snowfield Brigade, who were responsible for guarding the left and right, also quickly glanced at the figure who was fighting with the military dogs. They held their rifles tightly in their hands, and their sharp eyes completed their vigilance. Their comrades were fighting for their lives at the front, so they couldn't drag her down. Yi Qian, whose back was in pain from being hit by the uneven gravel, looked at the huge dog that seemed to have descended from the sky. Her pupils contracted rapidly, and she clenched her teeth. As the military dog pounced on her, Yi Qian fiercely and accurately hugged the forelimbs of the military dog. The soldier standing at the side saw this and immediately shouted, "Be careful." Appropriate reminders were necessary. Although military dogs were trained, they would still retain their bestial nature during the training process. The most primitive bestial nature of beasts was to pounce on the most vulnerable and fatal part of the neck. Yi Qian realized that she had made a mistake. Her original plan was to grab the dog's front leg, then shake it off and get up on her own. Now, that was completely impossible. Military dogs pounced with great strength, and trained military dogs had undergone long-term, targeted training for this kind of pouncing action. At the same time, the soldiers would also train with them. At this moment, she was grabbing the dog's front leg with both hands. The training base definitely had similar training. Wrong judgment. Instead of grabbing its front legs, he should be grabbing its neck. Chapter 1730. The soldier was already close to Yi Qian. This was training, and the military dog wasn't facing real enemies or criminals. It was facing its comrades in the Brotherhood Company, and it had the responsibility to protect its comrades. Be careful. He didn't remind her too much, and only reminded her enough. Although they were comrades in the Brotherhood Company, it was still training, and there was no room for pretense. The sharp, ferocious canine teeth glowed above her head. They were even sharper than the knives made from animal bones. Once bitten, it would be more than 3 inches deep. It would definitely be so deep that the bone could be seen. Woof woof woof. The military dog growled again and again. Saliva with a fishy smell flowed down from the tip of its long tongue and dripped onto Yi Jian's face 1 drop or 2. Yi Qian, who was particularly sensitive to smells, resisted the nausea in her stomach. She remembered the year she was bitten, and the smell that remained on her pants was exactly the same. Her heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. Panic grew like wild grass, wrapping around her until she felt like she was suffocating. Her hands didn't seem to have much strength left, and her wrists were weak and trembling. Woof, woof, woof. The smart military dog pounced even harder, and the sharp animal dog seemed like it would soon bite down on her neck and completely subdue her. Yi Qian's pupils constricted, and she began to breathe heavily. She couldn't lose. How could she lose? She had to steady herself. She had to find a way to hold the military dog's neck, and then she would have a chance to pin it down. Xia Jinyuan, whose thin lips were tightly pursed, didn't move. He couldn't see her expression, but he could feel her undetectable fear. Yi Qian was indeed afraid of dogs. The more afraid she was, the more she had to face it. He stared coldly at the canine fighting in front of him, and his expression was quite calm, as if he wasn't worried at all. "Face your fear well, my little fox," the young major said in a low voice. The young major said in a low voice that only he could hear, "After you face it, you'll realize that it's nothing." The soldier next to him also had a tense expression. From close observation, he noticed that the female soldier's arms were trembling, which was a sign that she was still trying to hold on despite her exhaustion. "There's still a little bit left," he reminded her again. Yi Qian did not seem to hear her. Suddenly, her slightly bent arm began to bend. It looked like she was struggling to straighten it, and was being suppressed by the military dog bit by bit. His comrades from the Snowfield Brigade turned their heads to take a look, and their faces immediately darkened. "Q King, Qing Miao can't hold on any longer. She needs backup." "It's not time yet," Xia Jinyuan replied coldly without moving. "Her hands are already bent. It's time." His comrade's voice was a little hurried. If he didn't go over to help, he would have rushed over. However, it was Q King who was in charge of supporting Qing Miao, and he was in charge of security. It was impossible for him to change the deployment without permission. Xia Jinyuan remained unmoved, and even the expression on his handsome face did not change. The only change was that his unfathomable black eyes were surging with darkness, as if a storm was coming. He wanted to see how Yi Qian would deal with it. He wanted to see if she would persist or give up. Naturally, Yi Qian would not choose to give up. Her hands continued to bend slowly until they reached an angle where she could reach out. She suddenly released her right hand, and before the soldiers at the side could see her movements clearly, her right hand had wrapped around the military dog's neck in the blink of an eye. The tables had turned. Yi Qian, who was as fast as lightning, quickly wrapped her left hand around the dog's neck. Woof woof woof. The military dog, whose neck was wrapped around, struggled even harder. Its entire body was restrained, and its brown fur stood on end. Its aggressiveness was at its peak. Chapter 1731. Even though the dog struggled even harder, Yi Qian didn't let go. Instead, she held the dog's neck tightly and pressed it down to one side of her shoulder. This action was to prevent her neck from being bitten by the dog. Although Yi Jian's arm strength was a little weaker than her leg strength, she was stronger than the average female soldier. She clasped the military dog's neck with both hands, making it impossible for the professionally trained military dog to escape from her hands no matter how hard it struggled with its limbs. Not only was she holding the dog with both hands, but she was also holding the dog's lower body with both hands. Hearing the dog's growls, Yi Qian clenched her teeth and took a deep breath. Then she turned over and pressed the dog against the gravel as if she was subduing an enemy. Her eyes were more ferocious than a beast's, full of hostility as she stared at the dog that was still struggling. She tore off the number 16. She raised her head and stared at the soldier who had been standing next to her. "Did you already take care of a dog?" The soldier with a gloomy face rushed over. He was worried that his beloved dog would be hurt, so he squatted down and said to the female soldier who took less than 5 minutes to finish off the soldier, "I'll take it from you later. You can relax a little. The gravel is uneven, and it will hurt its back." The soldiers at the military dog training base had a deep relationship with the dogs they trained. After a long time, they treated the dogs as their comrades. Therefore, when the soldier saw Big Soldier being restrained by Yi Qian until it was whimpering in pain, his heart ached. "It was just following orders. If it wasn't for my command, it wouldn't have attacked you." Yi Qian, whose ferocious eyes were gradually calming down, heard this and loosened her grip a little. When the soldier tied the dog up with the dog chain and stroked the dog until its brown hair was no longer standing, Yi Qian was completely relieved. Big Soldier quickly got up and sat down on its hind legs. It obediently squatted beside the soldier and stuck out its long tongue. Although it was still fierce, it was no longer aggressive. This is a military dog that has done meritorious service. It once killed 2 armed insurgents when it was patrolling the border with us. It is quite aggressive. Once it pounces on you, most people have almost no chance of winning. The soldiers who were tanned by the sun in the north squatted down together with the military dog that had made military achievements like brothers. They gently scratched the dog's head, and the tough man's eyes were exceptionally gentle. "You did well, brother." After saying this, he raised his head and smiled at Yi Qian. "Pull down the numbers, then I can lead the troops back to the army." When the military dog licked the soldier's palm, the squatting soldier stood up and saluted Yi Qian. The military dog at his feet, Soldier, sat obediently. Soldier treated it as a brother, so why wouldn't it treat Soldier as a brother and protect him? After watching the loyal border guards leave, Yi Qian, who had been standing upright, suddenly sat down on the cold gravel and shook his arms. "Too nervous, the muscles in your arms are twitching." Xia Jinyuan, who had walked out, squatted down on one knee and massaged Yi Qian's arms as he asked calmly, "Are you still afraid?" He used a lot of strength, and the twitching muscles in his arms relaxed. Yi Qian smiled bitterly and replied, "Of course I'm afraid, but it's useless to be afraid. I have to face it. After you face it, you'll realize that what you're afraid of is nothing." Xia Jinyuan, who was staring at her deeply, slowly smiled. There was a smile and affection in his eyes. Everything is nothing, only pride. Chapter 1732. As long as they faced it calmly, everything was indeed nothing. Yi Qian stood up and smiled at the young major who was walking towards her. Then, the major walked over and gently hugged the brave female soldier. He smiled and said, "Good job, Qing Yao. Good job, his little fox." In the gray Gobi Desert that stretched for an unknown number of miles, the young female soldier smiled gently. Her smile was like the only scenery with bright colors in this monotonous world. Her comrades who were approaching her couldn't help but smile as well. "Good job, Qing Yao. Good job, my comrade." As the sound of "take care of the military dogs" kept coming from their earpieces, the 2 teams advanced deeper into the Gobi Desert faster and faster. 5 kilometers wasn't a short distance, but it was an extremely short distance for the 2 teams of special forces. They hid 2 kilometers away from the remaining hills that were suitable for ambushes and hunts and waited quietly for the scouts they sent out to report back. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The cold wind blowing in the Gobi Desert was like a knife cutting through flesh. Yi Qian, who had disguised herself as one with the Gobi Desert, gently rubbed her nose that was so cold that it seemed like it could be broken with a light pinch. She exhaled a breath of hot air very softly. From where she was, she could already see the undulating hills. The path into the hills was wide and open. If they marched directly, if there was really an ambush in front of them, they would definitely be able to kill one person with a single shot if the enemy had a sniper waiting for them. The terrain was wide and there was little vegetation. Even if the scouts confirmed that there was no problem in front of them, as the team leaders, Li Jinyan and Xia Jinyuan, would not march too far. After being chased by military dogs for so long, they would never believe that the military would only send military dogs to chase them and exhaust their stamina. Training in the Gobi Desert was something that the members of the Snowfield Brigade were used to. And for the members of the Storm Commandos who were used to fighting at sea, this was a rare opportunity for them to improve themselves. The mixing of the members was undoubtedly the best decision. It allowed the Storm Commandos to clearly see the strengths of the Snowfield Brigade, which belonged to the Army Special Forces. Xia Jinyuan gently slid down from behind a pile of gravel. Holding the gun, he turned around and squatted on the ground with his slender legs. He handed the binoculars to Li Jinyan and said, "I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult to cross the front during the day, and I'm afraid it'll snow tonight. Either we cross before or after it snows." Snow? Although the weather was a little gloomy, there was no sign of snow. Li Jinyan, who took the binoculars, did not ask immediately. He observed the weather first. Entering the Gobi Desert to train and observing the changes in the weather was a type of daily training. Their daily training was mainly to familiarize themselves with the characteristics of sandstorms and weather changes. To the storm commandos, these were their weak points, even for someone as strong as Li Jinyan. He scanned the sky with his binoculars and did not see anything strange. Then he asked Xia Jinyuan, "How do you know it's going to snow?" The direction of the wind, the changes in the clouds, and the change in the direction of the dust accumulated in the Gobi Desert with the wind. Xia Jinyuan, who was speaking, secretly glanced at Yi Qian, who was about 2 meters away from him, who was repairing the rifle for the pigeons. He did not hide anything from Li Jinyan. The people of Beijiang who live near the Gobi Desert all know how to observe things. You can ask them for advice when the time comes. She was really fast at disassembling the rifle. In her hands, the rifle was no different from a toy gun. She finished disassembling it in just a few minutes. Chapter 1733. Fine sand got into the throttle valve and the manual safety. The rifle is stuck in both positions, which is why it can't move forward. We just have to brush out the fine sand. After careful inspection, Yi Qian told them the reason for the malfunction of the moray eel rifle. However, he did not notice that Xia Jinyuan was looking at him countless times. While avoiding the pursuit of the military dogs, the moray eel fell into a sand pit. Caught off guard, the rifle in his hand was also filled with fine sand, causing the safety bolt to be unable to move forward. The member of the Storm Commandos, codenamed Moray Eel, did not look too good. A gun was a soldier's life. His mistake had caused the rifle to malfunction, and he would be punished when he returned. The attentive Yi Qian could tell that he did not look too good, but it was not easy to comfort him. Failing to protect the rifle in his hand was equivalent to failing to protect his own life. It was normal for him to be in a bad mood. Yi Qian, who had brushed out the fine sand, reassembled the rifle. On the other side, Xia Jinyuan was exchanging his experience with Li Jinyan. The desert is much more dangerous than the Gobi Desert. If you don't prepare in advance or lack of experience, you will be the one to suffer in the end. The desert winds are strong, the ground is soft, and sandstorms can even cause desert whirlpools. How can you familiarize yourself with the characteristics of the sandstorm and the changes in the weather? The only way is to walk into the desert and the Gobi Desert and accumulate experience. Training in the Gobi Desert mainly includes daily life, mobility, technology, tactics, and logistics training. This time, we can skip the logistics training. The rest of the training is essential. Familiarizing themselves with the characteristics of the sandstorm and the changes in the weather was part of daily life training. It was also the weakness of the Storm Commandos. They urgently needed to understand and improve not only daily life training, but also mobility, technology, and tactics. Li Jinyan listened very seriously, and Xia Jinyuan explained in great detail. The mobility training this time mainly focused on how to march through gravel and loose sand areas as quickly as possible, how to deal with the changes in the environment, and how to deal with unexpected situations. For example, the military dogs tracking and searching were considered to be unexpected situations. Tactical training was to master the characteristics and principles of the Gobi Desert's offensive and defensive battles, and to improve their ability to fight together. For example, the mixing of two teams was considered to be a cooperative battle. The two of them conversed for about 5 minutes before Yi Qian's voice came through the earpiece. "Everyone, please check if there are any problems with the rifles in your hands. I suspect that the guns that the military gave us were purposely distributed. I already have 3 rifles that have entered the sand. During the development of every rifle, strict tests were conducted to prevent wind, sand, rain, and other harsh environments. The rifle in their hands was one of the most advanced rifles in China. When the design was completed, they used a wind tunnel to simulate wind above level 12 for testing. Moreover, it was not once or twice, but countless tests. Now, they were just running around the Gobi Desert with rifles in their arms, and 3 rifles had actually entered the sand. The probability of this was extremely high. How could a rifle that had gone through strict tests be so easily penetrated by fine sand? Thus, Yi Qian could not help but be suspicious. As soon as she finished speaking, a minute later, there were several responses. Without exception, their guns were all faulty. How ruthless, they even gave us some broken guns. There's no need to guess, there must be an ambush ahead, J5 said with a smile. Even his voice was full of laughter, but the expression on his painted face was slightly cold. Chapter 1734. There were broken guns and dogs. The military really wanted to train the two teams to death this time. They could do whatever they wanted. J5 counted the number of broken guns, and when they finished counting, they couldn't help but sneer. All 12 guns were broken. When they received their equipment, the Navy commander said with a smile, "Except for a GPS and a compass, the rest of the equipment is the best." Yes, the equipment was indeed the best. When they saw the combat training equipment list, no one was not surprised. The helmet was Kevlar. Not only could it resist bullets and shrapnel, but it could also become a soldier's second brain. It contained a miniature radio, a microphone, and a pair of headphones. There was also a radar equipment on the top of the helmet. This equipment allowed the commander to know the exact location of the soldiers at any time. The weapons in their hands were main battle weapons, but unfortunately, all 12 rifles were broken. There were also self-defense weapons, a handgun, and a combat dagger. The accompanying equipment was goggles, combat uniforms, bulletproof vests, and other equipment. All of them were the latest equipment. It was even more advanced than the equipment they carried with them when they secretly carried out missions in Hong Kong. There were also a lot of auxiliary combat equipment, from survival signal lights to anti-reflective equipment, thermal imagers, special glasses, everything. Looking at the expensive equipment, the members of the two teams looked at each other. There was only one expression on their faces. The equipment was too good, so good that it made them panic. It was a bit tricky. One who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. Although it was not very kind to say that to the military, but the military was already doing something unkind. Xia Jinyuan weighed the broken rifle in his hand, his thin lips slightly curved up, and said leisurely, "It seems that the ambush in front of us is not simple. Devil King, we are going to have a big fight." Devil King, who was right next to him, maintained his only cold expression all year round and replied faintly, "Let's wait and see." The channel was boiling, especially the wild wolves of the Snowfield Brigade. They were all rubbing their hands, and their eyes were shining with a fierce light. "Just in time, we are waiting for a big fight. I like it. You two arrange it. They want to annihilate us, let's annihilate them." According to the training arrangements, there were anti-war and anti-annihilation. As the commander, Xia Jinyuan was not anxious at all. When he heard the discussion in the channel, he tapped the microphone with his finger, and the channel returned to silence in a second. "Calm down, all of you. The scout has already left for an hour and 7 minutes, and there's still no news. Even if I want to go all out, I won't fight a battle that I don't have confidence in. A brother Special Forces team has been active in Beijing all year round. Now is the time for winter training where they can withstand the cold and fatigue. I'm guessing that if there's an ambush ahead, it's very likely to be this Special Forces team." Li Jinyan slightly restrained the light in his eyes and said in a deep voice, "The Blue Wolf Special Forces were the first special forces that we sent to deal with Beijing. From the 1970s to the early 1980s, the world-class A sniper codename Fu came from this unit." A world-class A sniper. For some reason, when Yi Qian heard this, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch a few times. For some reason, an inexplicable sense of panic rose in his heart. Soon, this unexplainable panic was suppressed by an even bigger question. Chapter 1735. Kuei was a one-legged monster in ancient Chinese myths and legends. It was shaped like an ox, with a white body and no horns. With only one leg, it would rain whenever it went in and out of water. Its light was like the sun and the moon, and its sound was like thunder. For some reason, when she heard Li Jinyan mention a world-class A sniper, she actually thought of Uncle Chin. "Yes, I suspect that it's the brothers from this Special Forces team waiting for us." Xia Jinyuan nodded, and there was a hint of sharpness in his calm voice. "The wolves from Beijing are not easy to deal with. Everyone be careful. You didn't come all the way here to embarrass yourselves." This was the home ground of the Snowfield Brigade. The Storm Commandos listened quietly. They had to listen quietly because this was the time to absorb valuable experience. Even the Devil Legionnaire did not speak easily. If it was really the Blue Wolf Special Forces, the Gobi Desert and the beach were their home ground. In this area, they had probably trained to the point where they could walk out with their eyes closed. Li Jinyan once again admired Xia Jinyuan's ability to command and deploy. He was always one step ahead of others in every battle arrangement. It was this one step that determined the outcome of the entire battle. 2 kilometers away from them, a soldier wearing a camouflage uniform similar to the Gobi Desert put down his binoculars and whispered to his comrade beside him, "They won't not come, right? It's been a few hours. If they wanted to come, they should have come long ago." From his tone, it was obvious that he was still a soldier who was not mature enough and lacked training. There seemed to be no one beside him, but there was indeed someone who whispered, "Pulling you guys here to train is simply making you live targets. New recruit, do you think that head of yours is too heavy? Do you want someone to give it a big blow? Lie down tight." A cold and ruthless voice came from under a pile of gravel. This was a perfectly disguised veteran of the Blue Wolf Special Forces, leading a group of new recruits for winter training. The day before they were ready to return to the team, they received orders from their superiors that a group of brothers from the south had entered the Gobi Desert to complete their winter training. They were to guide the soldiers from the south. The soldiers from the south were afraid of the cold. The soldiers of the northern frontier all knew. Running to the Gobi to complete the winter training, he was really worried that they would freeze into human-shaped popsicles in the middle of the night. There weren't many of them, only 40 or so. They didn't know who they were and what their strength was. The only thing they knew was that their superiors told them that the brothers who came were all strong characters. It was the words, "tough character," that ignited the fighting spirit of the entire troop. To be honest, they had seen a lot of tough characters from the south come to the north to train. However, when they arrived at the north, they were scared by the temperature at night. They didn't see that tough anymore. Hopefully, the tough character that came back this time was really tough and didn't soften after running to the northern border. After training the new recruits, the veteran continued to lie motionlessly on a high ground. Looking down from where he was, everything within a kilometer in front of him was under his surveillance. About 900 meters away from him, Long Hawk, who was also in perfect camouflage, was quietly contacting the team. "After 2 hours of waiting, I finally see people. They're 920 meters away from me. There are 2 whistles. 100% veterans leading the new recruits. Only the new recruits couldn't help but move their bodies from time to time. As for the veterans, they could endure it. They could lie down for a day and a night without a problem. According to Q King, Qing Niao could lie down for 3 days and 3 nights without drinking a mouthful of water or eating dry food. In the end, they could still complete a precise snipe." Chapter 1736. Qing Niao, a very interesting female soldier. If she were to keep watch, she would definitely not be discovered. 2 kilometers away, Xia Jinyuan finally received the information from the Scout Eagle. He knew that there was an ambush, but there was no way to estimate the exact number of people. It was hard to predict and impossible to measure. Waiting for the sky to turn dark. Fighting in the Gobi Desert could only wait for the sky to turn dark. When the sky was not dark, they would directly go over. Xiao. A series of blank rounds would kill the entire group. The entire team would obediently go back with their tails between their legs and return to training. He did not want to lose face. Since he was here, he wanted to have a good fight with his brothers from Beijing. After that, they would talk about the food in the army and how he felt every time the chief talked to him. Then they would talk about life, ideals, and ambitions. That was the only way to not lose face. Xia Jinyuan was unusually patient. He was so patient that he whetted the other party's appetite. All of them stretched their necks and waited wholeheartedly for the tough guy from the south. If I didn't know that they would definitely pass by here, I would really want to send a few soldiers to the front to see if there's a detour. The Blue Wolf troops had been discussing in private for several rounds. It had been hours since the military dogs were destroyed. If the company commander had not personally confirmed that the tough guy from the south would definitely pass by here, they would have almost thought that he would not come. From the looks of it, they're planning to wait until nightfall to take over the sentries. The sentries at the front are all set, especially the recruits. Keep your heads down. If anyone can't hold it in any longer, wash all of our brothers' combat uniforms. The company commander who was leading the team gritted his teeth. His eyes were wide open and bright, and his eyes were full of excitement. It was the first time that he had encountered Southern soldiers who dared to fight at night in Beijing. They were really bold. They were so bold that he wanted to cut them a few times and let them have a taste of the power of the veterans from Beijing. Someone replied, "The other party is probably used to fighting at night. Commander, we have to take it easy. We can't be careless." Did you all hear that? Keep Mr. Zhuge's words in mind. The company commander, who was wearing a ghillie camouflage, took a bite of the steamed bun that was so hard that it hurt his teeth. Then he grabbed a handful of snow and put it into his mouth. The snow was mixed with the steamed bun that was as hard as a rock. When he chewed it in his mouth, he made a caw-caw sound. He sounded like a hungry wolf gnawing on a human bone. Mr. Zhuge was the star of wisdom in the company and the only college student. He had a high IQ and many ideas. When he first came, he was arrogant, but in less than 2 months, his arrogance was gone. After 2 years, his arrogance had turned into a wolf's nature. He was even more ruthless than the company commander. Therefore, the new soldiers were not afraid of the company commander, but Mr. Zhuge. With his reminder, the old soldiers and new recruits in the company all became extremely alert, not daring to relax at all. At this time, the sky was already dark. Mr. Zhuge said to the company commander alone, "The temperature is dropping, and it's snowing heavily at night." They either don't understand the weather, or they understand it very well. Company commander, I'm afraid this time the tough characters are really tough characters. We have to be careful. Of course, I don't think of them as cowards. At night, the company commander, who had fought countless outlaws, blinked his eyes and stared at the front with an extremely sharp gaze. If they really understand the weather in the Gobi Desert, then they are really a group of men. The Grey Wolf Troop, which had produced countless heroes and had countless heroic deeds, only respected real men and real soldiers. The knife-like wind blew on their bodies, but it didn't have a trace of warmth. The heavy snow fluttered freely and came with the wind. Not only was there snow and wind, but there was also wind and sand. After walking a few steps, their goggles were covered with a layer of dust. Erasing moving hand gestures, 1, 2, 3. Several figures approached the remaining hills one by one. The anti-annihilation training had entered the active period. Chapter 1737. The wind that blew in the Gobi was different from the wind that blew in the mountains, plains, and grasslands. When it blew, it felt like there was an invisible barrier in front of them. If they walked with momentum, it seemed like they would hit the barrier and bounce back violently. Even such a strong wind did not blow away the heavy snow. The wind carried large snowflakes that covered the sky and earth, affecting the entire march to a certain extent. The major general in the command center heard the howling of the wind outside. He could not sit still anymore. He stood up and walked out of the tent with a frown. There were 2 sentries standing guard outside the tent. When they saw the major general come out, they immediately saluted. Their military boots hit the ground, and a piece of crystal-clear ice fell from their heels. After a few hours of standing guard, even their eyelashes were covered with a layer of white fluffy snowflakes. Needless to say, their bodies were covered with snow that was almost as deep as a pinky finger on their left and right shoulders. The major general glanced at the 2 sentries, nodded slightly, and raised his hand to pat off the snow on their shoulders. After patting them, he walked a few steps away without saying a word. Old Dong. He walked to the side of the Navy commander who came out 3 to 5 minutes earlier than him. The 2 stood side by side and looked into the distance together. It's already started. Let's see if we can take down the small hill in 2 hours. The Navy commander was still holding an infrared telescope in his hand. Before the heavy snow, he could still see clearly into the distance. Now, the infrared telescope was not of much use. He turned his head to look at the major general standing with him, then looked at the weather. He said with some worry, "The weather is unusually bad. I'm a little worried about them." The Storm Commandos had never been to the Gobi for training since they were formed. Now that the wind and snow were heavy, all the members of the Southern soldiers might not be used to it. The Major General could understand his feelings, but this was a step that had to be taken. Our Special Forces team's goal is to be 3 amphibious. After nearly 5 years of hard work, we have basically achieved it. Old Dong, the Storm Amphibious Frogman Commandos have only been established for a little more than a year. The difficulties that you have to overcome are not just 1 or 2. There are more difficult peaks ahead for you to conquer. It's normal to be worried. No one wants any accidents to happen. However, Old Dong, we have to be mentally prepared. There will be a certain casualty rate when arranging such training. This was to give the Navy commander a heads up. Since the establishment of the Snowfield Brigade, there had been accidents during training. Even if this was a special force, there were still casualties. The Storm Commandos were still inexperienced. If an accident were to happen, it would be within the normal casualty rate. The Navy commander's voice was low and hoarse. These are things that they have to go through. As soldiers, they have no choice. They were his soldiers. Every one of them was an unyielding man with a common belief and a common goal. They could live and die for this common belief. Such a group of soldiers, a group of indomitable soldiers, he did not want any accidents to happen to any of them. This was because, to them, once an accident occurred, it would definitely not be a small accident. It would be an accident that concerned life and death. The Marine commander raised his hand and patted the snow on his shoulder. In the snowy wind, there was a very light and shallow sigh mixed with the wind. Chapter 1738. The Navy commander raised his hand and patted the snow on his shoulder. In the snowy wind, his soft and shallow sigh mixed with the wind could be heard. However, Major General Liu seemed to have heard it. He patted the Navy commander, who he had known for more than 10 years, and said half jokingly and half seriously, "Old Dong, you have a problem. You like to complicate things. Since you know in your heart that this is the path you have to take as a soldier, what's the point of worrying about it? In such bad weather, even if I know that my soldiers have experienced similar weather, I will still be worried. However, although I am worried about them, I believe in the abilities of the 2 commanders more. I believe that they have enough ability to deal with the bad weather. The worse the environment, the more it can temper their combat ability. I believe that they will complete the counterattack perfectly. Let's go, let's talk inside. The wind is so strong that I can't even open my mouth. The battlefield was ever-changing. Even if they were deployed in advance, there would still be new accidents and new situations. The purpose of training was to let all soldiers have enough ability to deal with the ever-changing battle situation. Major General Liu was never afraid of throwing Xia Jinyuan and the other elite special forces into dangerous places to train. He would send them wherever it was difficult. The footprints of the Snowfield Brigade were left behind in the north, south, west, and east of the country were all dangerous places. Old Dong was also a soldier who could rise and fall. He was decisive and never sloppy when doing things. It was normal for him to be worried when he saw such bad weather. Because the Storm Commandos had only been established for a short period of time, so short that the military was sometimes afraid that something would happen to this team. This was a secretly established Marine Corps. Although it had been established for less than 2 years, it had a very strong and tough Demon King. In the face of doubts, he gritted his teeth and endured it. He trained the Storm Commandos to be a soldier among soldiers in the Marine Corps. Although the Demon King was young, his military quality, ideological style, willpower, and personal ability were all first class. How could the soldiers trained by such a soldier be bad? Therefore, even if the weather was bad, he believed that with the Demon King's ability, there would be no accidents. In addition, there was also Xia Jinyuan. He believed that at this moment, they had already started fighting with Blue Wolf. The Marine commander walked into the tent with cold air and saw that the Major General of the army was calm. There was no worry on his face. He couldn't help but sigh. Li Jinyan was right. Their water special forces were still too inexperienced. Compared to the Snowfield Brigade, which had decades of history, there were still too many areas that they needed to learn and strengthen. To be honest, the Storm Commandos were the ones who benefited the most from the joint training. Compared to the Shuiyu Special Forces, the Shuiyu Special Forces, the Shuiyu Special Forces, was much weaker. Thinking of Li Jinyan's report, the Navy commander's eyes darkened. Li Jinyan said that 1 month of training with the Snowfield Brigade was equivalent to half a year of training for them. He had learned too many things. This time's anti-terrorist training would definitely benefit them greatly. Thinking of this, the worry in the Navy commander's heart lessened a little. The Storm Commandos, known as the Fierce Tiger on land and the Dragon of the Sea, definitely lived up to their reputation. Chapter 1739. The counterattack had already begun. The first sentry post was destroyed by the 4 assault teams of the Storm Commandos. They were all barehanded and did not use any high-end weapons. Satisfying, satisfying. This is so satisfying. The one who was lying motionless in the snow was a veteran of the Grey Wolf Troop. In the end, he was captured by the counterattack and had his neck slit. The recruit beside him got up and wanted to help the defeated veteran up. He said, "Company commander, you have waited for a long time. It will definitely be a satisfying fight later." His neck was slit from behind. It was silent like a rattlesnake hiding in the desert. It killed him with 1 strike and would not attack again. The veteran did not let him help him up. He stood up and laughed. Of course, they are really tough characters. Every single one of them definitely had unique skills and were proficient in all 18 types of martial arts. Compared to our Beijiang troop, they are definitely not inferior. Naturally, they would not be inferior. The Grey Wolf Troop was a company of the Beijiang military region. They were famous in the Beijiang military region and were also famous among the special forces of the few military regions. However, compared to the 2 special forces of the country, there was still a gap in strength. One had to know that the members of the Snowfield Brigade were all selected from the special forces of the various military regions. They were also selected from the elite soldiers of the various military regions. It was the same for the Storm Commandos. The elites of the elites naturally had no problem fighting against the elites of the military region. As the famous combat force of the Beijiang military region, the Grey Wolf Troop had always been the one to fight against others. They had never been beaten by others. When the company commander lost contact with the 1st and 2nd sentry posts, he knew that they had really encountered a tough character this time. They were a field unit, and field units were the least afraid of tough characters. Since you are here, just use your fists. Don't dawdle like a girl. The brothers in the south have already shown their sharp knives. We can polish them even brighter and sharpen them. Don't embarrass the Beijiang military region. Do you hear me? The company commander was from Black River and was a native of the north. He had a retroflex accent when he spoke and could usually scold people. After the entire company was trained, there was no repetition. When he opened his mouth, the entire company's soldiers tensed up. Mr. Zhuge opened his mouth. "We are familiar with fighting in the desert. Our brothers in the south are not familiar with them. We have the advantage in terms of territory. Also, we have about 100 people lying on the ground while they only have about 40 people. In terms of numbers, we have the advantage. There is still a possibility of winning." The first part of the speech boosted the confidence of the Grey Wolf Troop's recruits. However, when they heard the "but" at the end, their hearts instantly. "So, brothers, this is going to be a tough battle." The company commander was speechless. Was there a need for this guy to explain everything? After Yi Jian finished listening, she quietly returned the earpiece to Whistle, who was in the 4th position, and said softly, "The person talking inside is your military counselor, right?" The veteran soldier who was knocked down kept his mouth shut. He swiped his hand across his neck, indicating that he was dead and had no comment. However, he was anxious in his heart, and it wasn't just ordinary anxiety. Did a group of female soldiers come? Did a group of female soldiers come to fight? Chapter 1740. The fallen veteran watched as the figure that was obviously slimmer than the male soldier gradually disappeared into the wind and snow. He was so anxious that he grabbed a handful of snow and stuffed it into his mouth. A female soldier came to the Gobi for training? Which military region was this female soldier from? Why did they arrange for a female soldier to come over? They had never met a female soldier who was sent to the Gobi for training. What he couldn't accept was that he was defeated by a female soldier. She defeated him quite easily. What he couldn't accept was that he didn't know that she was a female soldier until she opened her mouth. He didn't know that she was a female soldier when he was fighting her. He didn't expect that the person he was fighting with would be a female soldier. A female soldier coming to the Gobi for training. It was the first time that a female soldier was involved. We are the 4th sentry post. Are the sentry posts in front all taken care of? The recruit who was defeated first crawled over. He didn't realize that the one who defeated him was a female soldier. The wind was too strong and the snow was too heavy. He couldn't even hear clearly when he was close. What's more, when Yi Qian defeated the recruit, he didn't even make a sound. The old tradition of the Grey Wolf Troop was that the veteran led the new in every training session. The veteran led the new recruits in training, on duty, and through the wind and rain. When carrying out normal tasks such as patrolling, the veteran led the new recruits. It was the same for sentry posts. They were all veterans leading the new recruits. The new recruits who didn't realize that something was wrong with the veteran were a little nervous. When we return to the team, will we be skinned alive by the company commander? Recruit, be mentally prepared. Being skinned alive is considered light. I'm afraid that even your bones will be torn apart by the company commander. The veteran got up and looked in the direction where the female soldier disappeared. He turned his head, grinned at the new recruit, and patted the new recruit's shoulder heavily. The one who defeated us was a female soldier. Yes, a female soldier. She's a female soldier who killed 2 of our male soldiers with one move. Don't look surprised. I'm very surprised too. I didn't make a mistake. The female soldier was talking to me just now. She's a real female soldier. She took care of both of us. The veteran rubbed his face and looked at the new recruit whose face was pale under the light. He couldn't bear it, but he couldn't sympathize with the new recruit. He was the same, or even worse. The veteran soldiers were all taken care of by the female soldiers. How would the company commander deal with him? After the 4th sentry post was taken care of, the company commander of the Grey Wolf Troop naturally had no way to contact them again. The company commander who did not receive a reply knew that the 4 sentry posts he had arranged had all failed. The tough characters from the south had infiltrated their positions. The wind, snow, and darkness were the natural concealment colors. The members of the 2 teams braved the wind and snow and began to enter the middle section of the hill. This section was also the most dangerous section. The slopes on both sides were excellent cover. If someone were to hide on top of them, they would not be discovered for a while. However, on both sides of the slope, someone had already carried out a carpet search and cleared the area. 4th sentry post cleared. Yi Qian's cool voice came through everyone's earphones. It was very low and soft, but it carried a calm and firm tone as it entered everyone's ears. Xia Jinyuan, who was waiting for her, smiled and said to her, "Enter the next search area and complete the mission. I'll wait for you in front. I'll be there in 10 minutes." He had already completed his search and found nothing, so he could have Yi Qian assemble according to the original route. Chapter 1741. They completed the search in a triangular formation. Every time they cleared an area, they would gather at a certain point and conduct a large-scale search. This was a type of search that did not disperse. Once a comrade was in trouble, any comrade at the triangular point could immediately provide support. Yi Qian and another member of the Storm Commandos completed the clearing together. The 2 of them received orders from Xia Jinyuan. One of them was responsible for guarding the surroundings while the other was responsible for the assault. They quickly rushed to the rendezvous point. The 2 teams would not give the Grey Wolves a chance to fire bullets. Since it was a counterattack, it was better to let them decide how to attack. Besides, it would be a waste of bullets in the heavy snow. They could not even aim accurately. It was better to use cold weapons or bare hands to complete the counterattack. From the conclusion that the remaining forces in the hills could be the Grey Wolves, Xia Jinyuan did not plan to engage in a direct confrontation. Among the special forces of the major military regions, only the Grey Wolves were the strongest. Their marksmanship was even better. Each of them had the eyes of an owl. Their marksmanship was impeccable. Completing a sniper in such a heavy snowstorm was not a problem for them. Xia Jinyuan would not do such a stupid thing unless he was out of his mind to let them fight against the famous Grey Wolf troop, with rifles that could malfunction at any time. Devil, how's the situation on your side? While waiting for Yi Qian to arrive, Xia Jinyuan contacted the devil. The devil was in charge of outflanking them. They needed to take a detour to the front to attack. As a true southerner, Li Jinyan had only encountered such a heavy snowstorm since he was a child. After he was assigned to the Navy, he had never encountered such a heavy snowstorm again. Now that he had bumped into her, it had more or less affected him. For example, the tips of his ears had been frozen to the point of frostbite, and the flexibility of his hands and feet had decreased. However, as a Special Forces soldier, these effects were nothing. No matter how heavy the snowstorm was, it could not stop him from leading his team forward. Fortunately, we are about 400 meters away from our destination, he replied calmly. At the same time, he raised his hand and gestured for his team members to lie down. There was a situation ahead. It was already 6 o'clock in the evening. The operation had started 2 hours ago. The success of their counterattack depended on whether all of their members could successfully pass through the hills. Not a single person could be missing. If they lost even one person, it would be considered a failure. This was the military's request. Li Jinyan led a total of 8 members, including himself, to provide support at the front. Their main purpose was to save time for the members coming from behind. It was also equivalent to clearing a path for the members coming from behind. After discovering the situation, he instructed his team members to hide and then spread out to approach the enemy, giving them a heavy blow. The snow was heavy, but it only fell for a short period of time. The snow on the ground was not very thick, and when people fell from their shoulders, they would feel a lot of pain. When fists collided with fists, in the temperature of who knew how many degrees below zero, it seemed that the collision could cause the bones to shatter into pieces. Quick, contact the company commander. He's already here. Someone held back Li Jinyan and the others so that their comrades could quickly contact their company commander. These were all soldiers from the Blue Wolf unit. Each of them was skilled in martial arts. The strength of a punch was enough to knock someone down a few steps. Li Jinyan aimed at the soldier with the communication device. His slender and tall body suddenly leaped into the air. Like a snow leopard pouncing from the snow, he instantly hugged the soldier and completed a continuous roll on the ground. His movements were smooth and fierce. He did not give the soldier a chance to contact their company commander.